Welcome to a new video series from WDWNT.com, Timekeeping. This show will attempt to chronicle year-by-year changes to the Walt Disney World Resort, from exciting new ride openings to the minutiae of a store changing names. Join us as we count down to the 50th anniversary of the vacation kingdom of the world, Walt Disney's last great dream. The story of Walt Disney World doesn't begin with its opening on October 1st, 1971. In fact, it's arguable as to when that story begins. But for our sake, we'll say it truly began in 1959. That June, Walt Disney met with executives from NBC to develop a project in the New York City area, as well as move his show from ABC to NBC. By this time, Walt had already encountered problems with the amount of land and control he had in Anaheim, California, which led him to passing on the New York project. This wasn't the end of the discussions, however. Talks continued between Disney and RCA, an NBC subsidiary, about land in Palm Beach, Florida. Walt commissioned several feasibility studies on Florida, including a survey of 12,000 acres of land owned by billionaire John D. MacArthur. These talks also broke down when MacArthur only wanted to sell a few hundred acres of land, not enough to include a community of tomorrow that Walt was already envisioning. Of course, there wouldn't be a Walt Disney World without Disneyland. The park opened on July 17, 1955, and by 1959, it was a massive hit, already undergoing its first major expansion with the addition of the Matterhorn bobsleds, the monorail, and the submarine voyage. To Walt, though, there were many problems. First was the lack of land. There was little room for expansion, and third-party motels and attractions now littered the area around the park. The related second matter was control. While Disney could flex its influence in Anaheim, he couldn't control what was around his property. And while these were deciding factors in choosing Central Florida, there were still a few other locations seriously considered as an East Coast attraction. These were centered around more established areas. In 1963, Walt was considering a site in Niagara Falls, the smallest of the proposed locations. Also in 1963, a site in St. Louis that would have been part of the same complex of the Gateway Arch was considered. This would have been a 5-story indoor park. Also in Missouri, Walt had considered purchasing and updating his old family farm in Marceline. And the NBC project actually began as a discussion of a New York area project. Funny enough, Walt even toyed with buying an existing Disneyland ripoff park in the Bronx, New York, called Freedom Land, which was founded by some former employees of his who had felt wronged. Central Florida ended up being the only site that provided the amount of land that Walt really wanted, but acquiring it without significantly driving up prices would lead to the kind of operation people write spy novels about. In fact, two of the principal participants in his plan, Paul Helliwell and William Donovan, were former members of the Office of Strategic Services, the predecessor of the CIA. Using fake names, a series of law firms, and even convincing the Orlando Sentinel's publisher that the anonymity of the mysterious buyer was good for Central Florida, Disney was able to keep their involvement under wraps until most of the land had been purchased. Disney managed to purchase the main tracts of land using option agreements in the name of attorney trustees. There were even negotiations for oil and mineral rights with Tufts University in Massachusetts. Though it was often named the mysterious buyer, Disney managed to shake off rumors for a while. The proximity to the ever-expanding operations at NASA pointed to several aerospace companies as the most likely buyers. By 1965, Disney had procured 27,000 acres for under $200 an acre in the names of dummy corporations such as I-4 Corporation, Bay Lake Properties Incorporated, Latin American Development, Reedy Creek Ranch Incorporated, and Tomahawk Properties Incorporated. You can see these names listed above Crystal Arts on Main Street, USA, in a tribute to Don Tatum, who played a key role in the land purchases. That same land jumped to nearly $80,000 an acre after the project was announced. Even with the land acquired, Disney still had to figure out how it would govern the project. On June 14, 1965, a 4-day meeting commenced to decide upon the legalities needed to fulfill their goals. This included discussions on drainage, zoning, building codes, and taxation. The team, which Walt only attended for the opening and closing, focused on 2 types of legal structure: a municipality or special district. Special districts in Florida allow for more specific control of building codes and drainage of the wetlands needed to build the project. In the end, they decided on a combination: the cities of Bay Lake and Lake Buena Vista and the Reedy Creek Drainage District, now the Reedy Creek Improvement District. Disney now had the power to build its own utilities, court system, police force, and airport, in addition to the construction-related powers it wanted. The state legislature approved the entities, and they were officially formed on May 12, 1967. However, this wasn't the end of the story. In a lawsuit that was almost a comedy sketch, the district sued the state of Florida and Disney, challenging itself. This was to preempt any other court challenge and to get the Florida Supreme Court to uphold the legality of the district. The state had to legally oppose the suit, but in reality, the attorneys for the state helped to make Disney's case. And when asked if they had a rebuttal for the district's case, the attorney arguing for the state responded, quote, "Yes, sir, but I don't know what to say." Suffice it to say, the district won the case. On October 1st, 1965, Paul Helliwell announced that his mystery client would be identifying themselves at a press conference on November 15th. However, Disney didn't get a chance to do things the way they wanted. On October 21st, Emily Bavar, a reporter for the Orlando Sentinel, published an article, "Is Our Mystery Industry Disneyland?" Bavar had been covering Disneyland's 10th anniversary and noted that in an interview, Walt had dodged questions about the Central Florida acquisitions, yet he knew a suspicious amount about the area. The secret was out, and Disney accelerated their plans, with Florida Governor William Hayden Burns announcing the project on October 25th. The development of the project continued, as did the public relations, trying to convince both the public and politicians about the project. In June of 1966, Marvin Davis was tasked with creating the master plan for the property, laying out how the theme park, resort areas, and the City of Tomorrow, now known as Epcot, would fit into the 12-mile-long, 7-mile-wide property. These plans can be seen in the most famous of these PR pushes, known as the Epcot film, as Walt walks around the Florida Project room. Two versions of this film were created, one for the general public and one for the Florida legislature. Sadly, this film would be Walt's last appearance on camera, as he was diagnosed with lung cancer that November and died at St. Joseph Hospital December 15, 1966. Reportedly, he was still working on his Florida project while on his deathbed. The Epcot film screened on February 2, 1967 in Winter Park as part of a press conference and press event to promote the project. If it was a spy mission to buy the land, it was a military one to build it. Two of the principals were Admiral Joe Fowler, who had helped build Disneyland, and General William Joe Potter, former governor of the Panama Canal I and the number 2 construction man for the 1964 New York World's Fair. While land clearing began as early as '65, it was May 30th, 1967, when the large-scale reclamation project on the property really began. This first step was the infrastructure. Roads were built to get equipment in, 55 miles of canals and levees were dug, and 7 million cubic yards of dirt were moved to create the Seven Seas Lagoon and prop up the site of the Magic Kingdom. This land would allow for most of the original Magic Kingdom layout to be built on the second floor, with access corridors known as utilidors down below. These would house a lot of the behind-the-scenes facilities and allow cast to travel outside the view of guests. Of course, this was a highly unique construction project, and it faced unique challenges. In addition to the 2 original hotels, the Polynesian Village Resort and the Contemporary Resort, 3 other hotels were planned around the Seven Seas Lagoon area: the Asian Resort, the Venetian Resort, and the Persian Resort. Of these, only the land for the Asian Resort was prepared and would later be home to Disney's Grand Floridian Resort and Spa. Both the Polynesian and the Contemporary originally were 12-story towers, but the Polynesian design changed before work began on the hotels in 1969. Disney contracted U.S. Steel to build the hotels using a unique form of modular construction. The rooms could be slid in and out of place for modification later, so the rooms could be built off-site for greater speed in construction. The factory sat near where Port Orleans currently sits and could produce as many as 15 rooms a day. Disney would own the land and U.S. Steel would own and run the buildings, though there are some sources that say Marriott and Western International were to handle the operations. At this time, Disney had never run a hotel since the Rather Corporation ran the Disneyland Hotel. However, U.S. Steel fell behind and over budget. Each modular room cost was almost 5 times what was expected, so Disney bought out U.S. Steel for $50 million, which was reportedly what U.S. Steel originally paid Disney for the rights to build and run the hotels. There are different stories about the specifics of the deal termination. Some report that it was before construction ended and Disney finished construction themselves. Others say the termination was in December of 1971. It's hard to tell what the real story is at this point, but we know that some of the finishing work was done by Disney employees working until and through the last minute of September 30th, 1971, as the Contemporary opened unfinished. Of course, the rest of construction had its issues too. Actual construction began in April 1969. Originally thought to cost $100 million, the budget had already reached $400 million at that point, and there were still constant delays. Even before vertical construction began, Disney was met with strikes by the International Union of Operating Engineers, starting almost as soon as the land clearing began, with things becoming violent before the dispute was settled on February 16th of '68. Disney originally hired J.B. Allen as the contractor, as he had done extensive construction at Disneyland, but after saying he couldn't make the October 1st, 1971 opening date, he was fired and replaced with the company's own engineer, Peter Markham, and Buena Vista Construction was formed. The iconic monorail line also had to be constructed. 2 concentric lines and a spur to the maintenance and storage barn were built, totaling 6 miles of track. The beams themselves were constructed as individual spans, each 25 inches wide, up to 4 feet thick, and between 90 and 110 feet long. They were cast off-site in Oregon and shipped to Florida for installation. 4 of the original 10 Mark IV monorails built by Martin Marietta were ready for October 1st, 1971. Monorails Orange, delivered April 5th, green delivered May 20th, and gold delivered June 15th were the first trains to enter service on September 1st of 71. Monorail blue was the fourth train and entered service on September 20th. Disney held another 4-day event in Orlando to showcase a more finalized plan than the Epcot film on April 30th of 69. Here, models in a 17-minute film were shown to the public. Corporate involvement and sponsors were announced. And most importantly, this is when the name was officially changed to Walt Disney World. A lot of this was later seen at the Walt Disney World Preview Center, which opened on January 16, 1970, and would close on September 30, 1971. Over 800,000 visitors passed through the center. The building still exists on Hotel Plaza Boulevard as the Amateur Athletic Union headquarters. This time period also saw Disney's first conservation area when in 1970 the company set aside 7,500 acres of the property to preserve. The opening date had been set in stone and was approaching quickly. Decisions had to be made as to what was going to open on day one and what would open soon thereafter, such as Fort Wilderness. One way or another, the resorts in the Magic Kingdom would be ready to go, even if Disney had to have non-construction workers laying sod in front of the Contemporary on the 30th of September. Thus, the pre-opening phase ended in a mad rush. The vacation kingdom of the world would officially rise from the swamps of Central Florida on Friday, October 1st, 1971. As the sun rose over Central Florida on October 1st of 1971, the management and cast of the Walt Disney World Resort braced for the expected onslaught. The fall date was planned to help manage crowds. However, newspapers and Florida Highway Patrol estimates had pushed that number into the hundreds of thousands after opening day at Disneyland ended up being an overcrowded disaster. Walt Disney World didn't have the same grand, live, star-studded opening day special. Those events would happen later in the month. On October 1st was just to be the opening day. By the end of the day, approximately 10,000 people had visited the Magic Kingdom, far from expectations. The park layout was essentially the same as we know it today, but obviously smaller. Large parts of Adventureland, Frontierland, Fantasyland, and Tomorrowland were barren land. But before they got to the Magic Kingdom, guests still had to pass through the Transportation and Ticket Center. The overall setup was similar to today's, minus the security and the Epcot platform. After paying 50 cents to park, the guests had two ways to get to the Magic Kingdom, via monorail or ferry. The two original ferries were the Port Sokol and the Southern Seas, side-wheel steamers with a 250 guest capacity. Monorails orange, green, gold, and blue were in service on opening day. Passing through the TTC, Magic Kingdom visitors would buy their tickets. There were three categories for tickets: child ages 3 to 11, junior ages 12 to 17, and adult for people 18 and up. An adult general admission was $3.50, but of course this didn't include ride tickets. There were also 7 adventure books that sold bundles of tickets, including admission. This book contained 1 each of the A, B, and C tickets and 2 each of the D and E tickets at a price of $4.50 for an adult. An 11 adventure book also existed at $5.75 for an adult. The individual tickets were also available in the park, with an A ticket costing 10 cents, the B 25 cents, a C ticket 50 cents, D ticket 75 cents, and of course the E ticket for 90 cents for an adult, 80 cents for juniors. As you would have passed through the turnstile, strollers were in the same location, and the shop on the west side was the newsstand. Lockers were under the train platform inside the station building. Once a guest entered Main Street USA, the town square looked very much like it does today. The Oscar Mayer-sponsored The Town Square Cafe was in place of Tony's Town Square, but the confectionery and chapeau were there. However, the Camera Center took up part of the current confectionery space. Next to the Town Square Cafe was the Gulf Hospitality House, which served as a secondary guest relations for Town Hall across the street. The Harmony Barbershop was on West Center Street, which divided the west half of Main Street. The corner of Center Street and Main Street housed the New Century Clock Shop, sponsored by Elgin Helbros, and the greenhouse consisted of flower carts in the middle of the street. The Emporium still occupied the front corner, but stopped before Center Street. The back half of that side of the street contained the Card Shop, sponsored by Hallmark, the Penny Arcade, the House of Magic, and a tobacconist. The Refreshment Corner, sponsored by Coca-Cola, stood where Casey's Corner stands today. On the east side of Main Street, you would pass the confectionery, the Main Street Cinema, and the Cup and Saucer China Shop. The Wonderland of Wax Candle Shop was tucked into the back of the south side of Center Street. Art stands where guests could have artwork drawn of themselves took up that side of Center Street. Along the north of Center Street, you could find Disney & Co., a toy shop, and Uptown Jewelers. Moving further along Main Street, you'd find the Market House, sponsored by Smuckers, and Dixie Crystals, followed by the Shadowbox Silhouette Studio and Crystal Arts. Next would be the Bakery, sponsored by Sara Lee, and the Plaza Ice Cream Parlor, sponsored by Borden. Main Street featured several attractions that could still be found today. Of course, the Walt Disney World Railroad existed at the train station at the beginning of Main Street, but at the time this was the only stop. 3 trains were in service: the Walter E. Disney, the Lily Bell, and the Roger E. Brogy. The Main Street vehicles were also in operation, featuring the fire truck, the horse-drawn streetcar, an omnibus, a jitney, and a horseless carriage. The Main Street Cinema was open, as was the Penny Arcade. There was various entertainment, including the Dapper Dans, the Walt Disney World Band, the Firehouse Band, a pianist at Refreshment Corner, a saxophone quartet known as the Keystone Cops, a Crystal Palace Trio, as well as characters on parade. Along the west side of the Central Hub area, the Baby Care Center and First Aid were in their current location. The Crystal Palace opened with the park, but was a cafeteria-style a la carte restaurant serving buffet style and was called a buffeteria. Moving clockwise, Adventureland featured nothing beyond the Jungle Cruise and the Tropical Serenade, the original name for Florida's Enchanted Tiki Room, which was sponsored by the Florida Citrus Growers. The Swiss Family Treehouse was there, and the Safari Club Shooting Arcade was in the current place of the Island Supply Company. This arcade consisted of coin-operated individual shooting machines as compared to the Frontier Shooting Gallery model. The bench design was not the lava rock we see today, but smoother concrete benches, and the foliage had not grown in yet to the extent we see now. The leaky tikis existed, but did not shoot water and faced each other in a circle, more directly in front of the Jungle Cruise entrance. Also in this area was a ticket booth. The main restaurant was the Adventureland Veranda in the current home of Skipper Canteen. The menu was listed as Polynesian and featured items such as Fiji chicken. The Sunshine Tree Terrace occupied its original location between the Tiki Room and the pass-through to Frontierland. Meanwhile, the Veranda Juice Bar was across from the treehouse in the current location of the Sunshine Tree. Adventureland Bazaar, Traders of Timbuktu Tiki Tropic Shop, the Magic Carpet, Oriental Imports, and Tropic Toppers comprised the shopping complex along the north set of buildings. The patio area here also housed JP and the Silver Stars, Adventureland Steel Drum Band. The overhang area that separates Frontierland and Adventureland was not installed yet, so the transition between the lands was much harsher. Opening day Frontierland featured 3 attractions. First was the Frontier Shooting Gallery, featuring lead pellet shooting guns, necessitating repainting each and every night. The Davy Crockett Explorer canoes boarded near the current docks for the rafts to Tom Sawyer Island. While the islands existed, they were not open for guests yet. The Country Bear Jamboree was one of the Magic Kingdom's premier attractions at the time. It was sponsored by Pepsi and Frito-Lay. The Frontier Trading Post, located between the Shooting Gallery and Country Bear Jamboree, appears to have been the main store in Frontierland. Located just past the Country Bear's entrance sat another shop, Westward Ho. Country Bear Jamboree exited into the mile-long bar, a refreshment stand, and the land ended with Pecos Bill's Cafe. Liberty Square opened with the Mike Fink keelboats, the Haunted Mansion, and the Hall of Presidents. Mike Fink featured 2 boats, the Gullywumper and the Bertha May, and loaded near the entrance to the Haunted Mansion. The Hall of Presidents was up to date with Richard Nixon as the most recent president. Blaine Gibson sculpted all 36 presidents for the cap-off to a presentation that featured the voices of Paul Frees and Dale McKinnon. The film featured the Constitutional Convention of 1787, the Lincoln-Douglas debate, and capped off with a Saturn V rocket lifting off. Royal Dano once again voiced Lincoln for the finale, just as he did at Disneyland. The Haunted Mansion exterior was vastly different. No interactive queue, no empty hearse, and not even a canopy over the queue. The inside was much the same as it would be until 2007's refurbishment. One thing to note, the stanchions for the queue and the exit were necessarily in different places, as it was the removal of these original stanchions that led to the story of the original Bride's Ring. The Diamond Horseshoe Revue was also an opening day draw, and the hour-long show featured Wally Bogue at opening, as the comedian had temporarily relocated from Disneyland to get the Magic Kingdom version of the show going. The current Christmas shop area was broken up into Old World Antiques, Lafayette's Perfumery, and the Silversmith. The Heritage House next to the Hall of Presidents sold Americana. The Yankee Peddler opened in the current spot of Memento Mori. The area where the market sits today was an open field. The Liberty Tree Tavern opened as a standard a la carte table service restaurant. Sleepy Hollow Refreshments appears to have been open as a snack bar on opening day as well. Entering Fantasyland, the first thing you'd encounter would be the Skyway to Tomorrowland, taking up the area where the Tangled-themed toilets sit now. It's a Small World was in its current location, but the load and unload were on opposite sides. The location of Mickey's Filler Magic housed its spiritual predecessor, the Mickey Mouse Revue, an animatronic extravaganza featuring some of the most memorable songs in the then-existing Disney catalog. Cinderella's Golden Carousel, a refurbished 1917 carousel, opened in the castle's courtyard. Immediately behind the carousel sat Dumbo the Flying Elephant, featuring 10 vehicles that weren't wearing hats. Snow White's Adventures also opened, along with Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. Both of these differed considerably from their Disneyland counterparts. In fact, the Mr. Toad ride at Walt Disney World featured a 2-track layout. The Mad Tea Party was in its current location but did not feature a canopy. Pinocchio's Village Haus served as the main quick-service restaurant, serving burgers and the like, and King Stephen's Banquet Hall was the table service restaurant inside Cinderella Castle. The Lancers Inn served pizza in the place that would eventually become the Friar's Nook. The Troubadour Tavern, a refreshment stand, sat next to Peter Pan's Flight. There was also the Tournament Tent refreshment stand back behind Dumbo. Early shops included the Fantasyland Art Festival, located what is now the Peter Pan Queue, the Castle Camera Shop, the Royal Candy Shop, and the Mad Hatter between Mickey Mouse Revue and Peter Pan's Flight. Tomorrowland's opening day brought an unfinished mess. The only attractions were the Grand Prix Raceway, sponsored by Goodyear, and the Skyway to Fantasyland. None of the attractions along the main pathway from the central hub were ready. Despite its impressive entrance bordered on either side by two waterfall towers, there was nothing futuristic about the attractions in the land at this time. With a decor drastically different from today, the buildings were mainly white concrete and glass, in a depiction of the future that seems like an evolution of the stark style of brutalism popular in the late mid-century period. The Tomorrowland Terrace originally sat in Cosmic Ray's current location, and the only shops on opening day were the Skyway Station Shop and Mickey's Mart, which is housed in what is now the Star Traders. It's unclear if the original lunching pad, now Anti-Gravity's, was available on opening day, but it did open in 1971. Hearing this list of attractions, you'll no doubt be asking where a few things you were sure that were there on opening day are. In the mad rush to open, not everything made the cut for October 1st. First to open just the next day was the Admiral Joe Fowler Riverboat in Liberty Square. Fantasyland saw Peter Pan's Flight open on October 3rd, and then 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea on October 14th. The Tinkerbell Toy Shop opened in November. November also saw the America the Beautiful Circle Vision 360 film debut in Tomorrowland on the 25th, and it's presented by Monsanto. Flight to the Moon premiered across the street 1 month later on December 24th. Of course, the Magic Kingdom wasn't the only thing to open on October 1st, 1971. The Contemporary and the Polynesian Village resorts opened that day as well, if not fully. Prices range from $25 to $44 per night. The Contemporary Resort opened with the familiar A-frame tower and two garden wings, with the north garden wing slightly larger than the south one that exists today. While its lack of landscaping on opening day was necessary to get the hotel open, the nearly 1,000-room resort still featured relatively little landscaping even after being completely redone within the month. The resort also featured significant convention space, even if the large convention center building was not there. There were 10 convention rooms, including names like Atlantic, Continental, Everglades, Gulf Coast, Pacific, Redwoods, Yellowstone, Yosemite, Great Smokies, and Grand Republic rooms. The 1,400-seat Ballroom of the Americas was a combination of the Atlantic and Continental rooms. The convention area also featured the Hemisphere Lounge. Outside, the Contemporary featured multiple pools, a marina, 2 snack bars. The Dock Inn focused on normal fast food fare, and the Sandbar was an actual bar. The marinas at both resorts featured multiple watercraft for rent, including the infamous bob-around boats. The round teen pool extended into but was not part of Bay Lake, and the square adult pool sat between the tower and the lake. The beaches were open for swimming and featured volleyball courts. Back in the Grand Canyon Concourse on the 4th floor of the tower, you could find a variety of shops and restaurants. There were several sections operating under the Grand Canyon Terrace, including a cafe and a bar in the areas now taken up by current restaurants. There was also the Monorail Club Car Bar opposite the entrance to the monorail station. The area on the northwest quarter housed the Spirit World, a liquor store, Plaza Gifts and Sundries, and the Fantasia Shop for children. The Bay Lake side had the Contemporary Man and Contemporary Woman, as well as Kingdom Jewelers. And of course, all this existed under Mary Blair's famous mural. The original Top of the World opened with the resort as well, featured a supper club, lounge, and 2 private rooms. In addition to the regular nightly shows, it would also occasionally serve as host to famous acts such as Cab Calloway. The area behind check-in, now known as the Wave, was the Sunshine State Exhibitorium, featuring gaming tables. Just down the monorail track past several topiaries was the Polynesian Village. This opening day version of the resort featured 484 rooms across 8 longhouses. Going clockwise from the Great Ceremonial House, they were Bali High, Tahiti, Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, Hawaii, Bora Bora, and Maui. Like the Contemporary, the rooms were not highly themed, as getting them built on time was the priority. There was only the main pool that looked like a waterfall grotto. The current East Pool location was a putting green. The marina featured many of the same watercraft as the Contemporary Marina, with the addition of a war canoe. The beaches were also open for swimming, with a small raft slide out in the Seven Seas Lagoon. The infamous wave machine did exist and operated briefly. Like today, the Great Ceremonial House featured most of the shops and restaurants. The building did feature the grand waterfall area, but a checkered tile floor. The Polynesian Princess, Robinson Crusoe Esquire, Trader Jack's Grog Hut, News from Civilization, and Village Gifts and Sundries were the shops of the main lobby. The Tambu Lounge existed, but the restaurant it was attached to was the Papiti Bay Veranda, which featured breakfast, lunch, and a Polynesian review with dinner. The South Seas Room, which now exists as a conference space, was a buffet. The Coral Isle Cafe was the precursor to Kona. The nightly luau took place on the beach as the cove was not ready yet. Not wanting to repeat the chaos that was July 17, 1955, when Disneyland opened, Disney decided to hold off the grand opening ceremonies and filming for the TV special after 3 weeks of soft openings. Celebrities such as Jonathan Winters, Julie Andrews, Bob Hope, and Buddy Hackett descended on the property for the filming, much of which was done outside of operating hours. The special aired on October 29th. October 24th saw the opening ceremonies for the two resorts. The night culminated with a 1,000-person luau on the beaches of the Polynesian village. This was also the debut of the electrical water pageant. The 1971 version featured the sea serpent, whale, 2 sea lions, a clamshell mermaid, goldfish, dolphins, redhead mermaids, octopus, flying fish, 4 seahorses, and King Neptune. Fantasy in the Sky is also reported to premiere that night. The next day, Roy Disney dedicated the park. Quote, Walt Disney World is tribute to the philosophy and life of Walter Elias Disney, and to the talents, the dedication, and the loyalty of the entire Disney organization that made Walt Disney's dream come true. May Walt Disney World bring joy and inspiration and new knowledge to all who come to this happy place. A magic kingdom where the young at heart of all ages can laugh and play and learn together. The dedication speech was followed by a 5,000-performer Walt Disney World on Parade, which included 1,076-member marching band. When it came down to deciding what would be available opening day, the Fort Wilderness Campground unfortunately was delayed. Despite appearing on the October 29th opening special in a rather, well, calling it outdated would be kind, comedic set of segments featuring Jonathan Winters, the campground did not actually open until November 19th. The initial phase of the resort featured 250 campsites. All the recreation facilities and stores were located at the Trading Post, and the Tri-Circle D Ranch opened at the same time. The Palm and Magnolia course opened in 1971. That year, as part of the marketing of the resort, the course hosted the Walt Disney World Golf Classic in December. Jack Nicklaus won. Spalding was the original sponsor and provided the first rental clubs under their Top Flight brand that were branded with a swinging Mickey. The early days of Walt Disney World were hectic, from executives being worried that they couldn't handle the crowds to them being afraid that they were not getting enough on opening day. By the end of November, the daily guest count had surpassed 50,000. The resort was a huge success. However, the year ended on a solemn note when Roy O. Disney passed away on December 20th, 1971, 5 years and 5 days after he said goodbye to his younger brother Walt in the same hospital. However, he and Walt Disney Productions accomplished what they had vowed to do that half-decade ago, to make Walt's final dream a reality. Now it will be up to a new set of executives to continue operating the property in the years to come. Walt Disney Productions entered 1972 a very different company than it had been a year before. Walt Disney World opened 3 months prior and proved to be a hit. The company was under new leadership for the first time without a Disney at the helm. Don Tatum was now the chairman and CEO, and Card Walker was president and COO. And while we know the company would be entering a stagnant phase, the immediate plans for Walt Disney World focused on completing Phase 1, and Walt's dream of Epcot wasn't quite the top priority. The first Walt Disney World theme park would already welcome its 1 millionth guest by the end of its first year, but along the way it saw the addition of attractions, restaurants, and shops. It also saw its first closure approximately a half a year into its existence. The first known casualty of change would be the Adventureland Safari Club Arcade by March. The site would become Colonel Hathie's Safari Club, and the latter would be used to extend queue space for the immensely popular Country Bear Jamboree. The Fife and Drum refreshment stand opened in a corner of Liberty Square near the Hub Canal this year, as did the Columbia Harbor House. Fantasyland saw 2 additions. In March, they added Merlin's Magic Shop, where you'll now find Sir Mickey's, and on December 12th, the King's Gallery inside Cinderella Castle, where Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique sits today. Major attraction additions weren't quite in the cards this early, but there were changes. Walt Disney World Railroad added the Frontierland Station on or around May 1st. This original station was a slightly raised, simple building located where the current Frontierland Parade entrance and exit is located. The parade route at that time ended about where the current train station is. A 4th train, the Roy O. Disney, had already entered service on December 1st of 71. If You Had Wings, sponsored by Eastern Airlines, opened on June 5th in Tomorrowland as the park's first free ride. The ride focused on Eastern's Caribbean destinations and had an area to book a trip as you exited, reusing the ride system and track layout from Disneyland's Adventure Through Inner Space. And while individual ride tickets stayed the same, admission to the park went up 25 cents in February. In October, the 7 and 11 count adventure books went to 8 and 12 count tickets. Due to guest demand, construction began on Pirates of the Caribbean in Adventureland early in the year. It's well known that Pirates of the Caribbean was never planned for Walt Disney World, as it was thought that it would not be exotic to the Florida audience. A Mark Davis-designed similar boat ride, titled the Western River Expedition, was meant to fill the void left without pirates, but complaints of the lack of the world-famous attraction caused Disney to quickly add a shortened version of the Disneyland staple. This appears to be the death blow for Western River Expedition, as the company's 1972 annual report no longer mentions the ride, but touts the 1974 opening of Big Thunder Railway, a version of an attraction originally designed to be part of Western River's Thunder Mesa complex. The Space Mountain, as the annual report called it, and the Plaza Pavilion also began construction on December 15th. Outside of the parks, things also continue to evolve. Lost to time is the Walt Disney World Water Ski Show, at some point later renamed the Wonderful World of Water. The show, which debuted in the summer, would run up to 5 times a day, and while it could obviously be seen from many parts of the lagoon, there was a paid 50 cents, then raised to 75 cents special viewing area off to the side of the Magic Kingdom entrance near the monorail station. Seven Seas Lagoon and Bay Lake also hosted a variety of paid cruises in the evenings. These included general tours, cocktail cruises, and dinner cruises on the paddle wheel ferry boats, a yacht, and even a Chinese junk ship that docked at the Contemporary. Around the lagoon, the monorail fleet also expanded to 10 trains by the end of '72. Monorails red and yellow had actually come into service on November 7th and December 3rd of the previous year, respectively. July 3rd saw the addition of the next train, Monorail Pink, and soon thereafter Monorail Silver on August 16th. Monorail Purple joined on November 14th, and finally, Black completed the initial fleet on December 22nd. Like the parks, the Contemporary, Polynesian Village, and Fort Wilderness each saw incremental changes. At both hotels, decor changes to the guest rooms were already underway, as guests had complained that they were rather bland. At the Contemporary, the Grand Canyon Terrace expanded, and the El Pueblo opened just next to it, hosting the first breakfast buffet at Walt Disney World. Downstairs, the Gulf Coast Room became a higher-end restaurant, with jackets required for men as part of the dress code. With these two spring additions, the Grand Canyon Terrace Lounge closed. The Polynesian Village saw little physical changes other than the beginning of room upgrades. The aforementioned Chinese junk, known as the Eastern Wind, was added to the Polynesian Marina. A longtime pianist named Ramon Bueno began playing at the Tambu Lounge at some point during the year. Fort Wilderness doubled the number of campsites as it continued its expansion, and the Fort Wilderness Railway began construction. The golf resort, now Shades of Green, began construction as well. At this point, the Asian resort was still being planned for 1974. Far on the other side of property, near the current site of Disney Springs, there was also major construction. 3 hotels, the Travel Lodge, Howard Johnson, and Royal Inn, were now open in what was called Motor Inn Plaza. Also, Lake Buena Vista began development as a residential community. By the end of 1972, 80 villas had already been constructed and leased, the Lake Buena Vista Golf Course opened, and construction of the clubhouse, 53 more villas, and recreation facilities were underway. 1972 can hardly be considered the key year in Walt Disney World's history, but it demonstrated from the very beginning the resort's ability to change and evolve. Key projects that would shape Walt Disney World and the public's perception of it were underway. Quintessential attractions such as Pirates of the Caribbean and Space Mountain would soon be a part of the Magic Kingdom. And they were just the beginning of the grand plans. However, 1973 and the gas crisis would soon change the trajectory of Walt Disney World forever. Walt Disney World's second full year of operation saw many things we still know today, as well as things we no longer have, added to the resort. But 1973 was also the first time that the real world began to intrude on the Vacation Kingdom. It became a harsh reality that no matter how big of a berm you build or how much land you buffer with, national and international crises will find themselves on your doorstep. The second fiscal year of October 1st, 1972 through September 30th, 1973 saw 11,593,000 guests pass through the gates, but the park was in a state of flux for the entire year. Heavy construction was taking place on both ends of the park as 2 now classic e-ticket attractions were being built. The first new addition a 1973 guest would encounter would be Station Break Refreshments, a new stand located under the Main Street train station. Second was the Walt Disney Story, presented by Gulf Oil. It opened in the Hospitality House in April and was dedicated by Lillian Disney on May 6th. The queue featured memorabilia, including the famous 8-piece Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs Oscar, as well as a model of the Nautilus from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. The Walt Disney Story was a film attraction that told the life story of Walt through his own perspective, using interviews and other recordings for the narration, and featured rare stills and film clips. The post-show area originally featured a model and showcase of the canceled Western River Expedition, hosted by an audio-animatronic owl named Hoot Gibson. The owl was also replicated for Disneyland's pre-show exhibits, but instead hosted a lecture on true-life adventures. The Plaza Swan boats officially opened on May 20th, loading in the Northeast Quadrant hub area in what was known as the Rose Garden. The 12 26-passenger boats would travel around the canals of the hub and into Adventureland, where they would circle the Swiss Family treehouse before returning. They'd even pass under the Cinderella Castle Bridge. In Adventureland, another new refreshment stand opened near the Jungle Cruise called the Oasis. In Frontierland, Westward Ho closed to make more room for the Country Bear Jamboree queue. Along the rivers of America, Tom Sawyer Island opened in April, followed May 20th by the Richard F. Irvine Riverboat. In addition to the areas to explore like the Old Grist Mill and Huck Finn's Treehouse, Tom Sawyer Island also featured Aunt Polly's Dockside Inn, a small counter-service restaurant. Fantasyland saw the Canopy and Central Teapot added to the Mad Tea Party attraction. While much of Tomorrowland was under construction for the entire year, the Plaza Pavilion, the current Tomorrowland Terrace, opened by summer to accommodate the added crowds from all of the new attractions in the park. Work continued on Space Mountain, while construction began on the Carousel of Progress, the People Mover, and the Starjets. Back across the park and just in time for the Christmas season, Pirates of the Caribbean opened on December 15th. However, the rest of Caribbean Plaza would not fully open until 1974. The Walt Disney World version of the ride was spearheaded by Imagineer Mark Davis and would be considerably shorter than the Disneyland counterpart. The lack of spatial constraints in the Magic Kingdom removed the need for the 2 waterfall drops, thus eliminating many of the cave scenes. Mark also envisioned a new finale that would differentiate the 2 rides. The queue, taking place in Castillo del Moro, would also be a big departure from the New Orleans Square aesthetic in Anaheim. Over at the Polynesian Village Resort, the Luau moved from the Polynesian Beach to the newly completed Luau Cove. At the Contemporary, there were more substantial changes taking place. The Outer Rim Bar replaced the Grand Canyon Concourse Lounge, which opened in 1972. Down on the first floor, the Sunshine State Exhibitorium became the Fiesta Fun Center. One correction, while we did state previously that the Exhibitorium opened with table games, further research pointed to the area opening as a conference room area, and then the games were added before the name changed. The Fiesta Fun Center featured a snack bar, numerous games, and a small movie theater showing Disney movies. The Golf Resort opened at the Palm and Magnolia courses. The resort features 153 rooms and provided expansion to the course's clubhouse facilities. Jack Nicklaus continued his streak of sweeping the Walt Disney World Golf Classic, which was the new name of the Walt Disney World Open Invitation. Over at Fort Wilderness, the resort expanded to 714 campsites, and the Pioneer Hall complex was under construction. The Fort Wilderness Railway, a steam train that served to transport guests around the campgrounds, also opened with 3 miles of track. The Lake Buena Vista area reached a total of 133 townhomes, and a 4th hotel opened on Motor Inn Plaza, the Dutch Inn. The area that would become the Disney Village Marketplace was also underway, with other additions to the Lake Buena Vista area. However, events far outside Disney's control would scuttle these plans and detour Walt Disney World's expansion permanently. In October, in response to the October War and failure of ongoing negotiations with oil companies, OPEC cut production and raised prices on exports to countries that supported Israel during the war with Egypt and Syria. This resulted in both gas rationing and up to a 300% increase in gas prices. President Nixon had to order gas rationing by the end of November. At the time, approximately 75% of Walt Disney World guests came from outside of Florida. The impact hit almost immediately as the holiday season approached, bringing attendance down about 9% year over year. By the end of the embargo in March of 1974, Disney had laid off cast members, canceled expansion plans, stockpiled fuel, and at one point had lost 55% of its stock value from before the crisis. Projects not under construction were canceled, including the Asian and Persian resorts. Space Mountain was delayed from the summer of 1974 to 1975. During the middle of the crisis, another event of historical significance would take place at Walt Disney World. On November 17th, the Associated Press Managing Editors Association annual convention was taking place at the Contemporary. During the convention, President Nixon would give a televised speech where he delivered the now famous line, "I am not a crook."
Well, I'm not a crook.
Walt Disney World is never the same place at the beginning of a year as it is at the end, and 1973 would be no different. However, despite iconic additions occurring during the year, not all would last. We as fans love to discuss the loss of the Fort Wilderness Railway and the Fiesta Fun Center, but it's the losses of things we never got that echo most from this year. The loss of monorail resorts, the change in Lake Buena Vista plans, and arguably the demise of Epcot as a city all stem from the events that the resort weathered in 1973. And in some ways mirror the circumstances Walt Disney World is currently facing. 1974 began dead in the middle of the gas crisis. After the holidays, Walt Disney World laid off over 1,700 cast members. Though many of these were part-time or seasonal employees brought on to help with the busy holiday season, 700 of them were full-time. Fiscal year 1974 saw attendance decline to 10,834,000 guests. Future plans were scrapped or delayed. However, there were plenty of projects underway to be completed, and 1974 saw a few of them come to fruition. While much of the Tomorrowland expansion was set to open in the summer of '74, much of it was put off until 1975. However, the Starjets attraction and the Space Bar restaurant opened for Thanksgiving on November 28th. Earlier in the year, Magic Carpet Round the World replaced America the Beautiful temporarily as they were adding to the older film in preparation for the coming bicentennial celebration. On the far side of the park, Caribbean Plaza opened sometime around April. While the attraction opened in December 1973, that being Pirates of the Caribbean, the rest of the area was delayed. The Caribbean Arcade was a shooting gallery in the section that separates the Pirates queue from the exit shop, which until recently housed the Pirates League. The shops that opened were La Princesa de Cristal, the Golden Galleon, and the House of Treasure. Pioneer Hall opened April 1st at Fort Wilderness, featuring Crockett's Tavern, which took the entire space the tavern and Trails End currently take up. The hall featured the Star-Spangled Washboard Band when it first opened, and its signature act wasn't ready yet. The Hoop-de-Doo Musical Revue would debut on June 14th. Imagineering saw the hall as more of an authentic educational venue, so the creation of the show was put on the entertainment division. The show was not originally intended to be permanent and was initially cast through an internship program, named the Disney Fine Arts Work Experience Program, which the company was running with Cal Arts. The show proved itself to be immensely popular and continued well past the September end date of the internships, with only very few changes through the years. Treasure Island opened in April for the Easter season. Previously named Blackbeard's Island, the new ticket attraction featured botanical gardens and rare birds and reptiles. The island could be accessed only via boat from one of the resorts on Bay Lake or at the Magic Kingdom. This, of course, would later become Discovery Island. While the main draw was the animal exhibits, there was a pirate element to the island, including a reproduction of a shipwreck on the shore. Around the rest of the Magic Kingdom area, more behind-the-scenes facilities were added. The Luau Cove area and the kitchens at the Polynesian saw upgrades, and some decor changes happened in the rooms. Other improvements include new telephone facility, an expansion of the central energy plant, administrative buildings, and consuming. The yearly PGA tournament became the Walt Disney World National Team Championship, where two-man teams competed instead of a traditional tournament. The gas crisis put the future of the Lake Buena Vista area in question, as several of Disney's partners in the area began to reassess their involvement. Disney started marketing some of the villas for short-term rentals through the Walt Disney Travel Company. They also opened The Village, a shopping and dining district featuring 32 shops and restaurants. This area seemed to balance targeting locals and tourists. Many of the shops featured artisan handcrafted goods, but there was also a barber, a pharmacy, and a post office. Some of the known shops were the Port of Entry, Pottery Chalet, the Chalet Candle Shop, and the Flower Garden. Captain Jack's, which would last until the Disney Springs conversion, opened with the area, along with 3 other restaurants: the Village Restaurant, Light Bite, and Heidelberger's Deli. Guests could also take a launch over to the clubhouse at the golf course for a more upscale meal. Perhaps one of the most historical moments of the year to happen at Walt Disney World wasn't even Disney-oriented at all. While John Lennon told the Beatles he was leaving the band in September of 1969, and Paul McCartney made it public in 1970, the dissolution wasn't final until December 29, 1974, and it was made final in a room at the Polynesian Village. Lennon was on vacation with May Pang, his secretary and lover. Having missed the meeting to sign the documents, an attorney flew to Florida and tracked Lennon down in room 1601, where he signed the papers. There is some debate if this is the actual room, as the resort would see building name changes over time, but this is the only room we've ever seen specifically cited. Walt Disney World weathered the gas crisis that dominated the first half of the year and came out of it changed, but with a plan for things to move forward. The modified end of Phase 1 development was on the horizon, and the Magic Kingdom was set to match Disneyland's ride capacity by the end of the next year. The next step was already underway. As the 1974 annual report showed, the company was beginning to shift focus to Epcot as the concept of a World Showcase was being highlighted. But first, 1975 would see a land completed to take the Magic Kingdom into tomorrow. Like the rest of the nation after the Watergate scandal and the gas crisis, Walt Disney World entered 1975 a different place than it had been at the beginning of 1974. And we're not just talking about attraction openings, but the events of 1973-74 changed the company's plans and outlook for the future. What can really be described as Phase 1 would be complete, not quite as planned, and then what the resort would become would start to blast off. On January 15th, the Carousel of Progress and Space Mountain opened with grand fanfare. A 2,000-member band, 50,000 balloons, a pageant of nations, and a Dove release, along with astronauts Scott Carpenter, Gordon Cooper, and Jim Irwin, dedicated the roller coaster. In 1964, Walt first approached designer John Hench with his idea for an attraction that would be the focal point of a renovated Tomorrowland planned for 1967. His quote-unquote spaceport would include a roller coaster-style ride in the dark, with lighting and other special effects. Originally called Space Voyage, the attraction concept continued to be refined over the years by WED Enterprises. Walt Disney's death in December 1966 and the new emphasis on preparing for the newly announced Disney World project forced WED to put aside the design of Space Mountain indefinitely. The Magic Kingdom's early success and its unexpected popularity with teens and young adults prompted WED to begin planning thrill rides for the new park shortly after its opening in 1971. A new Matterhorn bobsleds attraction was considered, but it wouldn't fit in Florida's Fantasyland. Ultimately, designers returned to designing Space Mountain. The Magic Kingdom's Tomorrowland had the right amount of available land, and computing technology had improved significantly since the initial design phases. That being said, the computers didn't end up working out, and the two-track roller coaster was designed by hand anyway. The ride opened sponsored by RCA, and the exit would take you through the home of future living, highlighting how RCA products would shape future homes. Right next door to Space Mountain, on the other side of the Skyway station, the new version of the Carousel of Progress opened the same day. Having been removed from Disneyland nearly 2 years earlier, this version of the attraction not only updated the final scene to be more contemporary with 1975, it also changed the theme tune to the new Sherman Brothers song, The Best Time of Your Life, by a request from the attraction's continued sponsor, General Electric. This was to promote guests to buy appliances now rather than to wait for a great big beautiful tomorrow. Having the home of future living less than a football field away probably didn't hurt that line of thinking. However, notably the fourth scene seems to focus on society's progress, not technology's, and was set on New Year's Eve, cutting to a Walt Disney World New Year's Eve celebration at the same time. On March 15th, the Circle Vision 360 film America the Beautiful returned with new footage for the American Bicentennial. Across the way, Flight to the Moon reopened as Mission to Mars on June 7th, following its Disneyland counterpart in March. The new attraction varied little other than the film and pre-show content. Rounding out Tomorrowland, the Wedway People Mover opened on July 1st, utilizing the balconies and tunnels that had been in place since 1971. This version of the ride was sponsored by the Edison Electric Institute and narrated by Jack Wagner. What can be considered the birth of the modern Walt Disney World Parade debuted on June 14th on both coasts. America on Parade would run well into 1976 and featured both traditional Disney characters and historical figures. The parade was based around 8-foot-tall People of America figures, which are basically large figurines from It's a Small World turned into character costumes. The parade also featured several elaborate floats depicting moments and icons in American history, such as the Liberty Bell, the first Thanksgiving, and the Statue of Liberty. My personal favorite, the giant sandwich. Little happened at the resorts. The Grand Canyon Terrace Cafe switched from table service to cafeteria style at some point in the beginning of the year and took the name the Terrace Buffeteria. The Polynesian saw refurbishments at the South Seas Room and the monorail station, where the ticket booth was removed. The Walt Disney World Village hosted 2 events for the first time in 1975, the Festival of the Masters and an art festival, and the Glory and Pageantry of Christmas as a kind of nativity show for the holidays. By the end of 1975, the Magic Kingdom would be in a state that would remain nearly unchanged for the rest of the decade, and the resorts were also cementing in the offerings for years to come. Walt Disney World also had its first original attraction that would begin to travel the world over as a staple of all castle parks. Attendance had risen 15% to over 12 million guests in fiscal year 75, recovering from the losses suffered during the gas crisis. In the years to come, the focus would be on providing options beyond the Magic Kingdom to keep guests entertained and to truly make it the vacation kingdom of the world. By the end of 1975, Walt Disney World had largely recovered from the gas crisis, welcoming its 50 millionth guest. The guest was Susan Brummer, and she was welcomed on March 2, 1976. The Magic Kingdom was largely finished with its initial layout at the time. The 3 hotels were operating at 97% capacity, and the campground was under constant expansion. With the Vacation Kingdom a success, the company was now turning to the future and the world as it developed its plans for Epcot. After the opening of a majority of Tomorrowland the previous year, not much happened to the Magic Kingdom in 1976. In September, America on Parade ended on the 6th, and the Character Cavalcade returned after that. Some minor changes did happen around the park. Starting in Adventureland, Il Pirata y el Perico opened as a small refreshment and hot dog stand in Caribbean Plaza. That was sometime between 1974 and 75. In the same period, the Tiki Tropic Shop was rebranded as just the Tropic Shop. Also, Tom Sawyer Island had a second refreshment stand in Fort Sam Clemens that served slushy drinks. The Fantasyland Art Festival moved from the Peter Pan Q area to the area now known as the Cheshire Cafe next to the Mad Tea Party. That happened in 1973. The Magic Kingdom had also been hosting grad night events since its first spring in 1972. Obviously, these were not changes directly in 1976, but as we continue to research, we do find these additional notes that are probably worth giving to you. The most significant addition to Walt Disney World in 1976 is inarguably River Country on June 19. Walt Disney World's first water park was situated in the northeast corner of Fort Wilderness. Positioned on the shore of Bay Lake near Discovery Island, the park featured a rustic wilderness theme, complete with rocks and man-made boulders. It was described as an old-fashioned swimming hole with a twist of Huckleberry Finn. The original working title was Pop's Willow Grove. Susan Ford, the president's daughter, presided over the park's grand opening. The park featured a sandy bottom and unique water filtering system, using confluent water from adjacent Bay Lake, which was dammed off, creating a natural-looking artificial lagoon. The park's water was at a higher level than the lake's, which was an effort to prevent lake water from going into the park. Slides such as Slippery Slide Falls and Whoop and Holler Hollow emptied into the 2 pools. There was a whitewater rapid tube slide as well. Rustic swimming hole rope and tire swings, plus barrel bridges rounded out the 4,700-person park. At the resorts, the Polynesian Luau saw some minor seating changes as risers were added. 113 more campsites were added to Fort Wilderness. Over in the Lake Buena Vista area, the remainder of the Treehouse Villas opened, bringing the total to 60. While not much was being constructed on property at this point, the planning for Epcot was becoming the resort's and the company as a whole's largest project. Epcot had been proceeding for years with the Industrial Park and World Showcase as separate but linked projects. However, it was in 1976 at the Epcot Center that we came to know was developed. The park and Future World both got their names in 1976. It does still appear that some version of the Industrial Park was still in the works as well. Throughout the year, Imagineers and executives traveled around the world to a variety of countries to pitch pavilions. In addition to the countries that were eventually built, they also presented to the Philippines, Russia, Venezuela, and Iran. Every country was pitched an attraction, restaurant, and shopping complex. What would be known as the Rhine River Cruise was presented, as was an Omnimover ride for Japan. The concept for the American Adventure was also being pitched to American companies for sponsorship. At this time, the Epcot Center project had the entry through the World Showcase, leading to Future World. While not much was laid out for Future World, a centerpiece called Spaceship Earth was planned. However, the park was specifically going to highlight new concepts in oceanography, space, energy, agriculture, transportation, health, communications, and the arts. All of these planned exhibits were being staged to be shopped to sponsors as they were developed. While this version of the park would seek to teach the average guest about the topics Walt had originally wanted Epcot to be a place to develop, the company was also still working on implementing alternative technologies such as solar power, alternative fuels, and natural sewage treatment through the Walt Disney World property. While the majority of the Walt Disney World we know today didn't exist by the end of 1976, the entire concept was now there. Theme park, zoological exhibits, and water parks all existed. Hotels and vacation villas were available. Boat, bus, and monorail transportation all existed. There were sports and recreation facilities as well as a shopping district. Everything that exists now existed then, but on a smaller scale. And with Epcot Center development now in full swing, the resort was ready to move on to its grand and miraculous future. River Country's June 1976 opening would prove to be the last major addition to Walt Disney World in the 1970s. That doesn't mean the resort would sit completely stagnant while Epcot Center was being developed, though. These seemingly minor changes would last for decades and become staples, if not symbols, of a Walt Disney World vacation. And while changes would still come, the 1977 development of Epcot Center would form the foundation of the concept of the park that we would come to know and love once it opened. There were minor changes in the Magic Kingdom. On Main Street, it appears that Gaff was no longer the sponsor of the camera shop, at least no longer listed as such on the guide maps. The Art Festival also seems to have left Main Street. Meanwhile, Jimmy Carter was added to the Hall of Presidents in Liberty Square. The biggest addition to the kingdom was an offering that would delight guests for decades to come: the Main Street Electrical Parade. Built simultaneously for Disneyland and Walt Disney World, although this would be the second version for Anaheim, the nighttime processional debuted on June 11th. The parade was kicked off by the Blue Fairy and contained many of the same floats that the most recent version that performed at Disneyland had. There were many different units, such as Dumbo the Flying Elephant, and different characters that would change with the times. One of the new floats added was the famous Elliott float to promote the release of Peach Dragon. Also, a new finale float was added featuring neon on rotating mirrors. The Main Street Electrical Parade's underlying theme song is entitled Baroque Hoedown. The original version was created in 1967 by early synthesizer pioneers Jean-Jacques Perry and Gershon Kingsley, and appeared first on the album Kaleidoscopic Vibrations, Electronic Pop Music from Way Out. Originally, the parade soundtrack had the same themes as the current recording, but was a different arrangement by Jim Christensen and Paul Beaver. In 1977, it was updated and arranged by electronic music artist Don Dorsey and Jack Wagner at Jack Wagner Studio. Construction began at the Polynesian on the Oahu expansion, which closed the putting green section to add the new facilities. The Luau also got windscreens. Over at the Contemporary, in response to the popularity of Captain Jack's Oyster Bar over at the Lake Buena Vista Village, the Coconino Cove opened on the south end of the Grand Canyon Concourse, serving oysters and drinks. An act named Amos and Charles played for guests. Meanwhile, the electrical water pageant, which was the inspiration behind the creation of the electrical parade, also saw an upgrade. The Sea Serpent expanded to 4 floats, the sea lions and the shrimp were removed, and an octopus, dinosaur, and sea monster were all added. River Country went through a nearly 2-month refurbishment this year, a procedure that would become standard for Disney's water parks in the years that followed. The Lake Buena Vista Village saw a legendary addition as well, the Empress Lily. It opened on May 1st, christened by its namesake, Lily and Disney. The stationary paddle wheeler featured 3 full restaurants and 3 lounges as well. The Steerman's Quarters was a steakhouse, the Fisherman's Deck was a seafood restaurant, and the Empress Room was formal dining. The main lounge was the Baton Rouge Lounge and was a showcase for jazz bands, such as the Baton Rouge Music Company and the Riverboat Rascals. The Promenade and Starboard lounges faced out over Lake Buena Vista. Epcot development continued under what is now known as Master Plan 5. This plan itself is similar to what would eventually be created. The entrance was now through Future World, with a figure-8 world showcase in the back positioned around a double lagoon. The American Adventure was situated as a bridging area between the 2 lands, not at the far back of the World Showcase. Future World itself was very close to its final design, even if the pavilions themselves would still change drastically. Spaceship Earth was at the entrance, and the rest of the pavilions were surrounding Communicore. On the left side and moving clockwise were Life and Health, the Land, and Transportation. On the right, you'd find Space, the Seas, and Energy. Spaceship Earth and Communicore were similar in concept to their final opening day versions. The Seas had multiple experiences, a history of maritime travel, an underwater tour hosted by Neptune, and Seabase Alpha. Transportation had an outdoor track and some form of indoor simulators. Life and Health was designed as multiple experiences that seemed to be centered around a midway. Energy was more forward-thinking than focusing on fossil fuels, and the released plans for space and the land were extremely vague at this point. Despite the figure-8 design, World Showcase was very similar in concept to the 1982 version. The American adventure itself was a similar show to what we know today. The countries that were signed on or in negotiation at the time were Canada, Costa Rica, England, Israel, Japan, Mexico, Morocco, Poland, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, the United Arab Emirates, Venezuela, West Germany, and others. The international program staffing concept was also being planned. It's easy to dismiss 1977 as an uneventful year. The only attraction change was a parade that had existed for years at Disneyland. However, that would be underestimating the impact that both the Electrical Parade and even the Empress Lily had on the overall culture of Walt Disney World. Both would be staple experiences into the 1990s. These changes, along with the development at the resorts and for Epcot, were stepping stones to the mature resort we are all familiar with now. Despite the late 1970s being a fairly stagnant period for Walt Disney World as Epcot was being developed, the resort continued to boom. Attendance rose 7.8% to over 14 million guests for the fiscal year. In 1978, the Magic Kingdom Park itself did not change much, with the majority of the active changes happening at the resorts. The changes to the existing resort were few and far between. The Camera Center began to be called the Main Street Camera Center. The main change at the Magic Kingdom was Mickey's birthday parade, which appears to have debuted on his 50th birthday on November 18th, along with a special weekend of activities. Treasure Island dropped its pirate theme and became Discovery Island in April. The name was chosen after a cast member contest. Over in the Lake Buena Vista area, the office complex that contained the Sun Bank and the post office began operation. The Polynesian saw significant changes. Oahu opened, adding another 144 rooms to the resort. Along with that expansion came the Eastern Pool and its complex. This also gave the resort the Snack Aisle and Tangaroa Terrace, as well as the Moana Mickey Fun Hut. While not an addition, the Contemporary saw a major redecorating of the Grand Canyon Concourse in a more southwestern style. Also, it was either in late 77 or more likely early 78 that the shooting gallery was installed at the Fiesta Fun Center. This was a mishmash of design featuring Old West, haunted house, pirate, and dungeon elements all thrown together. The Lake Buena Vista area added another 64 villa units. In 1978, Epcot Center evolved closer to the plan we would come to know, but pavilions would still evolve and change before the now set opening date of October 1st, 1982. The projected cost now at $500 million. The plan had dropped the figure-8 version of World Showcase, making the tomb-themed areas circles of pavilions around the Communicore, now alternatively referred to as the Future World Mall. The monorail made its now familiar loop around Future World, but there were, however, distinct differences. The American Adventure was still part of Future World, serving as the introduction to World Showcase. The exterior of the building was much more reminiscent of Space Mountain than the grand Georgian mansion that it would eventually become. Energy, the land, and the transportation pavilions appeared to be near fully fleshed out, and the sponsors were secured, and Spaceship Earth seemed close behind. The other 3 planned Future World pavilions were less cemented in place and would never end up as opening day offerings. This would be Space, Life and Health, and the Seas. Around the lagoon, World Showcase still contained an outlet to a secondary lagoon on its south side, possibly for future expansion. 10 pavilions were named in the 1978 annual report: Japan, the United Kingdom, France, Italy, Morocco, the UAE, Mexico, Israel, West Germany, and Canada. These would be sponsored by a variety of companies and governments, including Adidas, Cartier, Guinness, Japan Air, and Seiko. The annual report did mention some specific attraction designs. Canada planned a Circle Vision film. Note that some of the footage in both versions of O Canada did date back to the 1967 Montreal Expo's Canada Pavilion film. Germany planned a river cruise on more than just the Rhine. Israel would have had a live musical show, while Mexico described a concept very similar to the built El Rio del Tiempo. The UAE would have hosted a magic carpet ride, highlighting Arabic contributions to science. France was not listed as having a film, but the UK was. Japan was set to host The Winds of Change, which would eventually become Meet the World at Tokyo Disneyland. Sadly, it never made its way into Epcot. Moving into 1979, the focus, now much clearer, was still on Epcot. Pavilions were rapidly finding their final forms for 1982. 1978 could be described at best as an incremental year at Walt Disney World. It also serves to show that even at its quietest times, the resort is changing and evolving in small ways. And those small changes have rippled through time, pushing the resort to where it is now. Despite yet another gas crisis and a 2% drop in attendance, 1979 was still a year of construction and expansion, not the retraction in plans that was the 1974 crisis. While no notable opening or closures took place in 1979, several key projects were started. Most notably, after years of planning and design, physical construction began on Epcot Center on October 1st. In the Magic Kingdom, Polaroid took over sponsorship of the newly christened Polaroid Camera Center. Ground was broken on the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad in Frontierland, officially putting the final nail in the coffin for the Western River Expedition. Imagineer Tony Baxter envisioned the ride as early as 1972 for Walt Disney World specifically, but it was put on hold due to the construction of Pirates of the Caribbean and then again for the construction of Space Mountain. In the end, Disneyland would construct the ride first, beginning work on it in 1977 and opening the attraction on September 2nd of this year in Anaheim. Dumbo's Circus Parade ran through the streets of the Magic Kingdom from January 2nd until December 21st, replacing Mickey's Birthday Parade. The park saw its 100 millionth guest. 8-year-old Kurt Miller arrived on October 22nd. Kurt received a lifetime pass. The Polynesian Village received a new set of bathrooms for the Luau Cove and some re-landscaping around the Great Ceremonial House area. Behind the scenes, other projects were underway. Discovery Island was admitted to the American Association of Zoological Parks and Aquariums. Construction began on a conference center to complement the 140 villas in the Lake Buena Vista area. Walt Disney World also began to build the nation's first solid waste conservation energy facility to convert garbage into energy, heat, and commercially valuable byproducts. With plans near finalized, the company broke ground on Epcot Center on October 1st, 1979. Card Walker, Florida Governor Robert Graham, and former Governor Charlie Kirk, Reuben Askew, and Hayden Burns participated in the ceremony beneath a near full-scale replica of Spaceship Earth. The now $800 million project was fully underway, but plans would still change. While the 1979 concept art was much closer to what we would get than the previous model, some changes still took place. The American Adventure moved to its final position at the center of World Showcase, flanked by Italy and Japan. East of Italy, Germany, Equatorial Africa, and some form of apparently Scandinavian pavilion and Mexico were all properly placed, though no China was pictured. To the west of Japan was a first unidentified pavilion, possibly Costa Rica as mentioned in the annual report, what appears to be France, the United Kingdom, and Canada. Mexico, Canada, Germany, and the United Kingdom have clear show buildings in the aerial concept art. Moving to Future World, the transition area is flanked by 2 round buildings. It's been put forth that this was moved back and became the Odyssey restaurant after the land was determined to not be stable enough for large buildings, and the Future World ponds were placed there later. Imagination, Communicore, Transportation, the Land, and Energy show buildings now were nearly identical to their final designs and locations. Century 3, what would become Horizons, stood in place of the Seas Pavilion, and in Horizons' final spot stood the Science and Technology Pavilion. The concept art also showed close to the proper layout of the entrance plaza, the monorail station, parking trams, and other incidental items. The Fountain of Nations appears further back behind Communicore, not in its center. The entrance fountain appears more like a reflecting pond. The lagoon has 2 existing waterways leading to the maintenance area and the eventual Crescent Lake area. Both the small islands and friendship boats are clearly visible on the lagoon. Spaceship Earth still appears in gold in this concept art, and though that may be meant to show the sunlight reflecting off of it, the angles of shadows don't seem to support that. All in all, 1979 would be a forgettable year in Walt Disney World history. The year is only notable for the construction that began in it, not really for completing anything. However, with additions like the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad and Epcot now formally underway, the defining shape of most of the theme park experiences of the 1980s was forming. However, if you really want to visit a piece of 1979 Disney World history, well, there's always the Luau Cove restrooms. Walt Disney World began its first new decade not just preparing for Epcot Center, but preparing for an entirely new vacation dynamic. The world needed to change to accommodate the concept of a multi-park resort. The Magic Kingdom would need to adapt to keep itself relevant. It would also need to make space for guests who are coming to experience the new park. And of course, the way guests experience all of the Disney parks since 1955 was set to change forever. The most obvious change in the Magic Kingdom was the opening of Big Thunder Mountain Railroad on September 23, 1980. The grand opening ceremony would be held on November 15th. The ride's backstory is the stuff of legend now. Sometime in the late 1800s, gold was discovered on Big Thunder Mountain in the American Southwest. Overnight, a small mining town of Tumbleweed became a thriving one. Mining was prosperous, and an extensive line of mine trains was set up to transport the ore. Unknown to settlers, the mountain was a sacred spot to the local Native Americans and was cursed. In fact, Disney might not like to talk about this today, but the very top of the tallest peak in Florida is shaped like a stereotypical representation of a Native American, complete with headdress. Before long, the settlers' desecration of the mountain caused a great tragedy, a flash flood, which befell the mines and the town was abandoned. Sometime later, the locomotives were found to be racing around the mountain on their own, without engineers or a crew. The Big Thunder Mountain Railroad was founded in the old mining camp to allow wanderers to take a ride on the possessed trains. The Florida version of Big Thunder was allocated more space in the park, and so the Monument Valley-inspired ride structure assumes 2.5 acres, 25% larger than the Disneyland version. The Caribbean Arcade closed and was replaced with Lafitte's Portrait Deck, a pirate-themed paid photo area. And the Plaza del Sol Caribe section of the gift shop was split off. The Magic Carpet Round the World Circle Vision attraction returned to Tomorrowland at the end of 1979. On January 2nd, the Pinocchio Parade, celebrating the 40th anniversary of the film, premiered and ran through June 13th. The Mickey Mouse Revue closed permanently on September 14, 1980. The opening day audio animatronic attraction was to be shipped off to Tokyo Disneyland for their opening in 1983. The Oriental Land Company felt the show would be a hit with guests, and Disney decided it would help the overburdened Wed Imagineers at the time to just move the show rather than build a second one. Funny enough, some residents of the theater would return home to Walt Disney World decades later. While multi-day tickets previously existed, and unlimited ride passports had been tested with Magic Kingdom Club members in 1979, 1980 saw the first unlimited passport tickets made available to the general public. These 2-day and 3-day tickets cost $18.75 and $29.25 respectively. The 3-day Magic Kingdom passport also included a day's admission to Discovery Island and River Country. The ticket books coexisted at this time, and 2- and 3-day options were there. They each contained 16 ride tickets. 1980 was also the first year the guidebooks addressed wheelchair accessibility on the attraction pages. Previous maps listed some services, but not attraction accessibility. Possibly the biggest change to the resorts came at Fort Wilderness with the closure of the Fort Wilderness Railroad in February. Maintenance, noise, and safety issues have all been cited as reasons for the closure. Over at the Polynesian Village, the lay hut was added sometime in April. The marina was also upgraded with a floating dock extension in May. The Walt Disney World Conference Center opened in September, and plans were laid for an additional 184 villas and 112 tree houses to support it. Construction began on the 825-room Royal Palace Hotel on Preview Boulevard, what is now Hotel Plaza Boulevard. Designs were being produced for 3 additional Disney-owned themed hotels, which would support the Epcot expansion. Management changes would also take place in the summer of 1980. Card Walker would move to the position of chairman and CEO, while Ron Miller, Walt's son-in-law, would move from being executive producer of the studio to COO and president. The company was also split into 3 divisions, with the parks operating under Walt Disney Outdoor Recreation, led by Dick Nunis as president. Most of the planning and layout had been finished by the time Epcot construction formally began in 1979, but plans were still in flux. Century 3 was now being called Future Probe and was finally in the proper place and had the proper building design and the concept art. This went for almost all other Future World and even World Showcase pavilions. The Seas was still set to premiere with the park, and what appears to be China and the Temple of Heaven is also in the art, though along with Africa, Denmark, and Israel, this was more in the design phase. Ride and show elements were well underway. Concept art showed early designs for the Crystal Pylon Fountain and the Spaceship Earth ride vehicles. Meanwhile, off-site, WED Enterprises was busy building sets for the Transportation Pavilion, animatronic dinosaurs for the Universe of Energy, and testing prototype farming concepts for the land greenhouses. General Electric, Bell Systems, Coca-Cola, American Express, Kodak, and Sperry Univac officially signed on as sponsors. On site, the monorail lines and power facilities were being built. Vertical construction was underway on Spaceship Earth, Energy, Transportation, and the land. Moving forward doesn't mean letting what you have fall apart. Disney knew Epcot's opening wouldn't draw attention away from its existing resort, so it continued to improve on the Magic Kingdom and other offerings. Big Thunder affirmed their commitment to the park, and phasing in the new ticket structure gave them time to adapt to a new business model. A new decade lay before the Walt Disney World Resort, filled with both successes and challenges. But before it could grasp that new decade, it had to celebrate its own first 10 years with the Tencennial Celebration in 1981. October 1st, 1981 would mark Walt Disney World's 10th anniversary. And to celebrate, the company launched the Tencennial Celebration. The resort was also in full-speed development of Epcot Center, with the park slated to open on Disney World's 11th birthday the following year. However, with a milestone to celebrate, Disney is not a company to sit and let the year go by. Always ready for self-promotion, the Epcot Center preview opened on Main Street, temporarily replacing the Walt Disney Story on June 1st. The main part of the preview center was the 15-minute The Dream Called Epcot video, as well as a model of the park. Also on Main Street, the Wonderland of Wax became the Holiday Corner. The Fantasyland Art Festival, which had already moved from across from the Skyway to near the Mad Tea Party in 1973, now closed permanently. A new stage show, Disney World is Your World, premiered at the Tomorrowland stage. The show featured a musical land-by-land trip through the Magic Kingdom, with songs such as Walkin' Right Down the Middle of Main Street, USA, Yo Ho, A Pirate's Life for Me, Grim Grinning Ghosts, We Hope That You'll Be Coming Back Again from the Country Bear Jamboree, and It's a Small World, all featured. The main offering of the Tencennial Celebration was the Tencennial Parade. Debuting on the resort's October 1st birthday, the parade would run for a full year. The floats and units were designed to reflect the lands of the park. While the debut kicked off with a 1,000-person band, the parade generally began with Mickey and Minnie atop a float, prominently featuring the stylized number 10 and dragging a float of mountain troubadours. This was followed by a horse-drawn trolley and flower carts. Next was a band in a gazebo and bicyclists dressed like the Dapper Dans. This section was the Main Street unit. Next came the Adventureland floats, featuring a large horse-drawn float and another featuring steel drums. Donald riding a large drum flanked by a fife and drum corps represented Liberty Square. A horse-drawn hay cart, mounted by cowfolk and the Country Bears, as well as a mock-up of the Diamond Horseshoe stage, were on a float representing Frontierland. A blue, silver, and mirrored float with dancing robots signified Tomorrowland. Cinderella's coach and Casey Jr. pulling a cart of presents constituted the Fantasyland unit. The parade ended with a horse-drawn stagecoach and a train of flat castle facades with dancers. In June of 1981, the Contemporary saw a major entertainment change at the top of the world. After nearly a decade of rotating guest acts, a Disney-owned show debuted, Broadway at the Top. The company had previously announced plans for new hotels, but now the Grand Floridian, Mediterranean, and Cypress Point Lodge resorts were all named and being planned. Along with the under-construction Buena Vista Palace, 3 more third-party resorts were also being added to the Lake Buena Vista area. Negotiations were underway with leases to Marriott, Hilton, and Loews. Over at the Walt Disney World Village, guests could find all of the following in 1981. As far as shops, there was the Windjammer Dock Shop, 24-karat precious adornments, Village Gifts and Sundries, Village Spirits, Shoe Time, Plus You, Miss Merrily's Fashions, Sassy's Country Address, It's a Small World After All, Toys Fantastique, The Candy Shop, Pooh's Place, Gourmet Pantry, Captain's Tower, Sir Edward Haberdasher's, Satchet Inn, Bath Parlor, Port of Entry, Great Southern Craft Company, Toledo Arts, Crystal Arts, 2R's Readin' and Writin', Chalet Candle Shop, China Crystal and Silver, Pottery Chalet, Christmas Chalet, and Village Square. Restaurants included Cap'n Jack's Oyster Bar, the Village Restaurant, the Village Lounge, Heidelberger's Deli, Coffee and Pastry Window, Light Bite, Borden's Ice Cream Shop, Veranda Restaurant, the Sara Lee Bakery, the Empress Lily Riverboat, and the Baton Rouge Lounge. The area also featured the Village Stage, the Village Marina for watercraft rentals, and a cruise dock. Epcot Center construction was moving ahead at full speed. In Future World, all of the opening day attraction pavilions were in the vertical construction phase. Spaceship Earth, the Universe of Energy, the World of Motion, Journey into Imagination, and The Land had the majority, if not the entire show building completed, as well as their final names. Horizons and the Living Seas had the ground clearing done, and Communicore was somewhere in between. The monorail loop was complete. In World Showcase, there was slower progress. The lagoon had been dug, but some pavilions do not appear to have gone vertical at all. From the aerial view, it looks like the show buildings for the American Adventure, France, and Canada were complete, but not the facades. Most of the other pavilions appear to be in different stages of construction, with Mexico and China appearing to be the furthest behind. Off-site, effects, sets, and animatronics were in progress. Filming was underway across China, Canada, and France. The China film crew was the first Western unit to shoot in the country in over 30 years. Some of the show elements, including statue work and animatronics, began to arrive on site for installation as well. Much of what 1981 Walt Disney World would be known for was temporary. The tencennial elements would end with the opening of Epcot Center. It's doubtful many people would have considered Walt Disney World to be in its infancy in 1981, but in hindsight, it was the last time it would be truly a simple vacation destination. In 1982, the world would change forever, and the 21st century would begin. 1982 would see the culmination of Walt Disney's last great dream, but in other ways, it was a surrender of those dreams to reality. Epcot was not the futuristic city mapped out in Walt's final days, but it would capture his optimistic spirit. Things would change at the Magic Kingdom throughout the year in both preparation and response to Epcot Center. With the park now open, the Epcot Preview Center would revert back to the Walt Disney story. The sponsor of the Town Square Cafe would switch from Oscar Mayer to Hormel. Pepsi would lose its sponsorship of Pecos Bills and the Mile Long Bar as Coca-Cola would take over multiple sponsorships around the parks, including Refreshment Corner and Tomorrowland Terrace. Nestle would begin to sponsor Sleepy Hollow refreshments. Kodak would take over sponsorship of It's a Small World. The tent structure at the back of Fantasyland would feature character performances under the name Fantasy Fair. The Veranda Juice Bar in Adventureland would give way to Aloha Isle, sponsored by Dole and featuring the now perennial fan favorite Dole Whip. Since ticket books were no longer needed, the booth in Fantasyland became a Kodak-sponsored film and information kiosk. Also, the Plaza Pavilion was quote-unquote moved from Main Street to Tomorrowland, well, at least on a map. Admission media would switch completely to the pay-one price in June 1982. The park hopping option, as well as 4-, 5-, and 6-day options, came in October with the opening of Epcot Center. Annual passes also came into existence in September with the original adult price of $100. A ticket booth structure was added to the back of the Great Ceremonial House lobby at the Polynesian Resort. Also at the Polynesian Village, the Luau received a bar structure, with Bapiti Bay and Tambu Lounge also receiving refurbishments. While not part of the resorts themselves, the Epcot monorail station at the Transportation and Ticket Center opened in June, providing guests with round-trip tour previews of the unopened park. While no new trains would have been added after the additions of the 2 new 6-car trains, Lime and Coral, in 1977, most of the other cars had been extended to 6 cars by this point. Commemorative Epcot tickets were sold with 3-day park hoppers and featured the monorail line going through the park in beautiful artwork. They came in shining, shimmering silver envelopes with the park logo embossed on them. While the park would officially open on October 1st, the entire last week of September was dedicated to cast members and construction worker previews. Some guests were also invited to preview the new park September 28th through the 30th along with cast. On October 1st, Richard Carson and his family were welcomed as the official first family before Cardwalker, Florida Governor Bob Graham, and William Ellinghaus of AT&T unveiled the dedication plaque. While Spaceship Earth would have its formal grand opening that day, the rest of the park would have to wait for their ceremonies. Outside the park gates, you could find the gift stop, package pickup and lost and found, and the Kennel Club. Spaceship Earth, presented by Bell System, dominated the entrance plaza. Stroller and wheelchair rental were before the geodesic sphere, and the Gateway and the Camera Center were at its base on the east and west sides, respectively. From October 1st, 1982 to May 25th, 1986, Spaceship Earth began with the ride vehicles moving up into the structure through a lighted tunnel, enhanced by a fog machine, and then ascending on a spiraling track up through dark spaces featuring a series of lighted historic vignettes. Marty Sklar attributed Larry Dobkin as the initial narrator, although Vic Perrin has been cited as well through the years. The ride had a very simple and quiet orchestral composition throughout. The theme of communication through the ages is presented in chronological order in settings from people in audio animatronic form. Cavemen are seen telling stories using wall carvings. Egyptians work on hieroglyphics and papyrus as a pharaoh inspects the final result. A Greek theater presents actors performing Oedipus Rex. Charioteers carry messages from a Roman court, while Jewish and Islamic scholars discuss texts. Of course, Rome was burning. With typical Disney whimsy, a monk is seen having fallen asleep on a manuscript he was inscribing. Michelangelo overhead paints the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, and Gutenberg mans the printing press. Suggesting the rush of 20th century technology, subsequent scenes meld together as the circumference of the ride track narrows. A newsboy hawks newspapers. A movie marquee and film clips represent motion pictures, including Walt Disney's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and radio and television are represented. On the right side of the track, the vehicles then pass a wall with angled windows looking out into the stars. A glass wall with a mainframe computer blinking behind it, and a woman observing technical readouts on various screens. On the left side of the track, a man and a woman were seen working at a network operations center with a data map of the United States. As the vehicles reached the large space at the apex of the ride, guests could see, on a planetarium ceiling of the sphere, a projection of this, our Spaceship Earth. And then they would pass under a large lighted space station with two astronauts working on satellites and a woman sitting in the station operating the controls. Omnimover vehicles would revolve 180 degrees, passing under the woman through the station's hangar so that the passengers lie backwards facing the sky as they begin their descent on a relatively straight track, passing various monitors showing various events and activities. The ride exited into Earth Station, home to the guest relations area and the World Key kiosks, two-way video communication and touchscreen panels used for information and to make dining reservations and to get other vacation help. Immediately behind Spaceship Earth was the Fountain of Nations Plaza, in between Communicore's East and West. Communicore East contained the Travel Port, sponsored by American Express, the Epcot Computer Central, sponsored by Sperry, and the Energy Exchange from Exxon. Computer Central contained the Astuter Computer Review and the beloved robot Smart One. The Electronic Forum with the Future Choice Theater would open in December. The Stargate Restaurant and the Centorium, Epcot Center's main gift shop, was also on the east side. Communicore West featured a variety of exhibits and games under the FutureCom name, sponsored by Bell System. Sunrise Terrace Restaurant would open in December. Starting in the northeast and moving clockwise around Future World, we begin with the Universe of Energy from Exxon. The show began with a kinetic mosaic, also known as the Radok Blocks, a moving display of rectangular sided triangles that would rotate to alter the projection of the pre-show. Think of it as the first attempt at projection mapping. Guests would then enter and board moving theater cars for the multimedia presentation, including the memorable drive through a large primeval diorama. Exxon did initially have some displays in the exit, but the main post-show was considered the Energy Exchange nearby in Communicore. To the south, Horizons was still under construction, but General Motors' World of Motion was very much open. It beaconed guests with its outdoor Omnimover ramp from the first floor loading area to the main part of the attraction on the upper floor. The unique, self-leveling Omnimover ride went through numerous extensive animatronic scenes, speed tunnels, and a massive model city of the future, Center Core, before proceeding back down to drop riders into the post-show area, called the Trans Center. This was an extensive area with several exhibits. The Bird and Robot Show, the Water Engine Theater, Aero Test, Concept 2000, Dreamers Workshop, and an area displaying GM cars and models were all present. Near World of Motion was the Odyssey Restaurant, a quick-service eatery that also housed first aid and baby care. On the other side of Future World sat Journey into Imagination, presented by Kodak. The main ride would not open until 1983 due to the complexity of the attraction, but the ImageWorks play area and the 3D Magic Eye Theater were ready for guests. The theater initially housed Magic Journeys, a 16-minute film featuring music from the Sherman Brothers and directed by Murray Leonard. A pre-show presentation, anchored by another Sherman Brothers song, Makin' Memories, played before the film during its Epcot Center run. The Dreamfinder and Figment, despite their ride not existing yet, still welcomed guests to the pavilion beginning in October. Like today, the Land, at the time presented by Kraft, featured 3 attractions and 2 restaurants. The main attraction was Listen to the Land, a boat ride. The opening scene featured the Symphony of the Seed, which provided a stylized look at the growth of a plant. The ride had a cast member narrator on each and every boat and featured a memorable theme song with the ride's title. Kitchen Cabaret was a 13-minute audio animatronic show hosted by Bonnie Appetit. It introduced the acts in a musical review and comedy format that advocated healthy eating and provided a primer on the 4 food groups, a thing at the time: meat, dairy, grains, and fruits and vegetables. The show is remembered for its songs such as the Boogie Woogie Bakery Boy, the Mealtime Blues, and most notably, Veggie Veggie Fruit Fruit.
Veggie Fruit Fruit, Veggie Veggie Fruit Fruit, hooray!
Also on the bottom floor was the Farmer's Market. It was set up as a series of food booths including ice cream, soup and salad, the beverage house, sandwiches, the cheese shop, potato store, barbecue, and bakery shop. The entry floor featured the Good Turn restaurant, a revolving sit-down service location that looked into Listen to the Land. Symbiosis was a 70mm documentary shown in the Harvest Theater. It was directed by Paul Gerber and narrated by veteran voice actor Philip L. Clark. The movie focused on the balance between technological expansion and the protection of the environment. The film showed environmental damage caused by humans and what is being done to fix the damage created. The film was projected on a 23 by 60 foot screen and used a 13-track digital sound system. Moving to World Showcase, 9 pavilions were open on October 1st: Mexico, China, Germany, Italy, the American Adventure, Japan, France, the United Kingdom, and Canada. The Refreshment Port, Disney Traders, the Outpost, Port of Entry, and the International Gateway were not yet built. Starting from the North Entrance Plaza and working clockwise, Mexico opened with El Rio del Tiempo, a boat ride, the San Angel Inn, Cantina de San Angel just outside, and the shops Plaza de los Amigos and Artesanias Mexicanas. The El Rio del Tiempo ride began on a quiet river under an evening sky. It passed a volcano and continued on to scenes of native inhabitants. The ride continued with scenes of swimming, jumping into the ocean, and relaxing at a bar, some of which had been recycled from If You Had Wings at the Magic Kingdom. It would pass a Mexican shop where merchants talked directly to riders and tried to bargain with them while moving along the side of boats via a screen. The finale was a fireworks-filled night sky in modern-day Mexico City, with oversized marionettes dancing in a carousel. While Norway was not yet built, the bathrooms were there. Well, the original bathrooms at least. China featured the Circle Vision 360 film Wonders of China. No restaurants or shops were there on opening day, but the pre-show art gallery appears to have been there. Germany featured 2 restaurants, the Table Service Beer Garden and the Süßigkeiten, featuring candies and baked goods. Weinkieler, a wine shop, Glas und Porcelain, selling ceramics, Volkskunst, selling clocks and woodworks, Der Buschwurm, an art and book shop, and Der Teddy Bar, a toy shop, rounded out the pavilion. Italy featured L'Originale Alfredo de Roma as its only eatery. The Italy shops included Arcazzi Artigiani, La Gemma Elegante, Il Bel Cristallo, and I Santi. The show within the American Adventure underwent a number of different drafts as finding the right tone and story was difficult. Imagineer Mark Davis worked on a number of concepts for the American Adventure, ranging from a 1975 proposal for a dark ride that was a whimsical and musical exploration of American history and culture, to more serious explorations of American folklore and historical figures during 1976. Concepts during this period would group different figures from across American history together based on shared identities, with a piece based on American humorists putting Mark Twain, Benjamin Franklin, and Will Rogers together. This would eventually inspire the final show, though Davis would leave the project shortly afterwards. Continuing the idea of an animatronic stage show, Imagineering would find a way to distill the history of the United States into a half-hour program. The show's hosts, Benjamin Franklin and Mark Twain, representing the 1700s and 1800s, were initially to have been joined by Will Rogers as a representative of the 20th century. The creative team, however, was worried that Will Rogers wasn't quite as iconic a figure to represent the modern era that could stand next to the other two hosts. This reduced Rogers to a smaller role in the Great Depression scene. Below the stage is a 65-foot by 35-foot scene changer. It's called the War Wagon. It moves sets into place horizontally. The drawer moves into place and the appropriate set piece rises from below the stage. It then drops back down and moves under the guest seating area. There are 7 more lifts along the sides and above to help with the appearances of other historical figures. The American Gardens Theater was an open-air stage when it first opened, offering views across the lagoon to Spaceship Earth. Japan centered around the Mitsukoshi department store and the Mitsukoshi restaurant Tempura Kiku. There was also the Teppanyaki dining room, the Yakitori House quick service, and the Matsunyoma lounge. Like Norway, there was no Morocco, but the bathrooms existed. For the France Pavilion, the Palais du Cinéma housed Impressions de France, and guests could dine at Le Chefs de France, the Boulangerie Patisserie, or Au Petit Café. Shopping in France included a cookware shop, perfumes, wine, and flowers and crafts. Much of the United Kingdom would be familiar. The Rose and Crown pub and dining room was the only eatery. The tea caddy and the biscuit barrel sold teas and cookies respectively. The Queen's table carried figurines and china. Pringle of Scotland featured tartans. His lordship sold tobacco and men's goods, and the toy soldier was true to its name, a toy shop. Rounding out the World Showcase, Canada was based around the O Canada Circle Vision 360 film. Le Cellier was a buffeteria at the time, and Northwest Mercantile was the only shop. World Showcase also had internal transportation options. The Friendship boats utilized docks in the same locations found today, and double-decker omnibuses circled the lagoon. Opening day entertainment included the Mariachi Cobre and the Voices of Liberty, as well as the Old Globe Players. The Future Core Band would come to the park in December in Future World. The first nighttime show, Carnival de Lumière, premiered on October 23rd. Like the Magic Kingdom, Epcot Center would be open nearly a full month before the grand opening ceremony. On October 24th, representatives from 23 countries joined Don Tatum, Card Walker, Lillian Disney, Bob Graham, and a 450-member band to dedicate the park and pour water from each of the representative nations into the Fountain of Nations. The other dedications were China on the 3rd, the Universe of Energy on the 4th, World of Motion on the 5th, the Land on the 6th, the American Adventure and Travel Port on the 11th, Canada on the 13th, Italy the 14th, Germany on the 15th, Computer Central on the 18th, and the United Kingdom on the 19th. France and Japan happened on October 20th, Mexico on October 21st, and Journey into Imagination, the latest, on December 4th. Almost 2 decades from its conception, Epcot Center was finally open. Walt Disney World would never be the same, and neither would the entire theme park industry. What had become the world's largest private construction project was not finished either. The cost of the project, now at least $1 billion, would create financial problems that would ripple through the company, as would the park's early failures. 1982 was a big year for Walt Disney World, but Disney was far from done. Epcot Center's debut changed the landscape, but the park was not yet completed. Several key elements were put on the back burner in order to get the park open by October 1st, and would take a full year for the initial phase to wrap up. But of course, as always, it wasn't just one park that saw changes that year. Showbiz Is was the first original show at the Tomorrowland stage, following the Disney World is Your World show moving to the Castle stage. The show began on July 12, 1983, and ran until September 27, 1985. In it, the Kids of the Kingdom presented a review of Broadway and movie tunes. In Fantasyland, the Castle Camera Shop, located next to Peter Pan's Flight, became Disneyana. The Enchanted Grove, across from the Mad Tea Party, opened to sell citrus drinks presented by the Florida citrus growers. The spaceport in Tomorrowland was now listed as electronic games in addition to the regular gifts. It's unclear if this meant they now carried the games for sale or had a small arcade inside. Speaking of arcades, the Frontierland Shooting Gallery switched from pellets to the infrared sensors sometime between 1982 and 1983. The afternoon parade was the Mickey Mouse Character Parade, similar to previous cavalcades. Nearby, the Contemporary Resort would see a new paint job in the interior, with each level receiving a specific shade to imitate the strata of rock. 2 third-party hotels opened in the Walt Disney World Village Hotel Plaza. The 880-room Buena Vista Palace and the 800-plus room Hilton opened in May and November, respectively. Disney was planning expansion for all of its existing resorts, except the Contemporary, and also adding more third-party locations on property. Moving over to Epcot Center, while the ImageWorks and the Magic Eye Theater had been open, the Journey into Imagination attraction had been delayed until March 5, 1983, due to issues caused by the complexity of the ride system. The attraction was the creation of Imagineers Tony Baxter and Steve Kirk. The ride starred a bearded man dressed in a blue suit and top hat who introduced himself as the Dreamfinder. He used his strange vehicle, called the Dreammobile or Dreamcatcher by some fans, to collect dreams and ideas to create all sorts of new things. Soon he creates a figment of his imagination. 2 tiny wings, eyes big and yellow, horns of a steer, but a lovable fellow. From head to tail, he's royal purple pigment, and there, voila, you've got a figment. Both Dreamfinder and the Dragon Figment imagine things to fill the idea bag, and when the idea bag is full, Dreamfinder declares that these ideas must be emptied into the Dreamport, which, as he says, is never far away when you use your imagination. Regarding the scene where Figment is introduced, Tony Baxter said, quote, "If you're telling the story of Little Mermaid or Snow White, everyone already knows who they are, and what they like, how they sing, etc. But in a ride like Imagination, you're not familiar with the characters going into it. The opening scene allows you to meet Dreamfinder, understand how he created Figment, and get to know Figment's personality, so at the end of those 4 minutes, you know the characters." The scene was one of the most complex ever built, and was one of the main reasons for the ride's delay and even its eventual closure. Omnimover vehicles traveled along a turntable in synchronization with the audio animatronic scene, which featured dozens of special effects. Anyone who ever rode the attraction could surely never forget such a revolutionary experience. The ride continued on through the Dreamport before visiting other different outlets for the human imagination. These rooms represented the arts, literature, performing arts, and science. The art room was mostly white, and had a large painting Dreamfinder was making using a large fiber optic paintbrush. It also had a carousel with giant carousel animals and a pot of rainbows held by Figment. The room was heavily inspired by the art of Imagineer Walter Peregoy, as was the unforgettable mural in the ride's loading area. The literature room was focused on suspenseful tales and had the Dreamfinder playing a massive organ with words coming out of it, words that would turn into their meanings. A massive book featuring the Raven from Edgar Allan Poe's poem cawed menacingly while Figment kept monsters at bay. The performing arts had Figment trying on costumes backstage, while the Dreamfinder conducted a laser light show in the manner of an orchestra conductor. The last of the rooms, Science, featured a large machine that Dreamfinder was operating to take a closer look at the workings of nature, such as the growth of plants, the formation of crystals from minerals, and looking into space. At the end, Dreamfinder told Figment and the audience that imagination is the key to unlocking the hidden wonders of our world. The ride then entered the final show scene. As the riders' pictures were taken, a theme park first, they saw Figment surrounded by several movie screens of him being a scientist, a mountain climber, a pirate, a superhero, a tap dancer, a ship captain, a cowboy, and an athlete. Dreamfinder, who is behind the movie camera, gave the riders one last inspiring message and told them to use their newly found sparks of imagination in the ImageWorks, and the on-ride photo was shown on a screen next to his camera. The ride then exited into the ImageWorks, which was meant to be a creative playground of the future. ImageWorks was an interactive playground located on the upper level above the ride, where guests could play with their imaginations. Activities included interactive exhibits such as giant kaleidoscopes, pin screens, a rainbow corridor, a drama stage which gave guests the opportunity to put themselves in their own movie via green screen, and more. If you'd like to learn more about the incredible history of Journey into Imagination at Epcot, please watch our lengthy Back to the Future Live episode on the classic attraction right here on our YouTube channel. Also delayed was Horizons, which would open between the Universe of Energy and World of Motion on Epcot Center's first anniversary, October 1st. It was proposed that Horizons would tie all of Future World together and be the sequel to Walt Disney's Carousel of Progress, the attraction from the General Electric Pavilion at the 1964 New York World's Fair. As the Carousel of Progress followed the changes in lifestyle that faced a family as they lived through the 20th century, Horizons continued their story, showing how they might live in the 21st. The Carousel's theme song, There's a Great Big Beautiful Tomorrow, was part of the Looking Back at Tomorrow portion of Horizons. Horizons in its conceptual phase was named Century 3 to recognize the third century of American existence, 1976 to 2076. The name was changed to Future Probe to help appeal the attraction towards international guests who didn't understand or appreciate what Century 3 meant. In the end, the Future Probe name was scrapped due to the medical connotation of the word probe. After much debate, GE and Disney officials settled on the name Horizons. Prior to the start of construction, the project budget was slashed by $10 million. The building size was reduced and the length of the ride was shrunk by 35%, shortening the ride to 600 feet. That being said, it was still massive. Horizons began with a section entitled Looking Back at Tomorrow, which showcased visions of the future as perceived from the era of Jules Verne and Albert Robida through the 1950s. The ride then moved past two immense OmniMax screens, groundbreaking technology at the time the ride was built, showing modern technologies and ideas that could be used to build the world of tomorrow. Afterwards came the main part of the ride, visions of futuristic life in cities, deserts, undersea, and even in space. For the final part of the attraction, guests in their OmniMover vehicle would push a button to select amongst three choices for the finale of the ride and would be presented with a 31-second video sequence, an unprecedented event in a theme park ride in 1983. A film would then be displayed to riders in each individual car based on what was chosen, majority rules. The video showed a simulated flyover of an outdoor scene. To create the effect, scale models were built and a camera swept across futuristic terrains. The models were some of the largest ever created at the time for any sort of entertainment. The model for the desert sequence, for example, was 32 by 75 feet long. The visual effects were filmed in a hangar at the Burbank Airport. Produced in 1983 by 30 model makers, it took over a year to build and to shoot the three segments. At the conclusion of the ride, the exit corridor originally featured the mural The Prologue and the Promise by renowned space artist Robert T. McCall, an inspiring piece that many fans remember fondly today. In the World Showcase, China received a shop, the Yongfeng Shandian, or Bountiful Harvest. Either a second or sectioned-off porcelain shop, Porzellanhaus, opened in Germany. Japan and Mexico both either received exhibits in 1983 or they were more likely added to the expanded guide map. Japan had the Living Gifts of Japan featuring arts and crafts and historical pieces, while the Mexican pyramid housed 130 pre-Columbian artifacts. Likewise, there were some changes to the shops in France that might also be attributed to the map. First, the wine shop was now listed as Le Maison du Vin and simply sponsored by Barton and Goustier. Les Halles was now called Galerie des Halles, and Plume et Palette was now listed as a bookshop. The United Kingdom featured a seasonal eatery, the Renaissance Food Festival. June saw a new nighttime show, A New World Fantasy, over in World Showcase Lagoon. It used floating barges that had rear projection screens on them. The barges were the same as the first show at Epcot, Carnival de Lumière. The show also added pitchel lights that moved automatically. The music was arranged by legendary Disney nighttime show creator Don Dorsey, as synthesizer versions of classical pieces by numerous composers, including Beethoven, Bach, Offenbach, Handel, and Sousa, among many others were featured. There was a total of 35 pieces of music. Most of the soundtrack can be found on Don Dorsey's album Busted, but the Great Parades and Pageants segment was removed. 1983 was a year of expansion at Epcot Center. Two of the greatest Disney theme park attractions of all time were born, rides still idolized by those who had or had not experienced them. Sadly, Epcot's poor performance continued despite this. The park had gone over budget, and combined with a series of costly failures at the box office, the company as a whole was beginning to seem like a target for corporate raiders. In 1984, a power struggle would erupt that would change the fortunes of the company, and particularly the parks, forever. To be blunt, 1984 did not start as a good year for Walt Disney Productions. Attendance at Epcot Center was lagging, and the park had cost more than double initial estimates. The newly formed Disney Channel was at about half of its estimated subscriber base. The studio turned out stale films, the majority of which were failures. Management's mantra of what would Walt do had backfired. The fixation on what Walt had done in the 1960s was not leading to success in the 80s. At this point, Card Walker and Don Tatum had left the company. Ron Miller, Walt's son-in-law, was the CEO, and Raymond Watson, a long-term advisor and board member, was chairman. Roy E. Disney had stepped back to a board position and the company's largest shareholder. With little faith in Miller from everyone, including himself, the company's stock was down almost 40% of its value a decade previously. Analysts realized that the stock value was less than the actual assets of the company, making it prime for a leveraged buyout and liquidation. In stepped Saul Steinberg, a Wall Street financier with a history of corporate takeovers. Realizing the undervaluing of Disney stock, he went on a buying spree. Two other camps had already formed in Walt Disney production. Miller and management and Roy and his personal businesses were all aware of the precarious nature of the stock and were working to fend off potential corporate raiders. The intricacies of greenmail, forcing a company to buy its own stock back at an inflated value, and corporate politics will be the subject of supplemental content, but suffice to say, by September of 1984, Michael Eisner and Frank Wells were now running the company. Things would never be the same. More on that in the years to come. At the Magic Kingdom, plenty of changes would be found throughout the year. On Main Street, the Polaroid Camera Center became the Kodak Camera Center as the sponsorship deal moved from Epcot to the whole resort. In Frontierland, the Frontier Woodcutter, sponsored by Rubio Artists, opened near the Shootin' Arcade. The Fife and Drum was closed in Liberty Square. The Round Table Ice Cream Shop in Fantasyland was now presented by Seal Test. In Tomorrowland, American Journeys took over the Circle Vision 360 Theater on September 15th. Months after it had premiered at Disneyland. The film was sponsored by Black & Decker. The film features sweeping vistas of sights like the Grand Canyon, the Rocky Mountains, and New York City. Rather than present itself as a simple travelogue, the film tries to present points of views of people in different areas and different walks of life. To celebrate his 50th birthday, both the Magic Kingdom and Disneyland launched the Donald Duck Birthday Parade in May. The parade featured the song Happy Happy Birthday to You by Michael and Patty Silvershire. I dare you not to get this theme song stuck in your head. The parade kicked off with cheerleaders dancing with circle signs that featured Donald's face, and they could be flipped to spell Donald Duck. They were accompanied by Mickey and Minnie on a float featuring a larger version of the Donald face sign. Other floats included a colorful bucket-shaped float, a cupcake, a cake float featuring Goofy and Pluto, characters in party hats, and Donald, Daisy, and the rest of the Disney Duck family. Oh, and Donald was also accompanied by live ducks who were watched by cast members armed with a shepherd's crook in case any of the ducks tried to escape from the moving float. 3.5 miles southeast, Future World's Computer Central saw the Astuter Computer Review close on January 2nd, to be replaced with Backstage Magic on February 4th. This mixed media presentation was hosted by the human Julie and her computer sidekick Input Output, I.O. for short. The show took guests through a live action and animated look at the history of computing and how computers work. The guests then moved into the main theater. Here, the film showcased how Disney utilized computers for both stage and backstage operations before showing the actual computer control room for Epcot Center with a Pepper's Ghost-style projection system. In World Showcase, the exhibit in China was updated to Treasures of the Forbidden City, featuring artifacts from Imperial China. The exhibit in Japan became the Art of the Japanese Theater, with kabuki artifacts. Bistro de Paris opened on the second floor of the France Pavilion above Chefs de France on June 3rd. The Biscuit Barrel in the United Kingdom was renamed Country Manor, but the wares stayed mostly the same. The first new country added to World Showcase, Morocco, opened on September 7th. The Morocco Pavilion, designed to look like a Moroccan city with realistic minaret, featured the only pavilion in which the country's government aided in the design. Inside the pavilion, North African plants including citrus trees, date palms, and olive trees, and fountains could be seen. Some of the major defining structures of the pavilion include Cella, a replication of the necropolis in Rabat, and the Kotabuya, a replica of the minaret of the same name in Marrakesh. A replica of Bab Boujalad, the gateway to the Fez Medina, leads you to the bazaar area. King Hassan II actually sent Moroccan artisans to design and create the many mosaics. Due to Islamic religious beliefs on the content of art, the mosaics contain no representations of people. The government also sponsored the pavilion. Restaurant Marrakesh anchored the pavilion in the back. As you entered the pavilion courtyard, to your left you'd find the Gallery of Arts and History and the Fez House, galleries of Moroccan art and architecture respectively. Behind the Fez House was Casablanca Carpets, selling woven goods. In the center of pavilion sat Tangier Traders Clothing and Leatherwork, Jewels of the Sahara, which was a jewelry store, the Brass Bazaar, which sold brass and copperworks, and Marketplace in the Medina, which was a wicker furniture shop. On the right-hand side, you'd first encounter the Medina Arts Gallery. Then the tourism information presented by Royal Air Maroc, Mensk Potters, and Casbah Woodcrafts. On June 9th, Laserphonic Fantasy replaced A New World Fantasy as the park's nighttime spectacular. The shows were similar and had the same soundtrack, but Laserphonic Fantasy included the addition of laser projection barges around the lagoon, as the name might indicate. It was also the first use of laser projection on water screens anywhere. The Polynesian Village saw significant updates in 1984 as well. Mickey's Tropical Review was added as an early version of the luau aimed at families and featured the Fab Five characters. The South Seas Room closed to become banquet space, while the main restaurants were both refurbished. The Morea and Pago Pago buildings began construction in 1984 as well. 1984 could arguably be the most defining year for Walt Disney Productions in its entire history. The events set in motion by the attempted buyout would redefine the company from a company focusing on children's entertainment to eventually the world's largest entertainment conglomerate. Walt Disney World would soon utilize its full potential as its pace of expansion would accelerate exponentially in the coming years under the new management with a grand vision. The days of shorter timekeeping episodes might be over. 1984 had been a year of change, but it was just the beginning. Michael Eisner and Frank Wells came into the company with a vision to expand its reach and utilize all of its assets, and they wasted no time in bringing that philosophy to Walt Disney World. Epcot Center was a priority as it was not living up to expectations, but they weren't stopping there. Before their first year was over, plans had already been announced for Walt Disney World's third theme park. At the Magic Kingdom, Main Street USA saw a few changes. The greenhouse was removed as a shop. The Hallmark card shop would become Disney Clothiers on February 24th, and the tobacconist would become the Gibson Card Shop. Tobacco products would still be available at the Market House across the street. Kiosks selling plush and sundries were added to Adventureland and Fantasyland in old ticket booths, though they might have existed since ticket booths had gone away and were only added to the map starting in 1985. A similar location named the Space Place was added to Tomorrowland. At the beginning of 1985, the Country Bear Christmas Special wrapped up its inaugural season. The seasonal show began in November of '84. The overlay featured all of the normal cast of the show and featured a mix of perennial Christmas song favorites with some original creations. The characters were dressed in Christmas attire such as Santa hats, scarves, and earmuffs. There were added props such as skis, penguins, and Christmas decorations hanging from Buff, Melvin, and Max. Big Al was even dressed as Baby New Year, complete with a diaper. The show includes many different traditional Christmas carols, more modern songs, along with some original Christmas barrels, if you will, sung by the bears in a country twang. The show begins, as always, with Melvin, Buff, and Max, and as the three argue over who gets to sing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Henry appears on stage and starts the show. While it featured holiday classics like Deck the Halls, it also featured original Disney creations like The Hibernatin' Blues, sung by Trixie, Tracks in the Snow by Henry and the Five Bear Rugs, and Hungry as a Bear. You can watch this holiday favorite in full right here on our YouTube channel. Mickey's Street Parade replaced the Donald Duck Birthday Parade in January of 1985. The parade used redecorated floats from the previous parade. Mickey and Donald led on a parade float featuring a large circular sign bearing the name of the parade, surrounded by dancers with streamers and various characters. This was followed by two bucket-shaped floats and then a long unit made of circular platforms, which featured Goofy, Pluto, Chip, Dale, and Minnie. The finale float was made up of the Pooh characters on stepped platforms. Epcot Center saw a few changes in 1985, but most of what changed was rounding out the World Showcase pavilions. China would finally receive restaurants in the fall when both my personal favorite, Nine Dragons and Lotus Blossom Cafe, opened on October 23rd and September 24th, respectively. Heritage Manor Gifts opened at the American Adventure. In Italy, El Santi began to just be referred to as fine leather goods. Disney characters dressed in traditional outfits from the World Showcase pavilions appeared during World Fest at Epcot. This character you're seeing now was dubbed Klansman McGoofy. September also saw the premiere of Skylightoscope. The show featured sailboats, jet skis, speedboats, small planes, and ultralight aircraft. Some of the boats were decorated as dragons. Why, you ask? Well, it was Gary Pabin who came up with the show's premise. The Dreamfinder was being prevented from filling the sky with rainbows because of an evil force. Dragons on the lagoon that shot fire out of their nostrils. The forces of good on both sea and air would rally to the Dreamfinder's cause and defeat the dragons. To tell the story, it was decided that Dreamfinder was going to fly in a huge blimp, painting the sky in an array of colorful rainbows. Pabin wanted a Jules Verne-styled blimp with paddles and gears on it. The blimp had to be cut from the show because the Florida winds made it difficult to launch and maintain the craft. In fact, some days, due to wind, the entire show could not be presented. As the story progressed, Dreamfinder would be interrupted in his cheerful pursuit by the evil dragons known as Ma and Pa and their 10 purplish dragonettes. They all stirred up the lagoon to disrupt the show. The two sides did battle on the surface of the lagoon with sailboats, powerboats, and hovercraft fitted in various colorful creatures until the Dreamfinder triumphed over evil, accompanied by music, fireworks, and a V formation of brightly colored ultralight aircraft, or the World Showcase Air Force, trailing streams of different colored smoke to create the effect of a rainbow. The show was originally only going to run on weekends, but was later expanded to 5 days a week from Saturday through Wednesday. The ultralight aircraft would take off from a private flight park where the Pop Century and Art of Animation resorts are today. The vehicles would trail banners, spew colored smoke, and the show even featured daytime fireworks and a balloon release. There were several special events at Epcot as well. After the inauguration parade had been canceled in January in Washington, D.C., Epcot Center hosted President Ronald Reagan along with a 2,500-person band, fireworks, and an Air Force flyover. World Fest had actually begun in September of 1984, but continued through most of 1985. Each month would highlight a country in World Showcase, starting with September 1984 and the opening of Morocco. Oktoberfest was celebrated in Germany, Italy in November, and the United Kingdom in December. In 1985, they started with China, Canada, France, Japan, Mexico, and wrapped up in June through August with the summer showcase of the Rockettes at a star-spangled salute to America. The Polynesian would undergo significant changes in '85. Most notably, the name would change from the Polynesian Village Resort to just the Polynesian Resort. The Pago Pago and Moorea longhouses opened, along with extra walkways around the resort, beach, and to the Transportation and Ticket Center, with refurbishment beginning on the others. The Great Ceremonial House also saw some construction, as luggage storage and the monorail platform both were expanded to make room for additional guests. Over at the Village Marketplace, the Port of Entry store became Mickey's Character Shop on October 25th. At the annual shareholder meeting in February, the company officially announced the Disney MGM Studio Tour. The original concept only discussed the tour and the actual film facilities, which were described as equaling Disney's Burbank, California operations. It was being labeled as a gated attraction and not specifically as a theme park, though some references were made to it containing other rides, shops, and restaurants. The company was also clear that this was a licensing deal to use the MGM UA Entertainment Film Library and name, not a partnership. 1985 was barely underway and the Eisner era had began with a bang. Epcot was undergoing its needed improvements. Another big attraction was already in development. The majority of what 1985 would bring to Walt Disney World would fall away to time, but it was planting the seeds of what we would see to grow throughout the rest of the decade. The Walt Disney World Resort would hit a milestone in 1986. Not only was it the resort's 15th anniversary, celebrated in a big way, but it would also mark a change in the very fabric of what a Disney World attraction would be moving forward. Epcot Center would become the complete version many fans are nostalgic for, with Frank Wells and Michael Eisner here to change the world. At the Magic Kingdom, Main Street stores would see a few changes in 1986. The New Century Clock Shop would close in April. The Holiday Corner and the Cup and Saucer both closed around the same time, and all three would be incorporated into other shops. The Main Street Bakery began to be referred to as the Main Street Bakery and Cookie Shop. The Hospitality House appears to have reopened solely to take same-day dining reservations. The Adventureland kiosk was renamed Buona Bob's. In Frontierland, Bearly Country opened at the Country Bear Jamboree exit, and a second Woodcarvers was opened, as was the Frontierland Churro Cart. Speaking of the Country Bears, one of the most noted and at the same time somehow forgotten changes in Magic Kingdom history was the Vacation Hoedown show coming to the Country Bear Jamboree. After 2 successful seasons of the Christmas version, the original attraction would be fully replaced with a more modern, vacation-themed show. Like the Christmas program, the characters would appear in new attire such as camp t-shirts, rain gear, swimsuits, and even the inexplicable Elvis regalia on liver lips. The song lineup included The Great Outdoors, which also appeared in a famous Disney sing-along songs number you probably all remember, Life's No Picnic Without You, On the Road Again, We Can Make It to the Top, California Bears, Two Different Worlds, in which Shaker sang about how his relationship with an octopus would never work, Rocky Top, Nature, Singing in the Rain, Ghost Riders in the Sky, On My Way to Your Heart, and of course, Thank God I'm a Country Bear. Of course, some of these were parodies of quote-unquote more contemporary hits, such as the Beach Boys' California Girls and John Denver's Thank God I'm a Country Boy. In Liberty Square, another opening day favorite received an update as the Diamond Horseshoe Revue became the Diamond Horseshoe Jamboree. The new show opened on October 1st and featured Sam the bartender, Miss Lily, and a cast of cowboys and dancers. Lafayette's Perfumerie would be incorporated into Old World Antiques, and the Baked Potato Wagon and Silhouette Cart were added. In Fantasyland, on October 26th, Gurgi's Munchies and Crunchies replaced the Lancers Inn, and yes, it was themed to the character from Disney's The Black Cauldron. With the closure of the Holiday Corner, Mickey's Christmas Carol would replace Merlin's Magic Shop. As part of the 15th anniversary celebration, the 15th birthday parade premiered at the Magic Kingdom on October 1st. The parade kicked off with Mickey and Minnie on a float bearing the 15th anniversary logo and dressed like extras on Miami Vice. Next came dancers, followed by guests of the day in a Chevy Cavalier that they had won. Next came characters accompanying a birthday present float slowly leaking helium balloons. Followed by roller skaters and a float with Chip, Dale, Tigger, Brer Bear, and the Big Bad Wolf as a rock band. It was a thing. Next came another birthday present float, a float with Donald and Daisy surrounded by smaller presents, and another larger present float. Next came the Country Bears on a Baker's Kitchen float. Finally, the parade ended with Goofy and a bunch of dancers on what would become a very familiar Crystal Castle float. The guest of the day was chosen at random as part of a year-long giveaway. Every 15 seconds, a guest entering through the turnstiles of one of the parks would win a prize. These could range from pins, to video cassettes, to savings bonds, to park tickets, or once every day, a new car or cruise. The cars were either the Chevy Cavalier, as seen in the parade, or an S10 pickup. The cruise was a partnership with Premier Cruise Lines, who ran the Big Red Boat, offering Disney-themed cruises starting in 1985. The 15th anniversary celebration was kicked off in an event celebrating the bicentennial of the U.S. Constitution, which was hosted by Chief Justice Warren Burger. It also included appearances by Dolly Parton and Ray Charles. Epcot would see massive changes to Future World. The park's icon, Spaceship Earth, would undergo an update. World-renowned news anchor Walter Cronkite took over the narration, while few scenes in the ride were changed. The opening ascent saw the fog machine replaced with a Starfield, and the 2 scenes featuring a boy at home with a computer and a woman in a modern office were added near the top, while the beloved theme song Tomorrow's Child was added to the descent, along with videos of children. All these changes took place over just 3 days in May. The Magic Eye Theater at the Imagination Pavilion received a new film, the 17-minute-long Captain EO, on September 12th. Written by George Lucas, directed by Francis Ford Coppola, and starring Michael Jackson and Angelica Houston, Captain EO would become a blueprint for the Eisner-era infusion of celebrities into the parks. The film tells the story of Captain EO and the ragtag crew of his spaceship on a mission to deliver a gift to the Supreme Leader, who lives on a world of rotting, twisted metal and steaming vents. Captain EO's alien crew consists of his small flying sidekick Fuzzball, the double-headed navigator and pilot Idie and Odie, robotic security officer Major Domo, a small robot Minor Domo, and the clumsy elephant-like shipmate Hooter, who always manages to upset the crew's missions. Upon arriving on the planet, the crew is captured by the henchmen of the Supreme Leader and brought before her. She sentences the crew to be turned into trash cans and Captain EO to 100 years of torture in her deepest dungeon. Before being sent away, Captain EO tells the Supreme Leader that he sees the beauty hidden within her, and then he brings her the key to unlock it, his song, "We Are Here to Change the World." The two robot members of the crew transform into musical instruments, and the crew members begin to play the various instruments. As Hooter runs towards his instrument, he trips over EO's cape and breaks it, stopping the music. The spell broken, the Supreme Leader orders her guards to capture EO and his crew. Hooter manages to repair his instrument and sends out a blast of music, providing EO with the power to throw off the guards. He uses his power to transform the dark hulking guards into agile dancers who fall into step behind him for a dance number, which leads, of course, to the song. The Supreme Leader unleashes her whip warriors, two cybernetic defenders, each with a whip and shield that can deflect EO's powers. The others all run away, leaving EO to fight the whip warriors alone. EO is trapped by a closing gate and prepares for a last stand as both the whip warriors draw their whips back for a final blow. Fuzzball drops his instrument and speedily flies over to tie the two whips together, causing the whip warriors to be thrown off balance and giving EO the opportunity to transform them as well. With no further obstacles, EO uses his powers to transform the remaining four henchmen who are not yet unleashed, and they, the transformed whip warriors and other dancers, press forward and dance. Captain EO then flies up to the Supreme Leader and transforms her into a beautiful woman, her lair into a peaceful Greek temple, and the planet into a paradise. A celebration breaks out into another original song, "Another Part of Me," as Captain EO and his crew triumphantly dance to the exit and fly off into space, ending the unforgettable film. Captain EO made full use of its 3D effects. The action on screen extended into the audience, including asteroids, lasers, laser impacts, smoke effects, and star fields that filled the theater. These effects resulted in the 17-minute film costing an estimated $30 million to produce. At the time, it was the most expensive film ever produced on a per-minute basis, averaging about $1.76 million per minute. The film would also run at Disneyland, Tokyo Disneyland, and Disneyland Paris. Originally intended as an opening day attraction, The Living Seas, sponsored by United Technologies, finally opened on January 15th. The experience began in a dark, winding queue that highlighted real and fictional ocean exploration and led to a holding room where projections played as a narrator discussed exploring the seas before letting guests into a theater for the 7-minute The Seas film. After the film, guests exited into a room where they would board the hydrolators, simulated deep-sea elevators that would take them down to Seabase Alpha. Once out of the hydrolators, guests would then board the Sea Cabs, an omnimover-type vehicle that would take them through what was then the world's largest saltwater tank. After exiting, guests were free to enjoy the exhibits in the 2-story Seabase Alpha area that featured a lockout dive chamber, a wave tank, various sea life including the beloved manatees, a short film, an animated atlas of the world, a deep-sea exploration robot named Jason, and several small exhibits discussing ocean ecosystems. Guests would then be encouraged to exit through a second set of hydrolators. The Coral Reef restaurant that looked out into the main tank opened at the same time and had a separate entrance as it does today. At the Land Pavilion, the Good Turn became the Land Grill Room on May 14th. The art exhibit in Mexico became Splendors of the Golden Age, 3 centuries of Spanish colonial art, and Fiesta Fashions opened in the area that is now La Cava del Tequila. In Japan, the art exhibit was updated to become Feather on the Wind, the Art of Japanese Kites. The Magic of Wales, featuring Welsh gifts, took over the Country Manor in the United Kingdom. Le Cellier in Canada would begin table service dinners while keeping the buffeteria style for lunch. Construction also began on the Norway Pavilion, which broke ground this year. In February, the golf resort would change its name to the Disney Inn in order to appeal to a broader array of guests. This came with an additional 150 rooms, as well as a Snow White theme. Just across the street, construction on the Grand Floridian broke ground on April 23rd. Over at the Polynesian, room renovations wrapped up, as did work on Trader Jack's and Village Gifts. Landscaping changed to add more palms and koi's in the pond. January saw a new marina building, a guest laundry area, and a concierge lounge. The Contemporary also saw a remodeling. The lobby and Grand Canyon concourse were updated along with the rooms. The rooms were redone with a residential feel featuring black granite sinks newly tiled balconies, and bleached oak furniture. The Fantasia shop and Plaza Gifts and Sundries were merged into a shop simply known as Fantasia. Concourse Sundries and Spirits replaced the old Spirit World liquor store. These changes were in service of an expanding resort, and in May, Bob Hope hosted the groundbreaking ceremony of the Disney MGM Studios, then set to open in 1988. Work also began on Pleasure Island near the Disney Village. Over at Fort Wilderness, Pioneer Hall received a breakfast show, the Melvin the Moose Breakfast Show, also known as the Country Morning Jamboree. Melvin would host the show featuring Chip and Dale dressed as cowboys and human Cindy Lou, the Professor, and Alabama. Like a kid-targeted hoop-de-doo review, the show featured a mix of musical numbers and comedy, with a break while guests ate family-style dining. During the meal, Chip and Dale cartoons were played. The grand finale was a kazoo-along, where every guest was given a kazoo to take home, much to the chagrin of parents. The Walt Disney World Resort took huge steps forward in 1986. Epcot Center added attractions to attract a modern crowd, and it worked. The Magic Kingdom celebrated its history, but proved it wasn't stuck in it. And the resort as a whole began the construction projects that would propel it through the rest of the 1980s and into the 1990s. These projects would take years, but Disney would not sit still waiting for them to be completed. After a busy 1986, Walt Disney World saw a relatively mild 1987 as construction continued on several large projects. While the resort was expanding outside of its current offerings, the existing parks and resorts saw some modernization with a variety of name changes and rearrangement of shops and facilities, as well as a few smaller changes to the offerings. The continuation of Disney World's 15th birthday celebration was still the driving force for most of the year, but other entertainment, including a high-flying circus, kept the crowds coming as the resort grew. Walt Disney World's flagship park saw a few changes, but few of them were more than just a name change. In Adventureland, Oriental Imports and the Magic Carpet became the Elephant's Trunk in April. Frontierland saw the Westward Ho Wagon and the Briar Patch Shop open in 1986. In Fantasyland, the former Epcot Center 3D film Magic Journeys would open in the old Mickey Mouse Revue Theater on December 15th. The Chip and Dale short Working for Peanuts acted as a pre-show. The Fantasyland kiosk took on the name of Nemo's Niche. In Tomorrowland, with the loss of the Eastern Airlines sponsorship, If You Had Wings reopened as If You Could Fly on June 6th. American Journeys and Mission to Mars both lost their sponsors as well, and GE and RCA became co-sponsors of Space Mountain after the latter was acquired in '86. With the end of the 15th anniversary celebration, Magic Kingdom was due for a new parade, and on September 20th, We the People All-American Parade debuted. The parade starts with a marching band, followed by Mickey and Minnie in a gazebo on top of the Constitution, whose 200th anniversary the parade was celebrating. Next came a lighthouse float to represent New England, followed by a boathouse and Captain Hook riding a small boat. After that were scarecrow-dressed dancers around a silo and the country bears on a hay wagon, and the barn float still used in the Halloween parades. Donald and Daisy then arrived on a large steamboat float with dancers. A series of Old West rockwork floats came by, including one with a miner, and Chip and Dale as Native Americans, as well as Goofy on a horse as a cowboy. The next unit was a wilderness lookout tower and an old mill. The next set of units were led by bicycle and skateboard dancers, Winnie the Pooh, a Beach Boys cover band, and a mock-up water park, and Tigger surfing, and it ended with a mirrored castle float with a variety of characters, including the Gummy Bears. Of course, who better to celebrate America than the Gummy Bears? After an eventful 1986, Epcot also saw less dramatic changes in 1987. The beverage base opened next to the Stargate restaurant in Communicore East. In Mexico, El Ranchito del Norte opened outside the pyramid on the lagoon side of the promenade. In the House of Whispering Willows exhibit, area of China, Artistry in Time, an exhibit of 18th century timepieces, replaced the Treasures of Forbidden City. Inside the American Adventure, the We the People exhibit opened. Fashions from Fez replaced the Pottery Store, as some shop locations appear to have shuffled around in Morocco. A cart near the fountain opened in France, selling additional French souvenirs. In Canada, Le Boutique de Provinces opened on the upper level, while a souvenir cart opened on the promenade. While keeping track of all entertainment acts has been impossible, 1987 Epcot Center did feature the Daredevil Circus Spectacular, featuring high-wire acts, trapeze artists, acrobats, motorcyclists, and elephants performing in Future World. This happened several times a day in half-hour shows. While not much was opening in 1987, many things were under construction at this time, including the Grand Floridian, Pleasure Island, Typhoon Lagoon, Caribbean Beach, the Norway Pavilion, and the Wonders of Life. Oh, and the Disney MGM Studios. On October 2nd, Disney dollars were introduced in $1 and $5 denominations at Walt Disney World, having debuted at Disneyland in May. Both Disney's Contemporary Resort and Disney's Polynesian Resort saw updates. On the Grand Canyon Concourse, Bayview Gifts took over the Monorail Club Car Bar as the main shopping area was replaced. The Great Ceremonial House saw extensive changes, most notably the replacement of the checkered tile. Robinson Crusoe Esquire Shop changed its name to Crusoe & Son and moved to the Polynesian Princess location, which, along with News from Civilization, moved down the hall. The fronts of the shops became window walls. Island Ice Cream Company became Captain Cook's Snack and Ice Cream Company on April 16. Guest services took over the old News from Civilization location. In addition, the walkway to the Transportation and Ticket Center was opened, the main pool was refurbished, and the luau got several backstage upgrades. Over at the Village Marketplace, several shops had changed over the last few years. Artispana opened in 1986 in the same building as the combined Village Ice Cream Parlor and Bake Shop and Mini Mia's Pizzeria. On April 19th, Team Mickey's Athletic Club replaced Shoe Time Plus You and Miss Merrily's Fashions. At some point since 1981, Idleburger's Deli became the All-American Sandwich Shop, sponsored by Hormel. Country Address moved to replace Village Gift and Sundries, and its spot had become Resort Wear Unlimited. Mickey & Company replaced Satchet Inn and Bath Parlor in 1984. Overall, the average guest would have probably noticed a little different in 1987 from recent years. A few name changes and a quote-unquote new 3D film at the Magic Kingdom were not exactly huge draws. The focus was elsewhere as new hotels, a new entertainment district, and a water park were all to open the next year. Well, at least they were scheduled to. With 3 new ticket venues originally set to open in 1988, now delayed to 1989, one would think 88 would have been a quiet year. However, with 2 hotels, a new land, a new pavilion, and a new nighttime spectacular, 1988 was a landmark year in itself. This would prove to be the pattern during the Eisner and Wells years. There were no slow times. At some point in early 1988, the Walt Disney Story was temporarily replaced by the Disney MGM Studios Preview Center, featuring concept art for the park. The Egg Roll Wagon was added to Adventureland, or at least to the map. The Elephant's Trunk was renamed Elephant Tales. Later in the year, Tropic Toppers became Zanzibar Shell Traders, and the Frontierland Woodcarvers became Big Al's. In Liberty Square, the Fife and Drum closed and the Keelboat Shop became Ichabod's Landing. The celebration for Mickey's 60th birthday dominated the park in 1988. It received its first ever new land in Mickey's Birthday Land on June 18th. The land itself was designed around facades of Duckburg, including McDuck's Mansion, McDuck's Bank, Daisy's Cafe, the Duck County School, Goofy's Clip Joint Barber Shop, the SS Donald Duck, and of course Mickey's house, which was the only full building. Guests would tour Mickey's house and exit out the back into the birthday party tent. Here, guests would sit through a pre-show of character clips before entering the theater to watch Minnie's surprise party. This musical comedy would take place in Minnie's kitchen as the classic characters prepare Mickey's party by baking a cake and rehearsing the new song, We Love You, Mickey Mouse. After Mickey shows up, guests would move to the party tent decorated with party decorations and wood flat characters. This is also where the characters would dance on a birthday cake stage. Guests could also meet Mickey at the backstage dressing room of the Hollywood Theater. Grandma Duck's Farm was a petting zoo that was most famous for Minnie Moo, a cow with a hidden Mickey right on her side. It also had a new station for the Walt Disney World Railroad, rounding out the land. Mickey's All-American Birthday Parade was mostly a minor modification to the previous parade, removing the Constitution and moving Mickey and Minnie to the steamboat float. Over at Epcot Center, Communicore West would see Expo Robotics open on February 13th. This was an expansion of the Bird and the Robot show from the Trans Center that would feature robotic arms doing things like spinning plates or drawing a guest from a camera. Port of Entry and Disney Traders, the 2 shops that flank the entrance to World Showcase from Future World, had actually opened in March of '87 and April 9th of '87, respectively. The glass etching cart was added to Germany. Echoes Through Time took over the gallery space in Japan, and Artfest, the portrait artist cart, was added to France. In the United Kingdom Pavilion, His Lordship became Lords and Ladies and added perfumes to its wares. The Norway Pavilion would open on May 6, 1988. At that time, it featured the Restaurant Akershus Buffet, Kringla Bakery Og Cafe for pastries and sandwiches, the Shops of the Fjording and the Puffin's Roost presented by Dale of Norway, and the 1,000 Years of Discovery exhibit featuring Norwegian art and artifacts in the Stave Church. Maelstrom, the signature attraction and Epcot Center's first quote-unquote thrill ride, would open on July 5th. The boat ride would take guests through the history of Norway. The attraction was originally supposed to be called Sea Venture, with the entrance sign during construction even displaying that name. However, sometime between March of '88 and the ride's opening, it was changed to Maelstrom. Riders would depart from a dock with a huge mural traveling by boat, which turned a corner into a dark tunnel and up the Flume's lift hill. A voice would tell riders that those who seek the spirit of Norway face peril and adventure, but more often find beauty and charm. Arriving at the top of the hill, a lit face of the Germanic god Odin hovered above. Riders passed through scenes of seafarers and maritime villages, depicting a mythological version of Norway's Viking days. Entering a marsh, the boat would come face to face with audio animatronic depictions of a Noken and a three-headed troll. The trolls, angered by the trespassing boat, would cast a spell onto riders as the vehicle began to move backward rapidly, accelerated by hidden conveyor belts underneath the water's surface. The boats floated briskly past scenes of polar bears and living trees before coming to a stop on the edge of another waterfall, exposing the Norway Pavilion's main thoroughfare. The backward edge of the boat peeked out through the facade as the track pivoted to let the vehicle travel forward once more. Correctly oriented, the boats plunged forward down a 28-foot flume into a stormy depiction of the North Sea. After passing very close to an oil rig, the ride came to an abrupt end in a calm harbor of a small village, where the narrator announced, "Norway's spirit has always been, will always be, adventure." As guests exited the ride, they had the option of watching a 5-minute tourism film, The Spirit of Norway, which highlighted various attractions in the country. When I say that they had an option, usually guests would have to wait by closed doors for the doors to eventually open to this film after exiting the boat ride, at which point people would generally just walk by and exit the building. Illuminations would debut at Epcot Center on January 30th, giving birth to the modern Disney Fireworks Spectacular. The show used most of the arrangements for A New World Fantasy and Laserphonic Fantasy, but instead of being arranged solely with synthesizers, the resulting arrangements were rescored for full orchestra, mostly using the original orchestration by the composers. New music was created for the show's theme by Don Dorsey and Bruce Healy. The Great Parades and Pageants section used in the previous installments was omitted and replaced with a celebration of all the individual countries of World Showcase, except for Norway, which had just opened. The installment of Illuminations began a radical new use for effects in fireworks shows. To add to the pitchel lights, fountains, laser barges, and laser graphics projected behind the fountains, the directors made the lights on each World Showcase country interact with the music and the rest of the show. In another strange turn of events, they decided not to use fireworks until the very end of the second act, and then the third act would show the fireworks off at their best. The show featured 13 effects projectors, 11 searchlights, 12 wire mesh grids, 180 water nozzles, 550 theatrical lights, and 783 pyrotechnics. Versions of It's a Small World and General Electric's theme song were played as guests left after the show. 1988 saw not one, but two new Disney Resort hotels. First, the Grand Floridian Beach Resort opened on June 28th. The resort opened with the main building and 5 outer buildings: Sago Key, Sugarloaf Key, Conch Key, Boca Chica, and Big Pine Key. The restaurants Victoria and Albert's, Narcoossee's, and 1900 Park Fair all opened with the resort, along with Flagler's and Gasparilla Grill and Games. The shops included M. Mouse Mercantile and Commander Porter's. October 1st saw Disney World's first quote-unquote value resort, the Caribbean Beach Resort. That's right, before the All-Stars, Caribbean Beach was called a value or budget hotel. With rooms starting at about $65 a night, they were just about half of the monorail resort prices. The resort was built into 5 villages: Aruba, Barbados, Jamaica, Martinique, and Trinidad, totaling 2,112 rooms. However, 768 rooms in 2 sections opened on October 1st. Most of the amenities were built around Old Port Royal, but check-in was at a separate customs house building. To separate it from other resorts, Caribbean Beach had only shuttle bus transportation, exterior entry rooms with no balconies, and no table service restaurant when it opened. Back at Disney's contemporary resort, the Terrace Cafe had become the Character Cafe and featured a character breakfast. Over at Disney's Polynesian Village Resort, the Neverland Club opened as a new kids' babysitting service to watch and entertain children in a playful environment with activities and movies. Construction also began on the Swan and Dolphin Hotel Complex and the Wonders of Life Pavilion, while work continued on Pleasure Island, Typhoon Lagoon, and the Disney MGM Studios. While the park would not open for another year, production began at the studios in February of 1988 with Splash 2, Ernest Saves Christmas, and shows like Win, Lose, or Draw, and Siskel and Ebert filming throughout the year. By the end of 1988, every aspect of Walt Disney World had been changed. The Magic Kingdom received a whole new land. Well, kind of. World Showcase would be in a form that would not substantially change for over a decade. A new flagship resort, and on the other end of the spectrum, a new budget option opened, nearly doubling the number of hotel rooms offered by Disney. But even with all of this, 1988 would pale in comparison to what would come in 1989. If any year can rival 1971 or 1982 as the most seminal in the history of all of Walt Disney World, it would be 1989. A new theme park, water park, and entertainment district added 3 new, separately ticketed offerings to the resort. The company also did this without neglecting their existing assets, as both the Magic Kingdom and Epcot Center would see new attractions. This was a point at which a vacation at Disney World could easily become a week-long event. The expansion of the resort was rolling as fast as they could build it. Significant changes to the Magic Kingdom could be seen the second you entered Town Square. The Disney MGM Studios Preview Center returned to being the Walt Disney Story attraction. And on July 24th, Tony's Town Square restaurant opened in the former home of the Town Square Cafe. In Adventureland, the Crow's Nest, sponsored by Kodak, was sectioned off from the rest of Caribbean Plaza's shops in its own standalone location. George H.W. Bush was added to the Hall of Presidents, but the show was otherwise unchanged from 1971. Sleepy Hollow's menu now boasted the infamous Handwiches, and the umbrella cart and the courtyard joined the Liberty Square shop lineup across from Sleepy Hollow. In Tomorrowland, a film kiosk featuring Glow merchandise appeared near the Skyway station. On January 3rd, If You Could Fly closed its doors to be replaced by Delta Dreamflight on June 23rd, with an official dedication on June 26th. The new attraction used the same track layout, but instead of highlighting locations the sponsor serviced, it offered a history of aviation. Guests entered through an airport-themed queue over a colorfully lighted jet bridge into a modern airliner facade. The load area featured a large mural of an early airfield. The first scene of the ride was a spinning pop-up book of early flying contraptions, which led into a comedic scene of mostly flat elements showcasing early barnstorming days of powered flight. Next, guests moved through a barn where an airman is hanging from a parachute after a crash, and then past real footage of wing walkers and stunt flights. Riders would quote-unquote board the Global Clipper, a flying boat in San Francisco, for the era of air travel. This was a series of fully 3-dimensional sets in front of backgrounds of Tokyo and Paris. The Wedway People Mover would still look in on this set, though some of the other windows were now blacked out. Guests on Dreamflight would then be sucked into a jet engine, not really, to prepare for supersonic takeoff for the future. This was accomplished by entering an engine facade with a spinning light and smoke effect, a room that still exists in Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin. However, the light has been broken for years now. A massive scene with a giant speed tunnel would use projections to simulate flight through real and computer-generated landscapes and cloudscapes before flying through a computer-generated city of the future. The final scene before unload once again featured a pop-up book with turning pages, now showing skylines of New York and London. The attraction also received its own memorable theme song by Bob Moline.
Once you've taken a Delta dream flight, you'll see dreams in a different light.
On October 1st, the Character Hit Parade debuted. The parade was led off by a marching band and the steamboat float with Chip and Dale, Roger Rabbit, then the Pooh float modeled after his tree home. The honey pot-headed Pooh Bear was now replaced with a more modern version. Next came the Alice in Wonderland units with a teapot and the gazebo float. After that, guests would find the Country Bears and Davy Crockett, followed by Hook and Smee in their small boat, along with Tick-Tock the crocodile. The next unit was Snow White on the mill float and Cinderella's horse-drawn carriage. Mary Poppins, Bert, and the Chimney Sweeps followed, with the Pinocchio unit tailing them in Stromboli's wagon. BMX riders and skaters accompanied Goofy on his float. The grand finale was the Castle float loaded with Mickey, Minnie, and the Gummy Bears. At some point during the parade's run, a Jungle Book unit, designed after King Louie's ruins, was inserted between the Riverboat and the Pooh unit, as well as the DuckTale characters joining the Castle float. At Epcot Center, World Showcase saw several small changes. In Norway, the shops were consolidated under just the Puffin's Roost name. In Germany, the Summerfest quick service opened serving pretzels, desserts, beer und Wein. The Porcelain Haus changed names, the Christmas shop opened, and the Crystal shop became an Arribas Brothers location. In Italy, Fine Leather Goods was renamed again, this time to La Bottega Italiana. Merchandise and food carts were added outside the American Adventure, or once again at least added to the maps as locations. In Japan, the Mitsukoshi kiosk across from the main department store opened. The cookware shop in France was renamed. The long-planned Life and Health Pavilion, The Wonders of Life, presented by MetLife, finally opened on October 19, 1989. Guests would approach the Golden Dome structure past a 72-foot-tall DNA helix. Once inside, there was a variety of attractions and exhibits. The anchor was Body Wars, a simulator ride. 4 shows, Cranium Command, The Making of Me, Goofy About Health, and the Anatomical Players rounded out the attractions, while several interactive exhibits, a snack bar, and a shop rounded out the offerings overall. Body Wars was built around the same motion simulator technology as Star Tours, which had opened at Disneyland in 1987. Guests would be taking a tour of the MET facilities, that's the Miniature Exploration Technologies, in order to take a trip into the human body after being miniaturized. Once inside one of 4 40-person ride vehicles, guests were to rendezvous with Dr. Cynthia Lair, played by Elizabeth Shue, to examine a splinter. After the doctor is accidentally sucked into a blood vessel, the guests are taken on a rescue mission by Captain Braddock, played by Tim Matheson, the pilot. After completing the rescue, the ship, the Bravo 229, is out of power and has to be jump-started by the neurons in the brain. The wild ride takes place through the heart and brain, making the guests the first people to enter those parts of the human body. The film portions were directed by Leonard Nimoy of Star Trek fame. Cranium Command was a multimedia show featuring live action, animation, and audio animatronics. Guests followed a brain pilot rookie, Buzzy, through his first day as the commanding officer, and general knowledge along the way would insult and push him to do a better job. Buzzy, voiced by Scott Curtis, is chose to pilot Bobby, also played by Scott Curtis, a 12-year-old boy and the most unstable craft in the fleet. As he takes Bobby through a day full of bullies and a love interest, the animatronic Buzzy commands the other parts of the body. The left and right brains, played by Charles Grodin and John Lovitz, the stomach, played by George Wendt, the adrenal gland, played by Bobcat Goldthwait, and the left and right ventricles, played by Dana Carvey and Kevin Nealon. The attraction was most notable for its cast, who were all famous comedians at the time, 3 in fact active cast members on Saturday Night Live that year, as well as its meta sense of humor. The show also features the voice talents of Corey Burton as General Knowledge. The Making of Me was a 16-minute film in which Martin Short tells the story of his parents meeting and his eventual birth. The film also explains the process of fertilization between sperm and egg cells in an animated segment that lasts about 1 minute and 30 seconds, as well as fetal development. According to producers, the film was, quote, somewhat of a departure for a Disney attraction, and mentions that the film may elicit controversy in regards to the issue of abortion. Fortunately, the intent was to not walk into the teeth of the abortion issue. Given that birth and conception is a sensitive issue around families, an advisory sign was placed near the entrance to the theater, in order to advise parents to decide whether the film was suitable for their children. Goofy About Health used segments from old Goofy shorts with new narration shown on multiple screens to highlight unhealthy living habits. Anatomical Players was a small live theater show using a combination of sketch and improv comedy to talk about different health issues. The exhibits inside the pavilion included the Wonder Cycles, which were stationary bikes where guests could ride while watching video tours of locations, including Disneyland. The Sensory Funhouse, a series of elements designed to test and trick your senses. The Coach's Corner, where guests could have golf, baseball, or tennis swings analyzed by Nancy Lopez, Gary Carter, and Chris Everett on screens. Kids, look them up. Frontiers of Medicine displayed new medical technology breakthroughs. Met Lifestyle Review had interactive consoles that told guests how to live healthier. There was also a small gift shop called Well and Goods Limited and a snack area serving guilt-free goodies. May 1st saw the official opening of Walt Disney World's third theme park, even though it wasn't meant to be a full-day experience. The Disney MGM Studios opened with only 6 attractions, though more would appear by the year's end. The park was loosely divided into lands: Hollywood Boulevard, the Backlot Annex, and Lakeside Circle. The backstage studio tour and the magic of Disney animation were broken out by themselves so that the individual elements could be listed as attractions in the map. Though the corporate dedication was on April 29th and The Wonderful World of Disney aired the opening special on April 30th, the actual ceremony on May 1st included Michael Eisner, Bob Hope, Steve Allen, and Annette Funicello, among many others, along with a band and dancers. The entrance to the park was similar to what it is today, minus the security structures. The entrance evokes the now-defunct Pan Pacific Auditorium in Los Angeles, an entrance that would later be replicated for Disney California Adventure as well. The first thing guests encountered once inside the park was the crossroads of the world. Past that and facing down Hollywood Boulevard, guests would have a clear view to the Chinese Theater. On their left side in the entrance plaza were Movieland memorabilia, souvenirs, and sundries, and Sid Cahuenga's One of a Kind, selling authentic movie memorabilia and autographs. On the opposite side was Oscar's Classic Car Souvenirs and the stroller and wheelchair rental, Oscar Super Service. On the left side of Hollywood Boulevard sat the main shop, Mickey's of Hollywood, and past that guests could find Keystone Clothiers, Lakeside News, a comic book shop, and Sights and Sound sponsored by Sela, where they could record their own music videos. On the right side of the street, guests would pass the Dark Room presented by Kodak, the camera shop, Cover Story, where guests could have their picture put on a magazine cover, Celebrity Five and Dime, which featured clothes and souvenirs, Sweet Success, a candy shop, and Pacific Electric Pictures, which offered personalized videos and merchandise. The Theater of the Stars sat at the intersection where Sunset Boulevard is today. The open-air Hollywood Bowl-themed amphitheater originally housed Hollywood Hollywood, featuring dancers and Disney characters recreating classic-style movie scenes. The show lasted through August before closing. The theater would also host the Star Conversation with the Star of the Day, a program that would bring a celebrity to parade down Hollywood Boulevard in the Star Motorcade. They'd take part in a handprint ceremony at the Chinese Theater and also give a presentation to guests. Hollywood Boulevard was the hub of the park's entertainment, with Streetmosphere, the Hollywood Brass Band, and the Screen Extras Band appearing daily. The Hollywood Brown Derby was, like today, the park's premier table service restaurant, and Hollywood and Vine was a cafeteria. Starring Rolls, a bakery, rounded out the restaurants on Hollywood Boulevard. The Chinese Theater hosted the park's marquee attraction, the Great Movie Ride. Originally developed as a Future World pavilion, the concept, and Michael Eisner's alleged attendance at a meeting where Universal presented their plans for a Florida theme park to Paramount, became the genesis for the park. The 22-minute ride featured live cast member hosts that would narrate the show as it passed through scenes from classic and contemporary films. The host would then be displaced by either a gangster or a Wild West bank robber. An automated narration would take over through scenes featuring the movie Alien and Raiders of the Lost Ark. The hijacker would leave the car to steal a jewel from a temple, but be warned, "Halt, unbeliever! Disturb the treasure of the gods, and you shall all pay with your lives," by the temple priest. After ignoring the warning, the robber would be enveloped in smoke and replaced with a skeleton, the priest revealed to be your original guide. After passing other scenes, including Casablanca and Tarzan, guests would then enter Fantasia. This scene was originally intended to be part of The Wizard of Oz, in fact, the twister from it, but a last-minute licensing disagreement with MGM forced some changes, and the scene could not be completed. While the ride did get an amazing Wizard of Oz scene, including the first A100 class animatronic, the Wicked Witch, it was supposed to be part of a trio of Oz scenes that ended in the Wizard's throne room, with the supposedly dead hijacker emerging as the man behind the curtain. Another original finale idea featured several other characters from across cinema history, like R2-D2, C-3PO, and even the Ghostbusters. Of course, that was before the deal fell through and the IP ended up at Universal Studios Florida. In the end, we instead received a film montage. While the Great Movie Ride was the signature attraction, the true heart of the park at this time was the backstage studio tour. This 2-hour experience began with a tram ride that boarded in what would become the animation courtyard. Once aboard the tram, guests would listen to a live narrator as they were taken past the costuming and scenic shop areas that could be seen through windows. Next, guests would drive through Residential Street, which featured facades used in TV and movies, most notably the homes from The Golden Girls and Empty Nest. After that, they would see vehicles from famous productions, including the ship from Flight of the Navigator, a sail barge skiff from The Return of the Jedi, and a snowspeeder from The Empire Strikes Back. The showpiece of the tram tour was next, Catastrophe Canyon. Here, guests could be taken on a supposed live set to watch an effects demonstration featuring an exploding oil tanker, as well as flood and earthquake effects. The tram tour would end after a trip through the facades of New York Street before dropping guests off for the walking portion of the tour. Before starting the walking tour, guests would have a chance to use the restrooms, eat at the studio catering company, shop at the Looney Bin, or have a photo opportunity with cartoon characters. The walking tour started with the water effects tank, where guest volunteers would be used to film 2 scenes involving a World War II sub and a rogue wave a la the Poseidon Adventure. Many of the effects demonstrations would be focused on a film, The Lottery, starring Bette Midler and directed by Gary Marshall. The film was shot earlier in the year at the studios. The next area was the special effects workshop and shooting stage, featuring models and demonstrating composite shots using guests riding a version of the giant bee from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Next were a series of 3 sound stages that would feature a rotating cast of real productions. The final demonstrations would be in post-production editing and audio, before guests would finish in the Walt Disney Theater that would host previews of upcoming films, including dailies from projects shot recently in the park. Now back in the entrance courtyard, guests could shop at the Disney Studio store or grab a bite to eat at the Soundstage restaurant, or even its accompanying catwalk bar. The Soundstage restaurant was a quick-service restaurant themed to several Disney or Touchstone films over the years, but it was themed to 1988's Big Business when the park first opened. The catwalk bar was literally in the catwalks above the restaurant, decorated with rigging and lights one would expect from a soundstage. These locations are now home to the Disney Junior Dance Party, and upstairs is Club 33. Nearby was the Disney MGM Studios animation tour. The tour started with the Walter Cronkite and Robin Williams hosted Back to Neverland film. Cronkite described the animation process, while Williams is turned into one of the Lost Boys for a Neverland sequence. After this, guests would be taken through the different steps of the animation process: story, animation, cleanup, effects, backgrounds, photocopying process, paint lab, inking and painting, animation camera, and editing. The finale took place at the Disney Classics Theater, featuring a montage of Disney moments from throughout the years. The Animation Gallery shop sold cells, reproductions, and other collectibles. In the Lakeside Circle, or Echo Lake area, Sony sponsored 2 attractions: Superstar Television and the Monster Sound Show. In Superstar Television, cast members and guest volunteers would be filmed interacting with real television footage. Scenes included a newscast covering the opening of Disneyland in 1955, the chocolate conveyor scene of I Love Lucy, General Hospital, The Ed Sullivan Show, Bonanza, Gilligan's Island, The Moon Landing, The Three Stooges, Cheers, The Golden Girls, Sports Break, The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson, and Late Night with David Letterman. Scenes would be shot both on and backstage and displayed composited on overhead screens. Some of the sets on stage would even rotate on revolving platforms. At the Monster Sound Show, on-stage guest volunteers would be taught by a host to act as Foley artists, adding sound effects and vocals to a film that starred Chevy Chase and Martin Short. The post-show, The Soundworks, featured interactive booths where guests could add effects to Disney films, like the Headless Horseman's hoofsteps. The area also featured the 3-dimensional sound booths, Soundsations. Inside, guests would put on headphones to experience the audio adventure of a new Disney studio executive on his first day. Getting a haircut, listening to a movie pitch, and even meeting Mickey Mouse, all presented in extremely realistic surround sound audio. In this area, guests could dine at the quick-service Backlot Express or at Minimill's Dockside Diner. They could grab a dessert at Dinosaur Gertie's Ice Cream of Extinction, have a drink at the Tune-In Lounge, or eat in a classic sitcom kitchen at the 50s Primetime Cafe, all of which existed almost as they do today. Golden Age souvenirs featured TV and Disney Channel themed merchandise, and while the attraction was not yet open, Star Tours' exit shop, Endor Vendors, was open on May 1st. The studios received its first major addition on August 25th, the Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular. The major show elements, the ball chase, the fight at the plane, and the big fight at the market, were all in the show, as well as the use of volunteer extras. While August was the grand opening, the show was open to guests at least in technical rehearsal fashion as early as June of 1989. Star Tours opened at the studios on December 15th, making it the third iteration of the attraction. The original version of the ride saw guests entering through a set that would transition into the world of Star Wars. After viewing a safety video full of various aliens, guests boarded one of 6 Star Speeder 3000s for their trip to the forest moon of Endor. Due to a malfunction, your pilot, Captain RX-24 or Rex, voiced by Paul Rubens, otherwise known as Pee Wee Herman, ended up fleeing comets and the Empire before joining an assault on the third Death Star. Yes, a third Death Star, since this took place after the only Star Wars films released up until that point. After a near crash landing, guests end up back where they started. The attraction was sponsored by M&M's. In response to the popularity of the entertainment venues at Church Street Station in downtown Orlando, Disney had decided to build its own late-night adult entertainment venue. The complex, known as Pleasure Island, was targeted towards adults, requiring anyone under 18 to be accompanied by a parent or guardian. While the shops were open during the day, the venues only opened with the cover charge in the evening, originally 6 p.m. One admission would include all the clubs and cost $14.95 for an adult. The complex opened officially on May 1st, likely to give guests something to do after their shorter day at the Disney MGM studios. The whole complex was designed around the backstory of Meriwether Adam Pleasure, a businessman and adventurer who operated the area as a sail-making business. The clubs, shops, and restaurants were built in his abandoned factories and warehouses. The 6-acre complex featured 7 clubs at opening. Starting clockwise from the northwest corner of the complex, you could find the Neon Armadillo Music Saloon, a country bar. Next to that sat the Adventurers Club and the Avigators Shop, featuring branded fashion. Next came Suspended Animation and Yesteryears stores, selling Disney art and retro vintage merchandise respectively. Here also was the Sweet Surrender, an ice cream shop and bakery. Across an alley was Doodles, a t-shirt store, and the XZFR Rockin' Roller Drome, which would allow guests to roller skate to rock music. Next to that was the Fireworks Factory, a barbecue restaurant. Portobello Yacht Club served Italian food, and the Empress Lily and the Baton Rouge Lounge were made part of Pleasure Island. The south bank of buildings featured Meriwether's Market, a counter-service restaurant. The market was named after Meriwether Pleasure, the island's fictional founder. This building also held the Mouse House, selling standard Disney merchandise, and Desserts, a coffee shop and bakery. The Island Depot sold Pleasure Island-themed merchandise and rented strollers and wheelchairs. Videopolis East opened alcohol-free and played music targeted to a younger crowd. Mannequin's Dance Palace, now Morimoto Asia, featured professional dancers and a rotating dance floor. Changing Attitudes was a modern clothing and accessory shop, and Hammer and Fire sold jewelry and gifts. Guests could lip-sync to their own music videos at Superstar Studios and pose for a magazine cover at Cover Story. The Comedy Warehouse featured a stable of stand-up comedians. The AMC Pleasure Island 10 had actually opened a few months before, on December 16, 1988. Developed primarily by Joe Rohde and Roger Cox, the Adventurers Club was definitely the most Disney-style entertainment at Pleasure Island. Tied to the fictional story of the island told through the plaques scattered around the various buildings, the setting for the club was locked into 1937, on the open house night where the club was open to new members. The club was divided into 5 areas. The Zebra Mezzanine, which served as the entrance and overflow area, the main salon, a round room where guests could congregate between shows, the library, which hosted the main stage shows, and the Mask and Treasure Rooms, which served as the offshoots of the main lounge and hosted secondary performances. Various characters portrayed by excellent improv comedians would interact with guests throughout the night and perform a series of shows telling the story of the club. Each of the rooms was extensively decorated with artifacts, many of which could be brought to life and puppeteered by actors. The main shows included the Welcome Party, the Balderdash Cup, where the characters competed for Adventure of the Year, different versions of a radio show and sing-along, and always ended with the Hoopla. Each of the shows was a different balance of scripted entertainment and improv. River Country had been a hit since day one and was often filled to capacity. Meanwhile, just a few exits up I-4, Wet n Wild has established itself as a more modern water park. Disney's answer? To build Typhoon Lagoon, with more slides, heavy theming, and the world's largest wave pool. Of course, the park had to have a backstory. Hurricane Connie had swept a bunch of debris, which was used to rebuild the Leaning Palms Resort, and depositing the park's icon, the Miss Tilly, on top of Mount Mayday. This would overlook the surf pool, which would generate 6-foot waves every 90 seconds. The pool served as the center of the park and was surrounded on most sides by a sandy beach. For those looking for a calmer experience, there were 2 attached wading pools, Blustery Bay and Whitecap Cove. Before getting there, guests would pass through a tropically decorated area and the only shop, Singapore Sal's Saleable Salvage, before getting to the locker and shower area. They would also have to pass over the 2,000-foot-long lazy river, Castaway Creek, that encircles the center of the park. There were also plenty of slides for adventure seekers. The Humunga Cowabunga were 3 tall body slides ending in a runoff. These slides stood at 51 feet high. The other set of body slides, the storm slides, were twisting ones that would work their way through some tunnels before emptying into a pool, unlike Humunga Cowabunga. Gangplank Falls was a circular inner tube family raft ride. Mayday Falls and Keelhole Falls were both individual tube slides. There were also the children's play area and splash areas in Ketchikan Creek. The most unique of the attractions was Shark Reef. Guests would be given free use of snorkeling equipment, and after a brief instruction, they would be allowed to surface snorkel across the 60-foot saltwater pool inhabited by several types of fish and small nurse sharks. Guests had to swim directly from one end to the other and could not dive or change course. While Singapore Sal's was the only shopping, guests had a few dining and drinking options. Typhoon Tilly's Galley and Grog and Leaning Palms Resort and Dining Shop served as the main dining venues. Only beer was available on opening day. There was also Low Tide Lou's Arcade for those who rather play video games at the park. What would become the Epcot Resort area around Crescent Lake was now booming with construction. The Swan, Dolphin, Yacht Club, and Beach Club were all now under construction. The Port Orleans and Dixie Landing resorts had begun construction as well. The Polynesian received a new valet and bell service desk in the front of the Great Ceremonial House. Over at the Contemporary, renovations continued on the Grand Canyon Concourse. The previous tri-level dining area was flattened to one level, and the terrace and character cafes were combined into the Contemporary Cafe. The Pueblo Room was also closed and used as seating for the new restaurant. The Terrace Buffeteria became the Concourse Grill, and the Cocochino Cove and Gulf Coast Room were converted to private function or convention space. 1989 saw the tidal wave of change that the 1984 management shakeup set in motion. The Eisner-Wells administration had seen the potential for the resort and decided to capitalize on it. With the impending opening of the major rival theme park up the road, Disney had decided its strategy was to no longer make itself part of an Orlando vacation, but instead to make it its own vacation. The 3 major openings of 1989 were directly targeted at other area attractions. However, they were not going to stop there, as the coming years would see a focus not only on capturing the hotel market, but maintaining it for decades to come. After a momentous 1989, Walt Disney World could have settled down for a year. It wouldn't get that for a while, though. 1990 kicked off with the announcement of the Disney Decade, something that would become the butt of jokes for years to come. The year also started with the opening of a new hotel, and these facilities supporting the park expansion would be the main growth of the year. Not much would change in the parks themselves, but how people experienced the Disney vacation evolved further. 1990 was fairly uneventful for the Magic Kingdom. Main Street Stationers became the Main Street Bookstore, sponsored by Western Publishing, sometime in late 1989. Disneyana Collectibles replaced the Hospitality House, but Diamond Horseshoe Jamboree reservations could still be made at a podium in front of the store. This also removed the Disneyana shop from Fantasyland. In Frontierland, the Nacho Wagon became the Turkey Leg Wagon. Though the stage had existed, the castle forecourt stage was now listed as a Fantasyland attraction on the maps. Also at the castle, the description of King Stephen's banquet hall moved Cinderella from appearing while guests dined to meeting guests downstairs. Mickey's Birthday Land would become Mickey's Star Land on May 26th. The birthday decor was dropped and the show became Mickey's Magical TV World, where the titular mouse would host a special starring characters from DuckTales, Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, and the Gummy Bears. The entertainment around the park had changed a little by this point. The Fantasy Fair stage was now showcasing predominantly school bands as part of Magic Music Days. Stuntmen performed in Frontierland. Tomorrowland featured the Jazz Connection, and the Tomorrowland Theater was showing Rap and Roll, a musical featuring the Disney characters and Roger Rabbit. The Castle Forecourt stage had started showing Disney Mania in 1989, a musical stage show featuring classic and modern Disney songs and characters. The 1990 version featured up-to-date songs such as You Might Guess, DuckTales, Rescue Rangers, and the Gummy Bears TV show themes, as well as Why Should I Worry from the recent hit Oliver and Company. Epcot Center was fairly quiet in 1990 as well. The snack bar and the Wonders of Life received the name Pure and Simple. With the Crescent Lake area hotels beginning to open this year, the International Gateway would open on January 12th, along with Showcase Gifts, World Traveler, and the stroller and wheelchair rental location. In Mexico, the art exhibit became Reign of Glory, a celebration of Mexico's pre-Columbian art. In Italy, Delizie Italiane replaced Arcata di Artigiani and sold chocolates, cookies, and candy. La Signature at the France Pavilion lost some of its space to the Guerlain Boutique, still selling similar merchandise. The first Muppets attraction, Here Come the Muppets, opened on May 25th in the location that is now Voyage of the Little Mermaid at the Disney MGM Studios. The show featured live Muppet walk-around style characters interacting with humans, traditional Muppets, and even an animated Mickey Mouse on screen. The show featured a Ralph pre-show, but when guests entered the theater, the human-sized Kermit the Frog received a call from an animated Mickey. After that, Kermit used the video phone to track down the rest of the Muppets by calling the Walt Disney World operator, played by Lily Tomlin, reviving her laugh-in character, Ernestine. After Kermit talked to Miss Piggy and Fozzie, the Electric Mayhem Band crashed onto the stage in a monorail, and the rest of the characters arrived. The cast would perform several songs: Make 'em Laugh, Personality, Bein' Green, The Heart of Rock and Roll, and Shout. A Muppet store was also added at this time. 1990 also brought other new entertainment to the studios. The Theater of the Stars played host to the short-lived Swing, Swing, Swing from April 7th through April 18th, before being replaced by Dick Tracy starring in Diamond Double Cross on May 21st, well before the film's June 15th debut. In the show, Big Boy has to steal a giant gem in order for Breathless Mahoney to accept his marriage proposal. Dick Tracy has to raid the Club Ritz, which is used as a backdrop for musical numbers, to recover the jewel from Big Boy, Mumbles, and Flat Top. An action chase scene ensues, and Dick Tracy, of course, gets the stone back. The backstage studio tour sections were now separate attractions, known as the Shuttle Tour and the Walking Tour. Soundstage 1 on the Walking Tour was now home to Let's Make a Deal, and guests could also become audience members and contestants on the game show Revival, hosted by Barry Glazer. On the Animation Tour, the photocopying process area was now known as Cell Transfer. On July 1st, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles began a mini show and meet and greet on New York Street. New York Street had now had its eastmost section near the forced perspective backdrop open to pedestrian traffic. Also added to New York Street was the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids movie set adventure. The playground featured oversized props including ants, bees, and a Kodak film themed slide, and opened on December 17th. The studios also received its first signature nighttime spectacular, Sorcery in the Sky, on May 29th. Designed to be seen from in front of the Chinese Theater, the fireworks spectacular was narrated by Vincent Price. It featured classic film songs and themes such as Puttin' on the Ritz, Over the Rainbow, Singin' in the Rain, Bridge on the River Kwai, Chim Chim Cheree from Mary Poppins, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Star Wars, Chariots of Fire, and Raiders of the Lost Ark. Price would then introduce the most important part of the show. Sorcery in the Sky was meant to be a 50th anniversary celebration of Walt Disney's animated classic, Fantasia, and so the entire second half of the show was themed to that film, featuring Toccata and Fuge and the Nutcracker Suite. The show would end on The Sorcerer's Apprentice with a giant inflatable sorcerer Mickey Mouse rising atop the theater. The inflatable Mickey is particularly memorable, as many guests joked that he was in fact pointing towards the exit since it was the end of the night. As part of the Epcot financing, Disney had signed away rights to hotels for the park to the Tishman Group. A lawsuit over the issue was filed in 1986, and by 1988 it had been settled and the Swan and Dolphin were announced with a 99-year land lease from Disney. Disney had some control over the design since much of the dispute came from Tishman's plan to build generic buildings. The unbuilt Disney Mountain project, including multiple hotels and attractions, was part of this development cycle. For more on that, you'll want to check out our multi-hour comprehensive video on this project that never was right here on our YouTube channel. The hotels were designed by Michael Graves after being placed into a competition with fellow architect Bob Venturi. Michael Eisner originally wanted them to collaborate. Graves said, quote, "He called me and asked if I would work with Bob Venturi. I asked him if that wasn't a little bit like putting Steven Spielberg and George Lucas together, and he replied, 'Remember, I did that.'" Eisner was running Paramount when they produced Raiders of the Lost Ark, of course. At the time, the two hotels were to be the largest hotel and convention complex in all of Florida. The 760-room Swan would open first on January 13th, and the 1,510-room Dolphin would open on June 1st. The Swan was originally managed by Westin, with Sheraton operating the Dolphin. The Swan opened with the Garden Grove Cafe, featuring American cuisine, Palio, featuring Italian, Kimonos, a sushi and karaoke bar, which is still there to this day, and Splash Grill by the pool. Shopping was divided into cabanas, with the Disney and fashion cabanas selling the Disney and non-Disney merchandise, respectively. At the Dolphin, your dining choices included Harry's Safari Bar and Grill, which had seafood and steaks, Some Chow's, which unfortunately was described as Oriental, Ristorante Carnevale, which was Italian, Coral Cafe, a buffet, Tubby Checkers Buffeteria with snacks and quick bites, and Cabana Bar and Grill, a pool bar. Also opening on Crescent Lake that year were the Yacht and Beach Club resorts on November 5th and 19th, respectively. These hotels, defined by Robert A.M. Stern, are designed to evoke the feel of New England resort areas of Martha's Vineyard and Newport. Yacht Club had 635 rooms, while the Beach Club had 584. These two resorts are connected and centered around the shared sandy bottom pool, Stormalong Bay. Dining at the time consisted of the still popular Beaches and Cream, Cape May Cafe, and the Yachtsman Steakhouse. There was also the Yacht Club Galley, now Ale and Compass, and Ariel Seafood. Atlantic Wear and Wardrobe Emporium was the main shop at the Beach Club, while Fittings and Fairings, Clothes and Notions was at the Yacht Club. In addition to the walking and boat transportation available at these resorts today, tram service, similar to that found in the parking lots, would also connect Epcot resorts to both parks. Over at Pleasure Island, Videopolis East became the Cage nightclub on April 7th. On January 14, 1990, Eisner would make a presentation that would become infamous, the Disney Decade. These plans would include plenty of things that would happen: a fourth park with no theme yet, but animals were rumored, a Tower of Terror, the Disney Vacation Club and its corresponding resort at Walt Disney World, Splash Mountain, the Tomorrowland Overhaul, the Wilderness Lodge, and the Boardwalk Resort. However, there was also a great deal that didn't happen. An Andrew Lloyd Webber show, multiple hotels, including Buffalo Junction, the Mediterranean, and the Kingdom Suites, and more partnerships with both Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, including an entire Roger Rabbit's Hollywood land at the Disney MGM studios. To quote Vicki Vaughn of the Orlando Sentinel's coverage of the event, quote, "Eisner stressed that everything discussed Sunday will definitely be built." The lasting legacy of 1990 at Walt Disney World will be the Crescent Lake area. The 4 hotels that opened would become a mainstay for guests and springboard into the boardwalk a few years later. Many of the other additions would be short-lived, mostly gone within a few years. 1991 would celebrate the resort's 20th anniversary, and plenty of new magic was around the corner. 1991 was another year of incremental expansion at Walt Disney World. While the older portions would see some minor changes, it was the resort's newest offerings that saw more dramatic additions. The Disney MGM studios would see classic shows open, while new hotels would greet guests for the first time. These new offerings would see a variety of levels of success, from short 6-week runs to 30 years of operation. On Main Street, the Emporium underwent a remodel, while the fire station was temporarily turned into a gift shop. In Frontierland, changes began in preparation of Splash Mountain. The railroad station, which closed in November of 1990, was reopened in its current location in December 1991. During that period, the railroad was not closed, instead ran in a shuttle mode forward and backwards. The original Briar Patch closed and would reopen on December 16th in its new location as part of the Splash Mountain complex. Bearly Country closed to become Prairie Outpost and Supply on February 25th. The Tri-Cornered Hat Shop was renamed the Trail Creek Hat Shop. In Tomorrowland, the Film and Glow Cart was removed, and on June 28th, Mickey's Mart became Mickey's Star Traders. As part of the 20th anniversary celebration, the Magic Kingdom received not one, but two new parades. The afternoon Surprise Celebration Parade began on September 22nd, while Spectro Magic replaced the Main Street Electrical Parade on October 1st. Based on Disneyland's Party Gras Parade, Surprise Celebration featured characters in traditional Mardi Gras masks and inflatable floats. The parade began with Pinocchio characters, followed by Roger Rabbit on a float that was a giant version of himself. Stilt walkers and dancers were interspersed between all the major floats and preceded a float of Minnie in a fruit hat and a horse-drawn pineapple containing King Louie behind it. Next up was an inflatable Donald with the three caballeros riding, and Chip and Dale on a tropical island float trailing it. Next came Pluto and a steel drum band of Mardi Gras-dressed characters riding a giant Pluto float. Goofy in a Hawaiian shirt was next in both normal character and giant float versions. The final float was King Mickey, featuring the mouse himself flanked by Cinderella and Snow White. Spectro Magic was the first ever replacement for the Main Street Electrical Parade at any Disney park on Earth. Fiber optics supplemented the more traditional Christmas-style lights, and the synthesizer soundtrack gave way to a classical-style score, more in line with the Disney animated film canon. After an introduction by Jiminy Cricket, a group of masked trumpeters or spectromen heralded the rest of the parade. The next units were spinning balls piloted by said spectromen, colorful clown-looking figures that also rode a large float with a screen displaying the Spectro Magic name. Next came the Mickey unit, a large float that appeared to be his cape that connected to his back as he played with a plasma ball. Next, Roger Rabbit conducted a drumming Goofy and the golden harp from a metronome float. Chip and Dale playing a piano followed that, sliding all over the bench in a cartoonish fashion. A peacock float that flowed into a garden featuring fauna, flora, and Merryweather from Sleeping Beauty followed. Illuminated dragonfly and butterfly dancers flanked the gardens. The Little Mermaid unit, led by a large fish with spinning eyes, came next. Smaller fish floats followed behind it. And next came a large spinning Ursula. Ariel trailed behind on a shipwreck float with Sebastian conducting a fish orchestra with King Triton in a chariot bringing up the rear. Spinning, blinking fish came before the next unit, Fantasia. First was the Dance of the Hours with Ben Alligator spinning Hyacinth Hippo and an ostrich named Madame Upanova. More ostrich dancers accompanied a Bacchus float. And next was another train float representing the Pastoral featuring the Pegasus. A giant opening and closing Chernabog float closed out the Fantasia portion. For the incredible finale, the Big Bad Wolf prowled ahead of the Three Little Pigs. The float also featured Jock and Gus at the helm of Cinderella and her pumpkin coach, with the Queen of Hearts walking just a few steps behind. Mary Poppins walked ahead of a carousel, with the horses replaced with fanciful animals such as frogs, roosters, and even Dumbo the flying elephant. Peter Pan, Mr. Smee, Snow White, and 6 of the 7 dwarfs led the final unit. The Evil Queen and Captain Hook, Dopey, Pinocchio and Geppetto, and finally Donald, Minnie Mouse, and a puppet of Jiminy Cricket closed out the parade on a lengthy triple-unit float. Oh, and by the way, all of the finale units and the characters on them changed from black and white into color via a cascading effect timed perfectly to the beautiful score. Epcot Center saw little noticeable changes in 1991. However, a new lagoon show, Surprise in the Skies, debuted September 30th to run as part of the 20th anniversary celebration. The show began with daytime fireworks, quickly followed by paragliders piloted by Mickey, Minnie, Pooh, Tigger, Chip, Dale, Pluto, and Goofy. There were also speedboats dragging kites. Large inflatable characters emerged from the rooftops of the World Showcase pavilions. Donald Duck in a sombrero and poncho in Mexico, Viking Goofy in Norway, Chip and Dale climbing each other in China, Daisy in a flower wreath in Germany, Pinocchio playing the accordion in Italy, Minnie Mouse in a kimono for Japan, Tigger in Morocco, Pluto with a beret in France, Robin Hood in the United Kingdom, Pooh in a Mountie uniform in Canada, and finally, Uncle Sam Mickey Mouse at the American Adventure. The paragliders and more dancing kites then returned with more fireworks. The 20th festivities and even the Carnival theme also extended to a character show where the gang arrived via omnibus and held a Mardi Gras-style celebration on World Showcase Promenade. The characters would be available to guests as a meet and greet for a few moments following the show. That kid looks awfully familiar. Here Come the Muppets would close on September 2nd at the Disney MGM Studios. However, Muppet Vision 3D would already be open by May 16th. The 3D film would be the first to utilize extensive in-theater effects, including water, bubbles, wall projections, animatronics, and live actors. The show would feature a pre-show across multiple screens, highlighting the typical Muppet sense of humor. Once in the theater, the Muppets would introduce us to their new technology, Muppet Vision. Of course, everything goes wrong as a sentient 3D effect called Waldo is created, disrupting the show and leading to the destruction of the theater. For a deeper dive on Muppet Vision 3D, check out our multi-hour history show Back to the Future right here on our YouTube channel. Also in the area, the Studio Showcase attraction would open on September 29th in the building that is now Pizza Rizzo. This would feature props and costumes from different films. The Studio Pizzeria opened on June 15th, but soon became Mama Melrose on September 26th. The same day, Dinosaurs Live premiered at the Disney MGM Studios. The Sci-Fi Dine-In Theater opened on April 20th and allowed guests to dine in a car at a drive-in movie theater as clips, trailers, and ads representing science fiction of the time ran. To complete the theme at the time, guests were brought popcorn at the beginning of their meal, and as well, servers were often found on roller skates bringing the food to the table, like a car hop. Muppets on Location opened on September 16th. This allowed guests to meet the Muppets while the Electric Mayhem played music. Across the park, the Soundstage restaurant underwent its first major theme change to coincide with the opening of Beauty and the Beast. The Theater of the Stars saw Hollywood's Pretty Woman open on September 24th, only to close on November 3rd. Now, when I say Pretty Woman, you might think of the Disney-owned film starring Julia Roberts, but in fact, the show was a celebration of pretty women throughout the history of Hollywood. The short-lived show featured Roger Rabbit attempting to recruit other Disney characters to work for Maroon Studios. The show was quickly replaced by Beauty and the Beast live on stage on November 22nd, the day the film was released in theaters. The show was much the same as it is today, a short retelling of the film focusing mainly on the musical numbers. However, the order of the show was completely different. Oh, and there were these giant costume bat people. The show opened with Be Our Guest rather than all songs in order. Port Orleans opened on May 17th, but only the section now known as the French Quarter. 432 rooms were available on opening day, though it reached its full 1,008 rooms soon after. The resort featured the Doubloon Lagoon Pool, and guests could dine at the full-service restaurant Bomb Famille's Cafe Table Service Restaurant or at the Sassagoula Floatworks and Food Factory Food Court. They could shop at the Jackson Square Gifts and Desires. The Disney Vacation Club Resort, now Old Key West, was the first DVC resort to open on December 20th, 1991. The accommodations included kitchen facilities and a laundry room. The rooms were designed in a Key West theme. Olivia's Cafe Restaurant and the Conch Flats General Store were available to guests. Over at Disney's Contemporary Resort, the new convention center opened, making its Fantasia Ballroom the largest at Walt Disney World. The lobby and entrance were altered as part of this expansion. 1991 was a landmark year as it was the 20th anniversary of the Vacation Kingdom of the World. But 1992 would continue the party as a late arrival would make a big splash. 1992 was a landmark year for Disney parks, just not necessarily in the United States. Even with the focus on Euro Disney opening in April, the massive expansion Walt Disney World had seen for the last few years still had a lot of steam. Some of Disney's most recognizable and controversial offerings opened in 1992. The Walt Disney Story closed its doors at the Magic Kingdom on Main Street on October 5, 1992. The lobby and display areas would still be periodically used for other purposes, but the attraction and film were no longer shown. In Adventureland, the tropical serenade Barker bird, originally voiced by Disney legend Wally Bogue, was replaced by a new bird named Artemis. La Princesa di Cristal and the Golden Galleon both closed in Caribbean Plaza. Their space was merged into El Pirata y El Perico, the nearby counter-service restaurant. In Frontierland, the original Country Bear Jamboree returned, displacing the Vacation Hoedown show permanently in February. In Fantasyland, Tinkerbell Toy Shop became Tinkerbell's Treasures on December 6th, and Nemo's Niche closed and was replaced with an information kiosk. The Mickey Starland stage show lost Scrooge McDuck, Launchpad, and Roger Rabbit, who briefly joined the show in October 1991, along with Darkwing Duck, who replaced the Gummy Bears, in favor of Goofy and Max from Goof Troop. The biggest change to the Magic Kingdom was the addition of a massive e-ticket attraction, Splash Mountain. The original concept came from a request Dick Nunis had to add a log flume attraction to Disneyland back in 1983. Tony Baxter developed the concept, famously while stuck in LA traffic, as a way to incorporate the America Sings animatronics into a new show. Only the Disneyland version would use the recycled animatronics, but Splash Mountain would cross the globe. Originally titled the Zippity River Run, the name was changed at the insistence of Michael Eisner to capitalize on the popularity of the movie Splash. At one point, Eisner even asked if a mermaid could be worked into the ride. Tony Baxter said no. The original version at Disneyland opened in July 1989. 3 years later, on July 17, the Magic Kingdom version soft opened on the far west side of the park next to Big Thunder Mountain, on land originally intended for the Western River Expedition. However, the official opening was on October 1st, and the grand opening TV spot didn't air until the Christmas parade that year. The ride differed from the Disneyland version primarily by being a side-by-side seated ride as opposed to the original single-file seating format. The ride takes guests through Chickapin Hill, telling the story of Brer Rabbit escaping from Brer Fox and Brer Bear. It features 3 drops, including the 52-foot finale into the Briar Patch. The finale scene that features animatronic figures on and around a showboat could also be seen from the Walt Disney World Railroad. Of course, the railroad had closed due to the operational obstruction of the Splash Mountain construction. When it originally opened, guests would enter the queue via the bridge that was right in front of the main drop of the attraction. And back then, people on the bridge would actually get wet. Once sat in their then lap-barless logs, guests would begin their journey up the mountain much as it exists today. The ride also featured Disney World's first on-ride souvenir photo, which in addition to the viewing area at the exit of the ride, would also be displayed on a TV in a box near the unload while guests were still aboard. Sadly, this never aligned with your log, meaning you always got a preview of someone else's ride photo. With this being said, the TV was boarded up not long after the ride opened. Epcot Center sat fairly static at this time, but the first major overhaul of the park was already in the works. At some point in 1991, some of the exhibits around the park changed. Mexico now featured Reign of Glory, a celebration of Mexico's pre-Columbian arts, while Norway's Stave Church exhibit became To the Ends of the Earth, exhibiting artifacts from the Arctic and Antarctic expeditions. Surprise in the Skies ended after a 1-year run on September 30th. The studios began its year with the opening of Voyage of the Little Mermaid on January 7th. The waiting area originally featured a pre-show describing the artifacts in the room, including King Triton's trident. The show began with animation leading right into the Under the Sea number. Next came a laser projection of King Triton instructing Sebastian to keep an eye on Ariel. After that, Ariel appears in a clamshell to sing Part of Your World, after which Flotsam and Jetsam introduce Ariel to a large Ursula puppet who would sing Poor Unfortunate Souls. Much of the rest of the plot is told through an animation montage until Mermaid Ariel reappears, only to transform into human Ariel on stage during a Part of Your World reprise. All the musical numbers feature a combination of animation, live action, and puppetry. One of the original actresses to portray Ariel in the show, Leanza Cornett, went on to become Miss America the next year in 1993. The Under the Sea shop opened alongside the attraction. A few other shops on Hollywood Boulevard changed sometime around 1992. Pacific Electric Pictures and Sights and Sounds both went away. Pacific Electric Pictures became the LA Prop and Storage, which it would remain until the Starbucks conversion, while Sights and Sounds was incorporated into the existing stores, namely Keystone Clothiers. December saw a new parade, Aladdin's Royal Caravan, which debuted on December 21st. The parade was led by a large inflatable genie float, followed by two spinning camels on a platform being pushed by several puppet men. These camels would go on to find a very different life at Walt Disney World in the years that followed, eventually ending up in front of the Soundstage restaurant at the Disney MGM Studios before ending up in their current home at the Magic Carpets of Aladdin in the Magic Kingdom. Next, a gorilla float holding a chest with the genie sticking out of it would pass by, and after that would be a two-story float featuring Prince Ali's entertainers, dancers, snake charmers, and magicians. A walk-around genie then led a group of dancers before Aladdin and Jasmine would appear riding the magic carpet atop the elephant version of Abu. Jafar would follow the elephant with a manure bucket in front of him. Aladdin also took over the theme of the Soundstage restaurant sometime around November or December, but the camels would come later. Resort expansion slowed a bit in 1992, but that doesn't mean any new hotels did not open. February 2nd saw the grand opening of Dixie Landings, what is now Port Orleans Riverside. The Alligator Bayou section opened first, followed by Magnolia Bend not long after. The resort featured the Old Man Island swimming area, Boatwright's Dining Hall, and the Colonel's Cotton Mill Food Court. The food court stands included the Southern Trace Bakery, the Filet Cajun Broiler, Riverside Market and Deli, Blue Bayou Burgers and Chicken, and Acadian Pizza and Pasta. The original bar was named the Cotton Co-op, and the original marina area was the Dixie Levee. Over at the Polynesian, Tangaroa Terrace and many of the great ceremonial house shops underwent minor renovations. Over at Pleasure Island, Cage, which had replaced Videopolis East, would close in December and would be replaced by a more 70s-themed 8-Tracks Club on December 31st. The opening of Euro Disney may have slowed the growth of Walt Disney World, and the fallout from it may have changed the fate of the flagship resort for years to come, but it could not stop the snowball of growth already underway. Splash Mountain and Voyage of the Little Mermaid still exist today, aside from COVID closures, while the Aladdin Parade began a trend of promotional parades at the Disney MGM Studios. 1992 may have been the quietest year at Disney World in a long time, but it significantly shaped the resort as we know it today. By 1993, the Disney MGM Studios was fully up and running, hotel capacity had been greatly expanded, and the Magic Kingdom had its first major addition since 1975. Plans were now on the table to update the areas that had been struggling during the expansion. Tomorrowland and Epcot's Future World were both out of date and needed to be modernized or even future-proofed. 1993 saw the start of that evolution. The Hall of Presidents received its first major update in September and October with the addition of Bill Clinton. Instead of just adding the new president to the lineup, the whole show was reworked and shortened by about 6 minutes. Now narrated by Maya Angelou, the film portion focused on social issues, particularly slavery, and ended with a new speech by Abraham Lincoln, now voiced by Peter Renaday, and by President Clinton, who recorded his own speech. Fantasyland saw a few updates as well. Dumbo was upgraded from its original 10-vehicle configuration to 16 elephants. It also got a very different new look. Gurgies, Munchies, and Crunchies became Lumiere's Kitchen on February 13th. The Troubadour Tavern became Hook's Tavern at some point later in the year. Magic Journeys would close its doors permanently on December 1st to make way for a new show that would feature the upcoming film The Lion King, opening the next year. Tomorrowland began to drastically change as Disney started their overhaul of the land to make it more timeless and less based on the actual tomorrow. It would be more in line with Euro Disney's Discoveryland, a Jules Verne-esque look at the future from the past. The first of these changes started on August 16th with the closure of the Carousel of Progress, followed by the closure of Mission to Mars on October 4th. While Mission to Mars replacement would take a bit more time, the Carousel of Progress, now renamed Walt Disney's Carousel of Progress, would reopen on November 23rd. The new version featured a repainted facade and marquee sign shaped like a large gear. The holding pens also had a new pre-show on the television screens above that discussed the history of the attraction and the Sherman Brothers' iconic music. The show itself saw an extensive overhaul. The time periods of the first 3 scenes remain the same, with the new scene being set sometime in the near future, featuring voice activation and virtual reality gaming. Oh, and of course, laser discs. Look it up, kids. The original song, Great Big Beautiful Tomorrow, which had been missing since the attraction closed at Disneyland and was never present at Walt Disney World, finally replaced The Best Time of Your Life. The voice actors were all replaced as well, and most notably John, the father, was now voiced by Gene Shepard. The original father, Rex Allen, now voiced the grandfather. Like Tomorrowland, Epcot's Future World was becoming outdated. However, Epcot was designed with a plan for this. The corporate sponsors would renew contracts to update the attractions. While several had plans to do so, others began to drop and not renew. On June 24th, General Electric declined to renew its sponsorship of Horizons, which then officially ended on September 30th. Across the park, Kraft also declined its renewal, officially withdrawing its sponsorship from the land on October 1st, 1992. However, Nestle would quickly take Kraft's place officially on January 1st, and the pavilion would start to see changes on September 27th when Listen to the Land would close. Living with the Land would open on December 10th. The ride itself changed very little. The Symphony of the Seed opening sequence was replaced with a diorama of a thunderstorm. The film sequences were also updated, and the finale scene replaced with an array of faces that we see today. The Farmers Market closed on October 26th and reopened as Sunshine Season Food Fair on November 9th. The Land Grill Room closed on October 4th and reopened as Garden Grill on November 15th. The Broccoli & Company store would close on October 25th and reopen November 10th as the Green Thumb Emporium. Communicore began its transformation into what would become Innoventions. Rather than support the other pavilions, the new concept would showcase other sponsors with exhibits that would not demand a whole pavilion and could be updated more regularly. Backstage Magic would close on October 1st and Expo Robotics on October 3rd. The Travel Port had already closed on April 27, 1992. The American Adventure attraction would receive a minor update as well, with all new audio animatronics, an updated recording of the Golden Dream theme song, and as well some minor changes to the film portions throughout. Little happened at the studios in 1993, as like the other parks, it was preparing for more significant changes to come in 94. Sunset Boulevard and the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror were under construction. As part of the changes, Beauty and the Beast Live on Stage was temporarily moved to the Backlot Theater on May 23rd. Located in the New York Street area, this served as the home for the production as the Theater of the Stars was demolished to be rebuilt and relocated down the street in the new expansion. Over at the Polynesian, renovations to the Barefoot Bar, Captain Cook's, and the shops on the second floor were carried out, and Sunday brunch was discontinued at Papiti Bay. At Pleasure Island, the large Jessica Rabbit sign was moved to the West End stage from its previous home above the now closing Jessica's store. Merriweather's Market Food Court closed to become Pleasure Island Jazz Company, which would open on August 27th. The entire decade of the 1990s was a period of change at Walt Disney World. Some years saw more changes than others, 1993 probably the least of which. While Euro Disneyland's problems were causing changes and scalebacks of plans, what closed in 1993 would still bear fruit. 1994 would be a historic year in the history of the Vacation Kingdom, seeing new hotels, attractions, and even entirely new lands coming to Walt Disney World.
1994 wasn't the best year for the Walt Disney Company. Frank Wells died in a heliskiing accident on April 3rd. In July, Michael Eisner had a heart attack leading to quadruple bypass surgery. Jeffrey Katzenberg, the head of the studios, left the company to co-found DreamWorks. There were continued issues with the now renamed Disneyland Paris. These issues led the company's management to change their plans and become a little less aggressive with expansion. However, this didn't mean things at Walt Disney World would ground to a halt. In fact, 1994 is likely the year that defined the parks for the entire decade. At the Magic Kingdom, the opening day restaurant Adventureland Veranda closed its doors in July. Lafitte's portrait deck became just Lafitte's and sold pirate merchandise near Pirates of the Caribbean. The Davy Crockett Explorer canoes closed permanently either sometime in late 1993 or early 1994. Fantasyland saw a few more extensive changes. Most notably, the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea submarine voyage ride would be shuttered on September 5th supposedly to just be a temporary closure. We'll see how that turns out. Snow White's Scary Adventures would close in the summer and would reopen on December 16th as Snow White's Adventures. The ride would see the removal of 2 witch figures, the addition of another, the singing dwarf scene was added, the witch being defeated was now featured, and a happily ever after finale was added to the ride. The vehicles were upgraded to 3 rows instead of 2 for capacity. Lighting effects were changed and the chase sequence through the woods was made to be less scary for young children. Most importantly, to solve the problem of Snow White not appearing in her own ride, 2 paintings and 3 figures of the titular princess were added. The Royal Candy Shop next door became the Seven Dwarfs Mining Company, fittingly. Also added to Fantasyland was Legend of the Lion King. The show opened in the former home of Magic Journeys on July 8th, just 2 weeks after the film opened. The puppet show begins with a pre-show of the costumed actor playing Rafiki, describing the story before cutting to the actual Circle of Life sequence from the film. The main theater show begins with Mufasa telling Simba about being king, before the show cuts to I Just Can't Wait to Be King and then Be Prepared, all acted by puppets with audio taken from the movie. The Stampede scene incorporated footage from the film but omitted Mufasa's actual fall. Next was Hakuna Matata and Can You Feel the Love Tonight? The finale conflict again heavily relies on the animation before ending with a large puppet scene for the Circle of Life's return. The show was sponsored by Kodak. The transformation to New Tomorrowland was in full swing. With construction starting on January 9th, closures were happening around the land. The spires at the entrance were removed to be replaced by the UFO archway and the rockwork along the hub canal. The white and pastel color scheme was replaced by steampunk sci-fi looks that featured lots of rivets, gears, and antennas with blue, silver, and bronze colors. Almost all the shops and restaurants would change names and appearances. Merchant of Venus replaced the Starport in June. At the same time, Anti-Gravity's Galactic Goodies would replace the lunching pad, but the name would remain, now replacing the space bar in the middle of Rocket Tower Plaza. Cosmic Ray's Starlight Cafe opened without Sunny Eclipse on December 9th, displacing the Tomorrowland Terrace, which closed in September. The area was also redecorated with futuristic phone booths, a newspaper-selling robot, mechanical palm trees, and a map of the land carved onto a giant marble ball that floated atop a water jet. On January 10th, both Starjets and the Wedway People Mover would close to begin their transformations. In June, both would reopen in their new forms. The Astro Orbiter would take the place of the Starjets, losing the Saturn V theme and replacing it with stylized rockets orbiting in and around similarly stylized planets. The Tomorrowland Transit Authority, the new name of the People Mover, would almost serve as the centerpiece of the reimagined land, using its narration to tell the whole area's story. While the ride itself remained mostly unchanged, the narration and a few new dioramas described Tomorrowland as an intergalactic hub city, and the different attractions in the land would now take place at the Convention Center, the Science Center, at Historical Society landmarks. Also closing on January 10th was American Journeys. A new Circle Vision film would replace it on November 21st. At the newly christened Transportarium, part of the aforementioned Metropolis Science Center, guests would watch the film from time to time, which would quickly be renamed to the namesake of this program, The Timekeeper. Adapted from Disneyland Paris's Le Visionarium, the film would now be hosted by 2 animatronic robots. The titular Timekeeper and his time-traveling sidekick Nine-Eye would be voiced by the legendary comedians Robin Williams and Rhea Perlman, respectively. In the show, the Timekeeper is demonstrating his new invention of time travel by sending Nine-Eye into the past, including to Da Vinci's workshop and a Mozart concert, all until she inadvertently kidnaps Jules Verne at the Great Paris Exhibition. The Timekeeper and Nine-Eye then show Verne around the modern world before taking us all to the future. With FedEx replacing RCA as the sponsor, Space Mountain also saw significant changes. The ride closed October 10th and reopened November 18th. The entrance was partially closed off and a new exit building was created. The sign pylon was replaced. In the queue, TVs were added to show SMTV, or Space Mountain TV, a fictionalized network that played fake space-themed news and weather reports, ads for Crazy Larry's used spaceships, ads for Excess Tech and FedEx as well, and a music video for Ghost Riders in the Sky. The queue itself was updated with art reading FX1 and locations around the galaxy. On December 15th, the Tomorrowland stage reopened as the Galaxy Palace Theater, now hosting Galaxy Search, a variety talent show based on Star Search. Mickey hosted the show while other characters presented alien acts they brought back from around the galaxy. Chip and Dale lead off the tripods, followed by Minnie dancing to Respect with robots from Detroit, while Goofy is trying to rush his act before it gets too hungry. Next comes Pluto with the three-headed dogs from Pluto, and Donald then presents some bird people performing Rollin' on the River. Goofy's act then comes out, being revealed to be King, a giant Elvis impersonator puppet that appears off to the right of the stage. Goofy and King are declared the winners, and the whole cast perform a finale number. The most anticipated and controversial addition to Tomorrowland was the extraterrestrial alien encounter. The first short-lived version of the attraction soft opened on December 16th. Originally designed for Disneyland and then intended to be featuring the Xenomorph from the Alien movie franchise, this was now an original concept hosted by alien company XS Tech at the Interplanetary Convention Center. The first pre-show would feature model Tyra Banks, dubbed over by another actress. Kathy Najimy, Kevin Pollak, and Jeffrey Jones as Chairman Clench rounded out the pre-show. This version began with a second pre-show hosted by Tom 2000, a more sarcastic than menacing robot voiced by Saturday Night Live's Phil Hartman. TOM, or Tom, demonstrates short-term teleportation, but accidentally fries the animatronic subject. Contrary to the comical pre-show, the main attraction was extremely frightening. It was still a theater in the round, reusing the Mission to Mars space. In the story, Chairman Clench was being teleported to the theater to meet the audience, but they accidentally brought a carnivorous alien in instead. The show relied on binaural audio, tactile effects built into the seat restraint system, and darkness to tell the story of when the alien escapes, eats audience members, and is eventually destroyed. In this version, Clench did make it to Earth at the end, only to be stuck in the tube. Epcot Center would change its name to Epcot 94, distancing itself from what it was originally and foreshadowing what it would become. The name also reflected the changes the park was currently undergoing. It received its first festival with the Epcot International Flower and Garden Festival, which ran for just 38 days starting April 29th. The event featured 165,000 annuals and daily speakers and was presented by Better Homes and Gardens. Speaking of seasonality, Horizons would close to begin operating seasonally in December of 1994. The marquee attraction of the park, Spaceship Earth, would see its first major upgrade since 1986. Closing on August 15th, the end of the ride would change to reflect more modern technologies. The 1980s scene of the Network Operations Center was removed to be replaced by a video conference between an American boy and an Asian girl talking about their achievements in martial arts and baseball, as well as a futuristic cityscape. The tunnel before the top dome was updated with new lighting effects, and the dome scene itself saw the space station and astronauts removed. The new descent would highlight this form of telecommunications, showing scenes of world news, children in school, and various vignettes of people using holographic chats thanks to a Pepper's Ghost effect, all of these taking place about work, a graduation, and the birth of a new little girl. The final visual would be a model of the ride building leading to a fiber optic trail overhead. The new version would open on November 23rd and feature both a dramatic new score and a new narrator in the form of Jeremy Irons, who also appeared in two other attractions that opened this year, The Timekeeper and Legend of the Lion King. Along with the attraction, Spaceship Earth's post-show would change. Earth Station and its bank of World Key information kiosks would be replaced by the Global Neighborhood, a series of interactive exhibits highlighting communications. These included Interactive Wonderland, Ride the AT&T Network, the Storyteller Phone, You Don't Say, and Communication Breakdown. Interactive Wonderland was a voice command interactive game based on the Adventures in Wonderland TV series. Ride the AT&T Network was a mini-motion simulator that rocked back and forth as you traveled telecommunication lines as part of a field trip. The Storyteller Phone added background noise to a phone call simulating different places. You Don't Say was a game about literal translations as you had to guess what the foreign idioms meant. Communication Breakdown featured a Brick Breaker style game where you had to play over a network with a partner. Communicore attractions closed completely with the end of the Energy Exchange on January 31st. The Stargate restaurant closed on April 30th to become the Electric Umbrella on June 24th. The Fountain View Espresso and Bakery had replaced the Sunrise Terrace on November 9th, 1993. The other part was replaced by Pasta Piazza Ristorante in May 1994. When Innoventions opened on July 1st, it included presentations by General Electric, General Motors, Hammacher Schlemmer, and Apple, who joined in September. Other exhibits included Bill Nye, the Sega area where guests could play the latest Sega video game systems, the Magic House Tour, and the Walt Disney Imagineering Labs, which featured an early VR demonstration, which would later become a part of Disney Quest. Back at the Land Pavilion, Kitchen Cabaret closed right after the holidays on January 3rd. Food Rocks, an update on the singing food concept, opened on March 26th. The new show featured parody songs instead of original concepts. It was hosted by Food Rapper, who is voiced by Tone Loc. Kids, look him up. The musical focused more on good eating habits as opposed to the different food groups. The song list included We'll Make It Count in the Kitchen by the Utensils, which was a parody of Bohemian Rhapsody. There was also Good Nutrition by the Peach Boys, which was a parody of Good Vibrations. Every Bite You Take by the Refrigerator Police, which is Every Breath You Take. High Fiber by Peter Gabriel, a parody of Sledgehammer, which I still sing every time Sledgehammer comes on my radio. Always Read the Rapper by Food Rapper, a parody of Funky Cold Medina. Again, kids, you'll want to look this up. Just Keep It Lean by the Soul of Rock and Roll, the Shoop Shoop song. It's in his Kiss. Tutti Frutti by Little Richard, which was actually performed by Little Richard. Vegetables Are Good For You by Neil Musaka, which is a parody of Breaking Up Is Hard to Do. Let's Exercise by Chubby Cheddar, a parody of The Twist by Chubby Checker. Give Us Junk by The Excess, and Just a Little Bit by the Get the Point Sisters, a parody of Respect. Neil Sedaka, Little Richard, the Pointer Sisters, and Chubby Checker all voiced their own parody groups in this show. Captain EO closed on July 6th to be replaced by Honey, I Shrunk the Audience. On November 21st, the show would open. The new film centers on Wayne Szalinski, played by Rick Moranis, receiving the Imagination Institute's Inventor of the Year award. Eric Idle would play Dr. Nigel Channing for the first time, the director of the Imagination Institute. Marcia Strassman, Robert Olveri, and Daniel and Joshua Schaliker reprised their roles of the Szalinski family from the films as well. During the attempts to present the award, a series of mishaps caused by Szalinski's inventions, including a crashing hovercraft and a cloning machine, take place. In-theater effects would mimic actual events that would happen in the show, such as mice running under the seats of guests. As you would guess by the name of the attraction, the audience at one point is accidentally shrunk by Szalinski during a demonstration. After this point, the theater would seem to move thanks to a platform that was installed under the theater seats. Another Future World show, Splashtacular, opened on November 21st, 1993, but only ran until June 11, 1994. Adapted from Tokyo's It's Magical, the show took place around the Future World fountain area. Mickey and friends would gather to celebrate liquid magic and color the fountain before an evil space sorceress would come to steal all of Earth's color, after having lost their planet's color in a war. A large puppet dinosaur, Pterosaur X, comes out before being defeated. Pterosaur X was actually reused and redressed after Splashtacular ended as King in Galaxy Search, and it looks like most of the costumes in this show were too. The show featured extensive pyrotechnics, dance numbers, and inflatables rising up over Spaceship Earth's post-show building. The Fountain of Nations was famously updated specifically for this show with the ability to launch fountains in synchronization with music, something that would delight guests up until its demolition just a few years ago. In World Showcase, the China art exhibit switched to Dragon, Ruler of the Wind and Waves. The American Gardens Theater underwent a rebuild in 1993 and premiered the Magical World of Barbie show on November 20th, only to quickly close before being reworked to open around Christmas. The show featured Barbie and her friends traveling the world. True to being an advertisement for Barbie, the show featured tons of different outfits and vehicles like a sports car, a submarine, and a hot air balloon. The show appeared on both the Disney Christmas Special and the Barbie Happy Birthday VHS, which I remember getting at Toys R Us. Also, with the completion of the new stage, the Candlelight Processional moved from its previous home at the Magic Kingdom to Epcot. The studios received a massive expansion with the opening of Sunset Boulevard on June 12th. It opened with 3 quick-service food locations that offered limited fare and limited seating: Catalina Eddie's Frozen Yogurt, Rosie's Red Hot Dogs, and the Anaheim Produce Company. 3 shops also lined the street, Legends of Hollywood and Once Upon a Time would be on your right as you enter, and the Sunset Ranch Market souvenirs would be on your left. A new version of the Theater of the Stars, still based on the Hollywood Bowl, opened along the right side of the street as well and showed Beauty and the Beast live on stage. Officially opening July 22nd, the main draw of Sunset Boulevard was the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror. Based on the classic science fiction anthology series, but telling a new original story, the ride tells the events that led to the closure of the Hollywood Tower Hotel after it was struck by lightning in 1939, causing the mysterious disappearance of 4 guests and a bellman in an elevator. After walking through the abandoned grounds and dusty lobby, complete with several nods to Twilight Zone episodes, guests are ushered into a study where a digitally recreated Rod Serling, voiced by Mark Silverman, introduces us to the story, much like he would on an episode of the show. After the pre-show, guests again queue through the boiler room to enter one of the maintenance service elevators, equipped with 3 rows of bench seats. The elevator rises and the guests see the spirits of the missing hotel guests. The doors shut and the elevator rises again, opening to the 5th dimension scene where the elevators exit their shaft and move to one of 2 main drop shafts. The room features several eerie props, including a giant eyeball that would show a picture of guests in the ride vehicle, well, when it works. Once in the drop shaft, the original version featured only one full 13-story drop. Guests would be able to drop faster than the speed of gravity thanks to an entirely new ride system developed by Imagineering. Once at the bottom, guests would exit through a photo purchasing area and out the Tower Hotel gift shop. Elsewhere in the park, the Studio Showcase relocated from its location across from Muppet Vision to the exit of the Backstage Studio Tour. Around the same time as this move, in late 1993, a large portion of the showcase was taken over by models that were actually used in Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. The old location would be replaced by the Studio Arcade. Walt Disney World saw 3 new resort hotels open and 1 close in 1994. On February 1st, the Disney Inn was leased to the United States Department of Defense. The hotel would continue to exist, but now as shades of green, only open to active and retired military personnel and some Defense Department civilian employees. It was no longer a Disney resort. Nearby at the Polynesian Resort, the concierge lounge and check-in area were moved to the Tonga Longhouse. Previously, concierge rooms were spread among all the buildings. Nestled on the shores of Bay Lake, the Wilderness Lodge opened on May 28th. This deluxe resort was designed by Peter Dominick to feel like a national park lodge in the Pacific Northwest. The 8-story building featured a cavernous main lobby festooned with totem poles, an 82-foot fireplace, and a hot spring that flows out of the building into the main pool area and out to Bay Lake. Fire Rock Geyser would erupt by the main pool area several times a day. The Wilderness Lodge Mercantile served as the main shop, while the Whispering Canyon Cafe, Artist Point, and Roaring Fork were the restaurants there at opening. Far on the other side of Walt Disney World, not near any guest areas of the time, Disney opened the All-Star Sports and All-Star Music Resorts on April 29th and November 22nd, respectively. Designed by the firm Architectonica, both resorts would feature 1,920 rooms each, divided into 5 areas for each hotel. Sports would feature Touchdown, Home Run Hotel, Hoops Hotel, Surf's Up, and Center Court, which had a tennis theme, with Surf's Up to be the first to open and the Center Court being the last. Music would feature Rock In, the Country Fair, Jazz, Broadway, and Calypso. Calypso would open first in November, and Broadway would be the last to open on February 17, 1995. These themed areas would feature larger-than-life icons, some of which would serve to house staircases and themed pools and courtyards for each of the sections that consisted of 2 to 3 buildings each. Both resorts would feature a central building that would house check-in, the food court, a shop, an arcade, and an open-out to the main pool. Stadium Hall housed the End Zone food court and Sports Goofy Gifts and Sundries, while Melody Hall had the Intermission food court and Maestro Mickey's. Over at the Disney Village Marketplace, Personal Message had become Toys Fantastic. Photo Tunes was added next door to Guest Relations. The Lakeside Terrace became Goofy's Grill, and Sir Edward Haberdasher was now Harrington Bay Clothiers. Conked Out was turned into Discover, and Board Stuff became The City. Planet Hollywood, the celebrity and movie memorabilia-themed restaurant, opened on the west side of Pleasure Island on December 17th. 1994 was a busy year for the company. Management weathered dramatic hardships and losses that would change the way projects would be approached in the future. But what we got in 1994 was a product of the company before these issues. Dramatic changes to all these parks, continued hotel expansion, and more would mark 1994 as one of the busiest years in the resort's 50-year history. With Disney World's silver anniversary just over the horizon, 1995 would be used as a year to tweak and adjust all the drastic changes of 1994. 1995 saw the Walt Disney Company still in turmoil following a tumultuous storm of events that befell senior management in 1994. Michael Ovitz joined the company to fill the late Frank Wells' spot. A fictional storm would usher in a new water park, while changes in the theme parks themselves were somewhat minor. 1995 would also see the closure of several fan-favorite restaurants and the birth of others. At the Magic Kingdom, Main Street saw significant change. The House of Magic, the Penny Arcade, and the Main Street Bookstore closed on March 19th to become the Main Street Athletic Club on June 28th. The Refreshment Corner became Casey's Corner on May 27th. Over in Frontierland, the Diamond Horseshoe Jamboree was replaced by Diamond Horseshoe Saloon Review and Medicine Show. This new hour-long show was hosted by Dr. Bill and featured an array of musical, dance, and variety acts. The show no longer required reservations and had shifted to a quick-service restaurant format. After a short closure of Space Mountain in January, the ride reopened with the exit ramp scenes rethemed to the new sponsor, FedEx. RYCA-1 was overlaid to show FedEx shipping across the galaxy instead of just a general space colony. The exit now also dumped guests into the Tomorrowland Light and Power Company, which opened on February 1st. This was to be the Magic Kingdom's new arcade. Across Tomorrowland, the Transportarium officially took the name of the Timekeeper. June 20th saw the relaunch of the extraterrestrial alien encounter after it had closed for reimagining on January 12th. The new version, despite stories of Michael Eisner demanding it be scarier, was meant to have a more consistent tone. The pre-show was changed from Phil Hartman's Tom 2000 into Tim Curry's Simulated Intelligence Robotics, or SIR. This rewrite changed the robotic host from a blundering goofball to a foreboding presence, to be more in line with the tone of the main attraction. SIR finds pleasure in torturing the adorable test subject Skippy, a caterpillar-like alien.
Bon voyage!
New scenes were added to the main show, replacing a guest being eaten with a maintenance worker being eaten instead. The show also now ended after the alien is trapped and destroyed, rather than Chairman Clench ever beaming into the chamber. The afternoon parade in 1995 was Mickey Mania, which actually began on June 1st, 1994, and would run through September 1996. The soundtrack had a 90s hip-hop feel, mixing in audio clips from the Mickey Mouse Club and other Disney classics. The parade was led by inline skaters wearing Mickey leopard print costumes, and they were followed by the title float consisting of a group of ramps and slides which were manned by Donald, Pluto, and Roger Rabbit. Next came stilt walkers leading a tri-circle frame float with an inflatable Mickey in a Superman flying pose hanging in the large center circle. If this Mickey frame looks familiar, that's because you've probably seen it in the Boo to You Halloween parade. That was followed by a series of performers in what can only be described as a Mickey punching bag costume and others riding space hoppers. Then came an industrial-looking float that was blowing up Mickey-shaped balloons, manned by Goofy and his son Max. Peter Pan, Pinocchio, and Alice characters would then ride by on tricycles. Next came Pooh characters on a float covered in plush Mickey toys, with another of the frames displaying the Disney Channel logo. Minnie Mouse and a group of dancers served as the next unit, appearing to be filming a music video. After that, performers dressed as the bands and faces of a Mickey Mouse watch would come by before a clockwork float with an array of characters that had to do with watches, such as Jiminy Cricket, Lumiere, and Tick-Tock. Next came a series of dancers that answered the question, what would MC Hammer look like if he was Disney bounding as Mickey Mouse and had giant inflatable Mickey gloves and shoes? The final unit featured Mickey himself atop abstract shapes. Epcot again went with a new name reflecting the year, Epcot 95. The fall saw the first Epcot International Food and Wine Festival, which appears to have lasted just 30 days, yet had 25 booths. Intervention saw exhibits changing in and out. The Imagineer Labs and Lego closed at some point, and the Magic House Tour shut down in the spring. Silicon Graphics opened an exhibit, along with exhibits by Oracle, Family PC, and Motorola's Communications Dream Forum, which all started in the fall. The Mr. MIDI exhibit only ran through the summer months. Le Cellier reopened from a long closure on June 25th, now serving deli sandwiches. Yay, Canada! Deli sandwiches. Very Canadian, right, Tyler? Over at The Land, Symbiosis closed right after the new year and reopened January 21st as Circle of Life, an environmental fable. The new version of the film, which recycled much of the original footage, now focused on Timon and Pumbaa trying to open a resort and Simba describing the environmental damage that projects like that could do. Aside from Simba, voiced by Cam Clark, the original voice actors all came back for the animated feature. Over at the Disney MGM Studios, The Spirit of Pocahontas opened in the Backlot Theater on June 23rd. The show opened with Steady as the Beating Drum, as performers dressed as the Powhatans danced and harvested crops and other props. The show's narrator then addresses the audience, welcoming them to the story of Pocahontas. This is followed by Just Around the River Bend. Pocahontas then meets a large puppet of Grandmother Willow. The narrator introduces that the English have arrived, and the tribe sings the Virginia Company with stick figures dressed as the Europeans. A real John Smith appears after his introduction and sings his portion of Mine, Mine, Mine. The two leads meet, and Pocahontas introduces Smith to Grandmother Willow. Pocahontas then sings Colors of the Wind, and the narrator explains the simplified conflict between the English and the Powhatans, and the stick figure English sings Savages. The battle is put on like the Powhatans putting on a play until Pocahontas saves John Smith, and the show ends with a repeat of Colors of the Wind. The Pizza Planet Arcade took over the space housing the previous arcade on December 15th. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would end their run in the park on May 31st, and Ace Ventura Pet Detective Live in Action began a show on New York Street in November. The show featured Ace being introduced before rappelling down from the roofs to address the audience. He puts on a small show, replete with overacting, before leaving via swing and climbing the buildings via fire escapes, then zip-lining across the street to rescue a spider crawling across the roofline. The spider attacks Ace, and after he subdues it, he appears to fall backwards off of the building, but then appeared for meet and greets. The show took place on one side of the streets of America and included a small set of Ace's office. Aladdin's Royal Caravan Parade ended its 3-year run on August 27th, replaced by the Toy Story Parade on November 22nd. The Green Army Men kicked off the parade on a float imitating the Iwo Jima flag raising. The next float featured large moving reproductions of Potato Head and Ham, with performers dressed as monkeys in a barrel. After that came Buzz Lightyear standing atop his rocket ship box on a float covered in the little three-eyed aliens, surrounded by dancers in costumes recycled from Splashtacular. Next came more Green Army Men driving a Hot Wheels car while carrying the walkie-talkie. The finale featured Rex and Woody on a float with a variety of the secondary toys. 1995 would also mark the debut of the Osborne Family Spectacle of Lights. This holiday tradition was acquired by Disney from Jennings Osborne after his personal Christmas light display prompted several lawsuits. This instant hit was originally presented along Residential Street on the Backstage Studio Tour, prompting the ride to close in the evening so that guests could wander the streets on foot. Walt Disney World opened its third water park on April 1st. Themed around a failed attempt at a Florida ski resort, Disney's Blizzard Beach was centered around Mount Gushmore, the mountain containing most of the park's slides. The main attraction is Summit Plummet, a 120-foot tall free-fall slide that looks to be a ski jump. To one side of the slope, you'll find Teamboat Springs, the family raft ride, and as well the two children's areas, Tykes Peak for small children and the Ski Patrol training camp for the slightly older kids. On the other side, there's Slush Gusher, a 90-foot body slide, Toboggan Racers, the toboggan-style mat slides, and Snow Stormers, the more winding mat slides. Runoff Rapids, the 3-tube slides, are towards the back of the mountain. Along the base of the mountain, guests could find the chairlift they would use to get to the slides at the very peak, as well as Meltaway Bay, the wave pool, and Cross Country Creek, the lazy river. Guests had 3 food options. Avalunch served hot dogs and ice cream, while the Warming Hut served the vastly different menu of Italian sausages and ice cream. For a wider variety, including pizza, sandwiches, and pasta, there was Lotta Wada Lodge. Why all of Blizzard Beach needed Italian-style food is beyond anyone. Merchandise was sold at the Beach House, while lockers and towels could be rented at Snowless Joe's. The park featured a mascot character that played heavily into the theme and merchandise of the time, the Ice Skater. Between the Grand Floridian and the Polynesian, the Wedding Pavilion opened on July 15th. The first actual wedding had occurred as part of a television special, Weddings of a Lifetime, on June 18th. The venue could hold 250 guests and was designed to feature a view of Cinderella Castle as a backdrop to the ceremonies. Attached to the pavilion is Frank's, the planning area that was named after Martin Short's wedding planner character from the 1991 hit film Father of the Bride. Over at the Polynesian, Ohana replaced Papiti Bay Veranda on April 12th. Along with that, the children's seating area and mini theater was added to the lobby, and the Great Ceremonial House received a new roof. The menu for the luau was also updated. The California Grill opened atop the Contemporary Resort on May 15th, replacing the Top of the World after an extended closure. Chef Mickey's at the Village Marketplace closed on September 30th and reopened in the Contemporary Cafe space on December 22nd. These restaurants joined the Concourse Steakhouse, which had opened on August 10, 1994. Over at Pleasure Island, NSYNC filmed one of their first demos ever at the Rock and Roll Beach Club. The Empress Lily closed its doors on April 22nd after 18 years of operation. 1995 continued the rapid growth of Walt Disney World. The resort had 8 separate ticketed gates now. There were more than a dozen completed hotels to choose from. New shows kept all the parks fresh, even with no major new attractions opening. The resort's silver anniversary was just around the corner, and Disney World had a plan for that would certainly take the cake.
It's time to remember the magic. As Walt Disney World approached its 25th anniversary, that was the tagline the company used for all of its marketing. Looking back in 1996, it seems more apt now than it did then. Most remembered for the controversial Cinderella Castle cake decorations, 1996 saw a lot of changes to the rest of the resort as well. Opening day attractions would face refurbishment at every theme park, and 2 resorts that would never meet their promised potential were born. Town Square on Main Street saw a few changes in 96. The former home of the Walt Disney Story became the 25th Anniversary Welcome Center. The Welcome Center featured exhibits and videos with Disney World's history, and guests would receive a commemorative lithograph featuring Mickey Mouse walking with a child towards the castle, adhesive cardboard badges signifying either the year of their first visit or that it was their first time, and a brochure highlighting the entire resort, all for free. The exit of the exhibit featured a giant model of the upcoming Animal Kingdom theme park. Most famously, the end of Main Street was dominated by the redecorated Cinderella Castle. It had become a large pink cake covered in frosting and candy decor, with the spires being replaced with candles. Fittingly, there were 26 candles in all, one of them for each year of the park's existence, and one to grow on. This is also the year that the Crystal Palace introduced character dining, joining the Liberty Tree Tavern, which had added characters sometime in the 2 years previous. Crystal Palace featured Winnie the Pooh characters for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, while Liberty Tree Tavern featured Minnie, Pluto, Goofy, Chip, and Dale in colonial garb. Adventureland added an interactive scavenger hunt game, the Adventureland Challenge. Unlike later games, this was a scheduled event where a cast member would hand out a map with clues, and the guests would hunt for a golden idol hidden within the land. The game also offered real prizes such as free drinks or even ice cream. In Liberty Square, several stores changed, with Ye Olde Christmas Shop replacing Old World Antiques and the Silversmith on February 5th. Ichabod's Landing closed permanently to become a storage room. The Liberty Bell Riverboat would replace the Richard F. Irvine on the Rivers of America after an extensive refurbishment, while one of the Magic Kingdom ferry boats would receive his name instead. Fantasyland also saw shops consolidated, as Sir Mickey's replaced Aristocats and Mickey's Christmas Carol in March. Actually having been shuttered in 1994, the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea submarine voyage was officially closed permanently as well. October of 1996 saw part of the old 20,000 Leagues space used with the opening of Ariel's Grotto. This was a meet and greet with Ariel in her mermaid form, taking place in a cave with a waterfall looking over a King Triton statue that was added to the lagoon. The ride's queue, meanwhile, was turned into the Fantasyland Character Festival, which featured a rotation of characters depending when you visited. On June 29th, Mickey's Toontown Fair replaced Mickey's Starland, a vacation area for the Disney characters who now resided in Disneyland's Toontown. The new version of the land featured both Mickey and Minnie's country homes. Here, guests could walk through the country homes of the famous mice. While Minnie's allowed guests into the rooms to explore, to touch everything, Mickey's was mostly roped off. Mickey now met guests in the judge's tent behind his house, while other characters would meet in the Toontown Hall of Fame. Donald's boat was across the way and was a water play area. The major addition was the Barnstormer at Goofy's Wiseacre Farm, an airplane-themed kiddie roller coaster. The queue featured animatronic chickens from the recently closed World of Motion at Epcot Center. The ride itself was a less than 1 minute long kids roller coaster that still stands to this day, albeit altered. The area also featured the County Bounty Shop and the Farmer's Market, which sold strawberry shortcake and other snacks. Tomorrowland also saw continuing changes as the Tomorrowland Grand Prix was renamed the Tomorrowland Speedway. On January 6th, Dreamflight would drop the Delta branding and feature minor updates to the ride to remove any references to the airline, which was no longer a Walt Disney World sponsor. The ride was again renamed as Take Flight on June 5th. As part of the 25th anniversary celebration, the Remember the Magic Parade debuted September 27th. The parade started off with the Remember the Magic song, playing with the mirrored castle float containing the Fab Five characters, Cinderella, Prince Charming, and Chip and Dale. The fairy godmother was featured at the back, and the Prince's Court walked with the float. The parade also featured show stops, where the walking characters would take guests out of the crowd to dance with them on the parade route before returning to being a moving parade once again. This was the first time this had ever been done. Next came a Little Mermaid unit with the Mermaid Ariel in a clamshell surrounded by dancing fish figures, a Sebastian audio animatronic that was supposedly developed for the ride that never happened at Disneyland Paris, and dancers from under the sea. After that, a Beauty and the Beast float featured the title characters as well as lots of enchanted objects. Here, guest-themed dancers, some pushing serving carts, accompanied the float. The large inflatable genie float from Aladdin's Royal Caravan Parade at the Disney MGM Studios was next, with cars shaped like treasure and camel dancers. A Lion King float with Simba, Timon, Pumbaa, and Zazu then passed, surrounded by animal dancers and stilt walkers. The Seven Dwarfs led a large garden-themed float with Snow White, Alice and the White Rabbit, Mary Poppins, Pocahontas, the Pooh characters, and the Jungle Book characters as well, but over the years this group would be altered. At the end of the night, a special tag could be seen on the Fantasy in the Sky fireworks again with the Remember the Magic theme song as part of the 25th anniversary. Over at what was now simply named Epcot, the year started off with a number of closures. The World of Motion closed on January 2nd, and the Universe of Energy on January 21st. While the World of Motion's replacement, Test Track, was scheduled to open in May 1997, the updated Universe of Energy would open on September 15th. Actually, after filming delays, a temporary version of the ride would have to run from June 14th through September 2nd. This version of the Universe of Energy was the original narration over scenes with the original effects removed. The Radok Block pre-show had been completely removed. Some of the dinosaurs in the diorama had already been reprogrammed to interact with show elements that were not yet in the ride. In fact, one dinosaur was attacking a rock because of this. The command center had been removed, as had the mirrors in the finale scene. This stripped-down show was a necessity, as Horizons wasn't running consistently, leaving only the Wonders of Life on that entire side of Future World operating. While the pavilion would keep its name, it would feature a new show entitled Ellen's Energy Crisis, which thankfully was quickly renamed to Ellen's Energy Adventure. The ride began with a pre-show film replacing the Kinetic Mosaic. Guests were treated to a fourth-wall-breaking film introducing the concept of the ride. Ellen DeGeneres would fall asleep watching her old roommate Stupid Judy Peterson, portrayed by Jamie Lee Curtis, playing Jeopardy! She's then taken back in time by her neighbor Bill Nye the Science Guy to learn about energy. Yes, this is the most 1990s thing you're going to hear on this show. After the first film, guests were ushered into moving theater cars, where the second film would explain the Big Bang, or the Ding Dang.
No, the Big Bang!
The ding dang?
The Big Bang!
Oh.
And take Ellen to the age of the dinosaurs. The theater cars would then ride through the slightly altered primeval diorama full of dinosaurs. The diorama featured the addition of the infamous Ellen DeGeneres animatronic that would fight with the Elasmosaurus, and one of the sauropods would now sneeze at guests. when it worked. The second theater began with guests being taken through 65 million years of history by KNRG Radio, before seeing a film where Bill Nye takes Ellen through the modern world of energy. The theater cars moved back into the original theater, where Ellen would defeat Judy in Final Jeopardy, well, dream sequence version at least. The ride also featured former Jeopardy host Alex Trebek, Michael Richards of Seinfeld fame, and the voices of Willard Scott and Johnny Gilbert. Intervention saw a few changes. Aladdin's Magic Carpet VR Adventure and a VR presentation by Enel Infobyte opened in Interventions West. Interventions East would see the addition of a Disney Interactive exhibit in the spring. The Art of Disney store would open inside the Interventions building that year as well, forever changing the life of a young Tom Corliss. Back in World Showcase, the Crown and Crest replaced Lords and Ladies in the United Kingdom Pavilion. Illuminations was updated for the anniversary to Illuminations 25 on September 21st. The new show differed greatly from all that had come before it. A version of the Remember the Magic theme song played as international voices representing the pavilions would welcome guests. The fireworks begin to a worldwide celebration, which has calypso sound. Lasers and lights dance and project onto a globe in the center of the lagoon, while projections continue during a celebration of world cultures and their music, featuring Asian, African, South American, British, flamenco, Eastern European, Middle Eastern, and polka music in rapid succession, all before switching back to that calypso theme and the fireworks returning. Next, the Discovery Suite would play, highlighting the Epcot theme remix to match the pavilions of Future World, along with plenty of lasers. The show would then break into a version of the Circle of Life from The Lion King, set to fountains and fireworks. See, kids, Disney was putting IP in Epcot fireworks shows all the way back then. The Disney MGM Studios signature attraction saw changes as the Backstage Studio Tour became the Disney MGM Studios Backlot Tour and moved its entrance from the animation courtyard to the back of the park, where the walking part of the tour would load. The water tank area now became the Tram Tour pre-show, before guests would walk through prop storage to the tram loading area. The Tram Tour now went through parking lots before turning around and passing costuming, all before hitting Catastrophe Canyon and Residential Street. These changes were made to accommodate an expansion of the animation and office buildings for actual production. Sometime in the second half of the year, the walking segment of the tour, Inside the Magic, had its entrance moved to one of its show scenes, and the newly christened version of Backstage Pass would focus more on props from current productions, such as 101 Dalmatians, and post-production and the finale were removed from the tour. The final theater had already become a rotating making-of attraction, starting with Toy Story in late 1995 and replaced by The Hunchback of Notre Dame in 1996. The Spirit of Pocahontas would close on February 24th, also to be replaced by The Hunchback of Notre Dame, but this time a musical adventure on June 21st. The new show opens with The Bells of Notre Dame, featuring a puppet show of the story, using the dancers as a living, moving proscenium for the puppets. Frollo enters on a horse carrying the young Quasimodo. The audience is then introduced to Quasimodo and the gargoyles, portrayed by costumed actors, before he sings Out There. Next is a quick version of Topsy Turvy, introducing Esmeralda and beginning the conflict between her and Frollo, as well as introducing Phoebus. Next is Esmeralda singing God Help the Outcast, and then Heaven's Light and Hellfire are played as Frollo sets fire to a model city attempting to find Esmeralda. The final confrontation and siege of the cathedral take place, and Frollo, as he falls, is carried away by the false proscenium actors before the reprise of The Bells of Notre Dame. At some point prior to the end of 1995, Mouseabout Town and Sunset Club Couture were sectioned off from Once Upon a Time on Sunset Boulevard. Mickey Avenue was temporarily renamed Dalmatian Avenue, and some buildings, including the Earful Tower, received Dalmatian paint schemes in order to promote the 101 Dalmatians live-action movie that would be released on November 27th. July 6th would see the opening of two resorts in one. Disney's Boardwalk Inn and Boardwalk Villas opened together, the 378-room hotel and the 530-room DVC resort respectively. Designed by architect Robert A.M. Stern, the two shared most common areas built along a recreation of the New Jersey Boardwalk. The main lobby is decorated with a carousel and opens out to a large courtyard. The original restaurants included Spoodles, the Big River Grill and Brewing Works, with the resort's signature seafood restaurant, the Flying Fish Cafe, opening on October 3rd.
The nightclubs and bars included Atlantic Dance Hall, the ESPN Club, the Bellevue Lounge, and Jelly Rolls. The resort's main pool was the Luna Park Pool and featured the Keister Coaster, a water slide that exited at Clown's Mouth. The villas that comprised Disney's Village Resort were integrated into the Disney Institute on February 9th. The Institute was the brainchild of Michael Eisner after he spent a vacation in New York. Taking the model of incorporating learning into a family vacation, the Institute offered various courses in subjects such as film, cooking, design, broadcasting, and animation, at its peak offering 60 courses. Due to a lack of interest, the focus began to switch to group conferences and corporate retreats before the end of the year. The facilities included significant spa and athletic space, a movie theater, an amphitheater, the store Dabblers, and the restaurant Seasons Dining Room. The Polynesian Village began another round of room refurbishments, with the Oahu, Pago Pago, and Hawaii longhouses being refurbished and repainted. The snack aisle also closed and was absorbed into the arcade. Over at the Contemporary, Kingdom Jewelers, the Contemporary Man, and the Contemporary Woman were combined into Bayview Gifts, otherwise known as BVG. 1996 was also a big year for sports at Walt Disney World. After being dedicated on November 28, 1995, the Walt Disney World Speedway hosted its inaugural race, the Formula Ford 2000, on January 26th, and the Indy 200 the next day. The track was built just south of the Transportation and Ticket Center parking lot, featured a large Mickey head-shaped lake. These auto races joined the existing Walt Disney World Marathon that began in 1994. In February, the Harlem Globetrotters announced they would use the upcoming Disney's Wide World of Sports complex as their headquarters, and the Atlanta Braves signed a 20-year deal to use the facility as their spring training complex. Fantasia Gardens Miniature Golf and Garden Pavilion opened May 20th next to the Swan and Dolphin hotels. The mini golf area featured two courses, the Gardens and the Fairways. The Gardens is the more traditional of the mini golf, consisting of elaborate obstacles. The holes were themed to Fantasia and featured holes themed to Toccata and Fuge, the Nutcracker Suite, the Pastoral, the Dance of the Hours, and the Sorcerer's Apprentice. The holes of the Fairways course appear more like miniature versions of real golf holes. It's often cited as being one of the most challenging miniature golf courses in the entire country. I've shot under par there, by the way. But enough about me. Back at the Disney Village Marketplace, the Rainforest Cafe opened August 6th in the space that previously housed Chef Mickey's. The chain restaurant featured animatronic animals and scenes depicting jungle life. Fulton's Crab House took over the former Empress Lily on March 10. The World of Disney, the largest Disney store on Earth, opened on October 3rd, taking over Mickey's Character Shop. There was a lot to remember in 1996. There were new hotels, a modified park icon, and new shows and attractions. There is also a lot Disney would ask us to forget: a failed new vacation concept, project delays, the closure and modification of classic attractions. But while they were encouraging guests to hold on to the past, Disney was still looking to the future, with more new hotels, an expanded shopping district, and a whole new theme park just over the horizon.
Well, time flies. Enjoying your jump from time to time with us? Well, please hit that like button and subscribe to support this show and others. You can also join the WDWNT Inner Globe Society for exclusive content at patreon.com/WDWNT. If you're looking for the perfect gear to celebrate 50 years of Walt Disney World, you can shop apparel, accessories, and more at carouselofproducts.com. We'll see you real soon right here on Timekeeping.